Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story. Familiarivoi. Chapter 21. The Sound of Silence. Lady Valier, a woman's voice cut through the darkness, rousing Louise de la Valier from her blissful, deep slumber. Rather than waking up, Louise simply groaned as she turned to her side and buried herself deeper under the covers of her bed. Lady Valier, the voice spoke up more forcibly this time. It's time to wake up. No, Louise let out a groan. Let me sleep. The woman was unmoved by Louise's pleading as she instead moved towards the windows and opened the blinds while saying, I'm afraid not. It's time for breakfast, and your family is already waiting for you downstairs. At the mention of her family, Louise finally and reluctantly sat upright on her bed. Stretching out her arms, she let out a yawn and rubbed her eyes before finally opening them. Only then could she see that the woman who woke her up was one of the many maids who worked for the Valier family. Mary, if Louise remembered her name correctly. They were both inside Louise's room back at the Valier estate, which confused Louise somewhat before she dismissed it. I've already laid out a change of clothes for you, Lady Valier, Mary revealed, extending her arm towards the neatly folded stack of clothes waiting for Louise on top of her dresser. Letting out another yawn and smacking her lips, Louise absent-mindedly responded as she climbed out of her bed. Thank you, Mary. The next thing Lousy knew, she was no longer inside her bedroom, wearing her sleeping gown. Instead, she was seated at the Valier dining room table, wearing a light pink dress. Various fruits, meats, and breads were laid out in front of her on the table. Seated at opposite ends were her mother and father, both of whom were already eating. On the other side of the table opposite Louise were her sisters, Katlia and Eleanor. Like the rest of her family, Louise was already eating her breakfast, but she couldn't help but get the sense that something was off. Looking around the table, she noticed that the seat next to her was empty. Then she asked, Where's Saito? Saito, Katlia asked in complete confusion as she raised an eyebrow. Who's Saito? My friend, Louise answered, her confusion rising. I met him when I tried summoning my familiar. At the mention of her familiar, Eleanor openly rolled her eyes and scoffed. Oh yes, you're summoning. The one that you completely failed, correct? Eleanor, Katlia chastised as Louise's face and heart fell at the news. But Eleanor continued. Stop defending her, sister. Particularly when it appears Louise's exhaustion is giving her delusions, Eleanor rudely proclaimed. She tried 3 times to summon a familiar and didn't succeed once. No wonder the academy expelled her. Lousy's heart fell even further as she hung her head, staring into the reflective silver plate while Katlia tried to say, That isn't fair, and you know it. It's not her fault. Even if it isn't, it's obvious now, more than ever, that Louise cannot cast magic and that sending her to the academy was a waste of time, Eleanor declared. We should have been focusing on her marital training. That would have been a better use of our family's efforts, not squandering it on yet more failure. Katlia growled in anger as she turned to the side and demanded, Mother, father, tell Eleanor she's being unreasonable. Neither parent said anything at first, and Louise glanced up from her plate towards her mother. Karen de la Valier was using a napkin to wipe her mouth. Then she swallowed, looked right at Louise, and said, Eleanor is correct. Louise's failure at summoning a familiar proves that she is incapable of casting magic. But I did, Louise muttered, her mind racing as it tried to understand what was going on, but her mother didn't seem to care nor notice her daughter's rising distress. Indeed, I've already dismissed the magic tutors we had on hand, and we'll be beginning Louise's bridal training immediately, her father declared. It's for the good of the Valier family. Louise's heart sank further at the realization that her family was all too willing to just throw her away. The sounds around her became muffled as Katlia tried in vain to convince her family otherwise, but Louise could tell that it was half-hearted. It appeared that even her kind and loving older sister had limits to her patience. She could practically feel Eleanor's sneering glare, and Louise felt tears pooling around her eyes. But when they began to fall onto the silver plate, she quickly noticed that they weren't clear. They were deep, dark red. Her eyes widened, and Louise quickly pushed aside the remaining food on her plate, allowing her to look at her face where she saw a trickle of blood coming out of her nose. A moment later, her skin began to turn a deathly gray, and Louise's heart jumped into her throat as her memories returned, and she realized exactly what was happening to her. Louise, Katlia asked in a worried tone, but Louise ignored her as she reached for a knife and began to stab herself repeatedly in the gut and chest. Louise, her family yelled as they shot out of their seats and tried to get her to stop, her father ripping the knife away. Get a healer now, she heard her mother call out as her father, a water mage himself, began to do his work. But Louise continued to struggle and flail as her skin kept turning grayer and grayer. and she cried out, "No, kill me. Kill me, please. Before I dash." Her words died in her throat as she coughed out a thick wad of blood that splattered Eleanor in the face. At the same time, Louise's eyes turned a milky white as all perception of self was ripped away. With an animalistic snarl, she tore her arms away from her parents, then lunged towards Katlia, who could only let out a shrill scream as her younger sister's teeth sank into her flesh. "No!" Louise screamed at the top of her lungs as she bolted upright. Her heart thundered inside her chest. Her right hand pressed against it as she used her left to prop herself up. Her skin was completely covered in a sheen of sweat, and her pupils were so dilated that everything appeared blurry. It took her a moment for her eyesight to return and let her take in her surroundings, and Louise found herself not in the Valier estate, but instead inside a cramped break room. She had been lying down on a long, fairly thin sofa, her damp clothes lumped together in a large pile in the corner, leaving her completely naked. Next to her on the sofa was Saito in a similar state of undress, his face scrunched as he went through what was obviously a bad dream. Her memories began to return, and Louise let out a sigh as she whispered, "It was just a dream. More accurately, a nightmare." She silently mused, but Louise didn't focus on that as she instead turned around to sit upright on the sofa, her bare feet touching the cold floor. It was an uncomfortable sensation, but Louise ignored it in favor of mentally going back over their present situation. She and Saito had been running through the streets of Raccoon City for the past several days, trying to escape both the hordes of undead and the Umbrella mercenaries trying to apprehend her. They were now in the Raccoon City Public Library, which they had hoped would have provided a means of escape. A hope that was dashed as soon as they arrived and found that the entire outpost had been overrun. Louise let out another groan as she ran her fingers through her stringy hair and hung her head. After a brief moment of staring at the white tile floor, Louise glanced up at the wall where she saw a circular analog clock. When it had arrived at the library, it was roughly 6 o'clock in the morning. Now it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. They'd been asleep for almost 12 hours. After everything they'd gone through in the past few days, Louise was surprised it wasn't longer. Her eyes then wandered over to the pile of clothes she and Saito had hastily made when they arrived at the library. They had been absolutely drenched in sewer water, and sleeping in them would have been disgusting and hazardous to their health in more ways than one. Logically, they should have at least attempted to clean them before going to sleep, but the two teenagers were so exhausted that doing so would have been impossible. Wanting to keep her mind off of things, and knowing it had to be done, Louise silently got off the sofa and walked over to a nearby sink. Last night she had been so tired, she didn't even notice it until now. Opening up the drawer, she found some half-empty bottles of dish soap. By themselves, they wouldn't be enough to clean their clothes, but with the supplies they already had on hand, it should work. Laying them out on the countertop, she then went to open the nearby refrigerator, where she found some water bottles. With how contaminated the water supply was, trying to use the tap would defeat the entire purpose of cleaning them. After placing several of the water bottles on the countertop next to the sink and soap, Louise then began searching for something to dry the clothes on and with. The electrical cords that she and Saito had been using as makeshift gauntlets and greaves would work as an impromptu clothesline, but having them air dry would take hours at least. Hours that she'd rather not spend if she could help it. Luckily, a quick search inside the storage chest revealed a space heater. Given how the lights were still on, that meant the building, or at least this room, had power, which in turn would allow for her to plug the space heater into a nearby electrical outlet. While it wouldn't be nearly as fast as a proper dryer, it would still cut the time it would take to dry tremendously. With her clothesline stretched out between the refrigerator and the wall opposite it, Louise began to take the pile of clothes, submerge them in bottled water, then lather them up with dish soap. A pile of bubbles began to grow from the sink as Louise continued to work, occasionally getting smaller as she let the dirty water drain away before refilling it. She lost track of time as she idly worked, her mind grateful for the monotonous and mundane task. So engrossed in her work was she barely even noticed when Saito sharply bolted upward from the sofa with a yelp, his hand pressed against his bare chest and covered in a sheen of sweat just like she did. "Bad dream?" Louise calmly asked as she continued to wash a pair of dirty socks. Saito was quiet at first as he collected his breath. Then he nodded and replied, "Yeah. Same here," Louise told him as she wrung the water out of the socks, then walked over to the clothesline and laid them out across it. Walking back to the sink, she continued, "I woke up about 10 minutes ago the same way. It was awful. I dreamt that I turned into one of them and attacked my family." Saito was focusing all of his attention onto her, his face blank as he took in everything Louise was and wasn't saying, understanding both. He was silent for a moment. Then he revealed, "I dreamt that you and I were getting overwhelmed by the zombies. Then the mercenaries showed up and took you as I was getting eaten." Louise's breath momentarily hitched at the all-too-real possibilities of both of their dreams, in some form or another, coming to life. But she went right back to busying herself with washing the clothes, wanting to ignore that latest source of distress. After a few moments of silence, Saito got up from the sofa and joined her in washing the clothes. Neither said a word, the only sounds they heard being the movement of water, the whirring of the space heater, and muffled shuffling from behind the walls. Louise couldn't tell where the sounds were coming from, but all she cared about was that they weren't coming from inside their safe room. At the same time, she was happy that they at least had the presence of mind to lock the door behind them before falling asleep. Had even a single zombie managed to make its way inside while they were sleeping, they would have been doomed. When both were done and all the clothes were laid out over the impromptu clothesline, Saito and Louise each sat down on one of the chairs inside the break room. Both were in their birthday suits, which in any other circumstance would have caused the young teenagers no end of embarrassment. But for the life of them, they simply couldn't find it in themselves to care, as there were far more important things to worry about. After a few more minutes of silence, Louise quietly asked, "Saito, what are we going to do now?" Saito didn't answer at first as he idly glanced around the room, likely thinking the same thing she was. They had come all this way across Raccoon City, through the mall, the zoo, the sewers, and countless places in between to reach the library and the promise of safety it once held. But that was clearly no longer an option. The only question, really, was when did the outpost fall? Did they get overwhelmed right before they arrived? Or had it already fallen by the time they set out for it? Louise supposed that, in the end, it didn't really matter. Finally, Saito shook his head and answered, "Right now, let's just focus on waiting for our clothes to dry. There's not much we can do but naked." Louise nodded in agreement, figuring that was the best thing they could do right now. At the same time, she hung her head and admitted, "I hate this. All of it. I want things to go back to the way they were, when the scariest thing I had to deal with was whatever horror movie you made me watch." "Made you watch?" Saito repeated with an amused snort. "I seem to recall you making me show you those movies, saying, and I quote, 'Do not patronize me. I can handle whatever your culture deems to be the most dreadful movies and not get scared at all,' and made me show you the thing. By the time it was done, you were hiding behind the couch." "That's beside the point." Louise shot back with a hint of an embarrassed blush on her face at the memory. She had been so scared, she ended up using Saito as a body pillow that night. But she then shook her head and added, "Still, you know what I mean." Saito's face adopted a more serious demeanor. Then he nodded in understanding and said, "I know. I feel the same." After that, the pair of teenagers went quiet as they waited for their clothes to finish drying. As they idled, they pulled out the remaining sandwiches they had managed to recover as they made their way across Raccoon City. It had been so long since they had last eaten that they practically inhaled them. Part of Louise wondered if they should have rationed it, but she also figured that trying to fight or avoid zombies while half-starving would be just as big a problem, if not more, as running out of food. Hopefully they could find some more soon. At the same time, they also took stock of their remaining equipment. Saito had completely exhausted all of his shotgun shells and only had a single magazine for his Glock. Louise wasn't much better, with only 6 bullets for her Ladysmith revolver. While their knife and hatchet were still functional, meaning they weren't completely defenseless, they quickly saw that their edges were getting dull. A knife sharpener they had found was able to restore some of the edge, but they were far from pristine. There had been another issue, where both Saito and Louise suddenly found themselves with the urge to relieve themselves. But seeing as how anywhere outside of the break room was unsafe at best and outright dangerous at worst, they were forced to use a small trash can as a toilet. Both vowed to never talk about it again if they could help it. Eventually, after nearly 2 hours of waiting, their clothes were finally dry enough to where they could comfortably wear them. Both teenagers found that they were still somewhat damp, but it was better than nothing. After loading their sidearms, Saito and Louise tepidly stepped outside the relative safety of the break room and into the front lobby of the library. What they found wasn't too different from what they saw last night. The lobby was completely covered in trash, with several bloodstains on the ground. Behind the front desk appeared to be a half-eaten body of a woman who had clearly been attempting to find shelter, to no avail. More importantly, it seemed to be clear of the undead for the moment. Moving towards one of the front-facing windows, Saito and Louise glanced out towards the remains of the overrun outpost. Although they could see plenty of bodies littering the ground, none of them appeared to be moving. That was good enough for them, for now at least, and so with an abundance of caution, they slowly opened the front doors of the library and stepped outside. Almost immediately, they were hit with the stench of blood and the dead, but by now both of them had grown accustomed to it. That thought disturbed them somewhat, but they ignored it for now. "Jesus Christ," Saito muttered to himself as he took it all in. The entire street in front of the library could only be described as a clogged lane of death and destruction. Dozens of bodies in various states of decay and damage littered the ground, pools of dried blood around them. Hundreds of spent casings could be seen, telling the two teenagers that a massive firefight must have broken out before the undead hordes finally overwhelmed the defenders. Several vehicles, including civilian cars and trucks alongside military Humvees, formed a small maze that acted like a funnel towards the library, with one section in the middle that was a relatively clear, roughly square space. Both ends of the streets were blocked off, one by a large wire fence barricade, while the other had an overturned semi-truck in the way. A quick glance at the attached tank revealed it to be carrying liquid nitrogen. More important than what was nearby, though, was what was in the distance. Saito and Louise could hear the moans of the undead as they roamed the streets. Thankfully, none of them in proximity to notice the teenagers, but still close enough to where their presence was felt. Further out in the distance along the horizon, where the sun was setting, were thick storm clouds that was blowing their way at a quick pace. Already they could feel sprinkles of rain dropping on their shoulders, and it wouldn't be long until it hit them. As they saw a flash of lightning on the horizon, followed by the low rumbling of thunder, Louise admitted, "I'd rather not be running out through a storm." "Me neither," Saito agreed as he idly rubbed his chin. He then said, I think the best thing we can do is stay put in the library. At least for now." "Are you sure?" "Not really, no." Saito shrugged. "I'd say we take one of these cars and drive off, but none of them look like they'll work. And with how tightly packed this street is, I doubt we'd find any room to move, anyway. The way I see it, it's been half a day since we lost those mercenaries chasing after us, so they don't know where we are just yet. The military was using this place to evacuate people fairly recently, so there's a chance that someone may come by to check and see if any more survivors showed up. There might even be some radio equipment we could use to call them. Staying in the library would also keep us out of the storm, and it seems pretty defensible." Louise quickly glanced at all the dead soldiers before saying, "Even if it is, they got overrun. The army had dozens of soldiers here, and it's just two of us." "Yeah, I know. I was counting on just the two of us being able to stay hidden and not attract too many zombies. But if you have any other better ideas, I'd love to hear them." Honestly, try as she might, Louise couldn't come up with a better plan. The only ones she could came with plenty of problems of their own. With a heavy, reluctant sigh, she replied, "You're right. But once the storm passes, we should leave." "Agreed. Now, come on. There might be some ammo and supplies we could find." With a firm nod, Louise joined Saito in scouring the overrun outpost for supplies. They quickly found that there wasn't much. If Louise had a guess, most of the supplies had been used by the time the outpost was overrun, and most of what remained had already been picked up by desperate scavengers who had come through here, either before Saito and Louise arrived, or afterwards while they were dead asleep. Either way, there wasn't much they could use. Saito found a box of shotgun shells, which he immediately used to refill his magazine tube, along with a box of 39mm parabellum bullets, enough for 2 more magazines. Louise managed to find a box of 5.56 bullets for her Mini 14, giving her 2 magazines, but unfortunately she couldn't find any .38 special for her revolver. She did have those boxes of .380 ACP bullets she scavenged off the dead USS Mercenary, but until they found a gun that could actually fire them, they were useless. Speaking of guns, she hadn't found any they could use yet. Those that remained were broken, their barrels bent, and the receiver shattered. She supposed that any that were still usable were the first to be taken by scavengers. There was, however, a large, thick yellow case that was situated behind a sandbag wall and an empty, mounted machine gun. She didn't know what was inside it, nor the means to even open it, but she supposed there had to have been something valuable inside. But with how big and heavy the crate was, with it going up to her shins in height, there was no way she could move it. That was probably why it was still there. "Oli!" she heard Saito call out, drawing her attention towards him. She found her best friend trying in vain to open the back door of a Humvee. Walking over to him, she asked, "What is it?" Saito let out another grunt as he tried to open the door again. When it failed, he scowled and backed away while pointing through the window, saying, "There's a Benelli M3 shotgun in there, but the car's locked." Louise glanced through the bulletproof window. True to Sato's word, there was a shotgun laid across the back seat next to an open case. There was the dead body of a soldier on the Humvee floor with the back of his head blown out. It wasn't hard to figure out what exactly happened. Ignoring the grisly aftermath for now, Louise asked, "You already have a shotgun. Why do you need this one?" "My Ithaca is a pump action and can only hold 4 shells, Saito answered. "A Benelli M3's both that and a semi-auto. This one's also a military model, so it can hold 8. If I swap them out, my firepower would be doubled." Louise nodded in understanding. But given how the Humvee was locked and the windows were bulletproof, there was no way they could get to it anytime soon. If she had her wand, she could possibly just unlock the door, but without it, that was impossible. They spent a few minutes searching the bodies of the soldiers for the key, but unfortunately, they couldn't find anything. They were about to try something else when they were interrupted by another flash of lightning and the bang of thunder, this time much closer than before. Combined with the wind and rain picking up, It was obvious that the storm was minutes away from reaching them. Both teenagers looked at each other, then they turned around and ran back into the library, locking the door behind them. Tilda. Once they were back inside the library, Saito and Louise spent a few minutes barricading the doors and windows. Just because there weren't any zombies outside at the moment didn't mean more wouldn't come eventually. The barricade they ended up making wasn't all that impressive by the time they were done. It was mostly just overturned furniture barring the door. There were also some crates that they broke apart to nail the planks to the windows, using the back of Louise's hatchet as a hammer. Overall, the barricade was rough and would likely fall to a sufficiently large horde. But for now, it would suffice. Now that they were safe, for the moment, Louise and Saito fell back into the public study room, which formed the heart of the entire building. At the back of the room was a large statue depicting one of Raccoon City's earliest and more renowned educators whom Saito couldn't be bothered to remember the name of, particularly since he and Louise were far more focused on the bodies that littered the ground. There weren't many, and luckily none of them were moving, but they all sported various bite wounds across their necks, arms, and torsos, along with small holes in their foreheads. Looks like they were put down before they turned, Louise murmured as she kneeled over one of them, a young man who appeared to be in his mid-20s. He didn't have anything useful on him, same as the others, but Louise still couldn't help but wonder what his story was. Lucky, Saito added, his voice low as he glanced outside the back window to the left of the statue. All he could see was the pattering of rain against the glass, his vision reaching the edges of the external lights, which only went a couple dozen feet in all directions. If he squinted his eyes, he could just barely make out the river and forest beyond, but that wasn't much. More importantly, he could see wandering shapes moving about. He didn't need light to know what those were. Releasing a sigh, Saito shook his head, then turned away from the window. His attention was immediately drawn to one of the bodies lying face down on the ground, a pool of dried blood around her corpse. Frowning slightly, Saito kneeled over and gently turned her around so that he could get a look at her face. He was immediately stricken at how eerily calm she looked in death, her skin a deathly pale, her eyes wide and blank as she stared into nothingness. But after a moment, a saddened realization struck him. "I knew her," Saito whispered, catching Louise's attention. "What? You did?" Louise asked, and Saito nodded. "Not well, but yeah," Saito confirmed. "I think her name was Susan. Yeah, Susan Fields. She was a cheerleader for my high school. I overheard her saying she got accepted by her first university pick. Yeah, she sounded so excited and bragged about how she'd be the first one in her family to actually go to college." Sato's brief smile quickly faded and was replaced by a frown. Then he growled, "But now she won't get the chance. Fucking umbrella." Louise's face was flat as she took it in and watched Saito angrily stand back up and stomp away. Her gaze lingered on Susan's body for a little longer. She couldn't pretend to feel any personal, legitimate grief at her passing. After all, she didn't know her. All she could feel was just an addition to the already existing and generalized anger towards Umbrella for all the lives they'd taken and destroyed. All because of their greed and lust for power. One way or the other, they had to pay, but for the life of her, she didn't know how. Earth and Terra may be two entirely different worlds, but one thing was the same between them. Those with wealth and power tended to avoid the consequences of their actions longer than they reasonably should, and Umbrella had a lot of both. While she had no doubt that the U.S. government would be attempting to rake the Umbrella Corporation over the coals for what happened in Raccoon City, she wouldn't be surprised if the legal effort took years, even if the evidence they gathered was ironclad. Part of her felt that was cynical, but the rest was simply too tired to care. After a few more moments, Saito returned from the break room. In his hands was a rolled-up piece of paper, and when he spread it out over an empty table, Louise recognized it as a map of the library. "Where'd you find this?" Louise asked. "In that big chest," Saito answered, sharply tilting his head towards the break room in emphasis. "I know we've been here a lot over the past month, but I figured having this map wouldn't hurt." Louise nodded in agreement, then looked over the map in question. Ignoring the roof, the entire library was confined to 3 levels. 2 floors offered complete public access, and below them was the basement accessible only to the library staff. The building was further divided into a north and south wing. Each wing was roughly symmetrical in terms of layout. On either side of the public study room was a 2-story library room containing hundreds of books, newspapers, and magazines each. Beyond them were hallways that went into stairwells along with a janitor closet and restroom. Using the stairwells, one could go from the roof to the basement. On the second floor were the personal offices, a computer lab, private study rooms, and personal lockers. Inside the offices was the head librarian's office, but she didn't pay much attention to that. Finally, inside the basement were 6 rooms of varying sizes that included a break room, warehouse, a boiler room, secondary storage, and a staff computer room that fed into a conference room. "That's a lot of ground to cover," Louise noted, and Saito nodded in agreement. Yeah, but I figure we should probably scour all of it for supplies, Saito replied. We're going to be here for a while. Might as well be productive. A crack of thunder coming from outside lent credence to Sato's claims, and Louise reluctantly sighed. If nothing else, at least they were dry, and Saito did have a point. Just because scavengers would have made out with most of what was available outside didn't mean there was nothing inside for them to grab. If they were lucky, they might even find the key to the Humvee that Saito was trying to get in earlier. Sure, Louise wouldn't look forward to moving the barricade aside so that they could go back out there into the rain and grab it, but she'd worry about that later. Nodding to herself, Louise got up from the table, followed by Saito, who rolled up the map and put it into his backpack. Pulling out their handguns, they each chambered rounds, then began making their way back towards reception. It hadn't changed since they last went in there, but their focus was on the two doors, one going into each wing. At first glance, neither appeared to be anything other than simple wooden doors. But both teenagers did notice that on the face of the north side door was the image of a silver moon, while the south side door had a golden sun in its place. Louise hummed as she made her way towards the moon door. Reaching towards the handle, she gently turned the knob and found it to be unlocked, allowing her to open it. Behind her, though, she heard Saito struggle to do the same. In a fit of frustration, he briefly attempted to slam his shoulder against the wooden frame and break it down with brute force, but it still wouldn't budge. Damn it, door's locked, Saito declared as he rubbed his shoulder, releasing a sigh and pinching the top of his nose. Just perfect. If only I had my wand, Louise muttered as she hung her head, but Saito quickly shook his own. It's fine. After all, it's just a locked door, Saito told her. Looking at the hinges, he added, I could try blowing the hinges apart with my shotgun. I read in a magazine that combat shotguns are mostly used to breach doors nowadays, but I don't really know how to do that safely. More importantly, I'd rather not waste any ammo. Agreed. Like what? A sun key and a moon key? Maybe. I never really paid much attention to them before. Saito released another sigh as he briefly pulled out the map and, using a marker, labeled the doors accordingly. As he put it away, he said, well, that's better than nothing. All right, the north wing first it is. Taking point, Saito gently opened the door towards the north hallway, and he immediately winced. The last time he had been to the library, this hallway was bright, clean, and spotless. Now the lights were dead, and the floor was covered in trash, dirt, blood, and shattered glass from the nearby windows. A few bodies were sprawled against the ground and wall. None of them were moving at the moment, but as both teenagers made their way inside, they carefully avoided them regardless. Another flash of lightning briefly illuminated the hallway, casting shadows against the wall as bodies shuffled outside. Saito and Lousy immediately shot their heads towards the walking dead, banging themselves against the glass windows, snarling hungrily as they noticed and tried to get to their next prey. Louise briefly considered shooting them in their exposed heads, but she decided against it. She didn't have much ammo, and they weren't a threat yet. Still, as they approached the double doors of the North Wing library, she and Saito cautiously paused next to a dead body slumped next to the frame. Saito briefly considered just moving past it, then decided it was too big of a risk. He cautiously pulled out his knife and angled the tip of the blade towards the body's neck, then thrust it forward as quickly as he could. The blade pierced the corpse's flesh with no resistance, going in on one side of the neck and exiting the other. As Saito pulled it out and stepped back, Louise was already aiming her revolver toward its head, her finger hovering near the trigger. Thankfully, the only movement the body made was slumping over to the side and falling to the ground as its center of gravity was disturbed. Saito let out a sigh of relief, but at the same time glanced at the body he had just inadvertently desecrated. Knowing that it wasn't a zombie, stabbing a dead body felt disrespectful at best. Of course, that was before the dead started getting back up and walking the streets eating people. By now, Saito knew that the victims of the T-virus weren't actually dead, but the point remained. Still, the day he could walk past a dead body and have every confidence that it was actually dead would be a welcome one. He doubted it would ever actually come, but a boy could hope. Raising his Glock up in front of his face, with Louise doing the same on the other side of the double door with her revolver, Saito pushed the double doors open and entered the library room. Much like the hallway outside, the once pristine place of learning was an open wreck. Loose papers and trash fluttered across the room as a heavy wind rushed through a broken window. Several of the tall bookshelves had fallen over, spilling their contents all over the ground. Many of the tables and chairs, which at one point had been used by countless students and other citizens of Raccoon City to quietly read books, had been broken by some unseen force. Glancing upward briefly, Saito noticed that several sections of the wooden railing on the second floor had shattered, with several of them having limp and broken bodies on the ground beneath them. It wasn't hard for him to figure out how that might have happened. More important than the broken state of the room though, was that not all of the bodies were still. He immediately spotted at least 3 zombies in the room. One was eating flesh off the body of Soldier, wet rips echoing across the room with each bite. The other 2 were just shambling about aimlessly, with one noticing their arrival. With a mangled snarl escaping through its broken jaw, the zombie began making its way towards them, its arms outstretched as loose books and papers were pushed aside from its dragging feet. It didn't get very far, though, as a volley of gunshots from both Saito and Louise to the head put it down. As the corpse fell to the ground like a sack of bricks, the other 2 zombies shifted their attention to them. They released animalistic moans as they pushed themselves up and started making their way towards the pair of survivors. But by now, Saito and Louise had grown accustomed to this, and they were already shifting their aim towards their new targets, putting them down quickly with a few shots to the head. As they collapsed, both teenagers rushed forward, pulling out their melee weapons and stabbing or chopping their blades into the zombies' necks and skulls. Only when the heads were thoroughly demolished did they relax. For Louise, though, that relaxation didn't last long as she pulled out her revolver's cylinder and looked at the number of bullets she had remaining. Frowning, she muttered to herself, 2 left. Damn it. Pushing the cylinder back in, Louise glanced around to see if there was some ammo she could use. Saito was already scouring the wreckage, moving at a somewhat quick pace just in case the loud noise attracted any unwanted visitors. But between the raging storm outside and the thick wall surrounding them, Louise supposed that the noise had been somewhat muffled, which she figured could only be a good thing. But she couldn't focus on that, not when she was almost out of revolver bullets, and after going through the sewers, she'd rather not waste her rifle rounds on standard zombies. She and Saito looked everywhere. They rifled through the pockets of each body, opened every bag, pulled out every drawer, but unfortunately they didn't find much that Louise could use for her revolver. They were able to find some more shotgun shells, rifle bullets, and handgun round for Sato's Glock alongside a frag grenade, but nothing that solved Louise's more pressing issue. Releasing a resigned sigh, Louise glanced up towards the second story. Not all of the bookshelves had completely fallen over. In fact, most of them were still up, forming a slight maze. The remains of several wooden ladders with rollers attached to the bottom were broken, with only a few still fully intact. But her attention was drawn to the limp body of a woman on top of one of the bookshelves. She appeared to have fallen over the upper floor railing, landing on her back on top of the shelf. Her neck was tilted at an awkward angle, indicating to Louise that her landing had not been pleasant. More importantly, though, was that while her left arm was dangling over the side of the shelf, her right hand appeared to be holding something against her chest. Narrowing her eyes at the object, she called out, "Saito, can you see what she's holding?" Saito mumbled in confusion before following Louise's extended finger. He glanced towards it and squinted before replying, "I think it's a pistol of some kind." That perked Louise's interest, and she asked, "Think you can get it?" Saito walked over to the bookshelf and inspected it from top to bottom. As he rubbed his chin, he idly tugged at the remains of shattered ladder, then said, "Not in this state, and I'd rather not try to climb up this." "I don't blame you," Louise admitted, then began walking around to try and figure out how to get to the firearm without breaking her neck like the unfortunate previous owner. Glancing at the ground, she noticed that while the shelf that held her prize was rooted in place, some of the others surrounding it were attached to rollers on grooves. With just a simple push and pull, one could move them to a different location. A few of them even had their ladders intact. Slowly an idea began to form in Louise's mind, and she went over to the other bookshelf that was rooted in place and said, "Saito, think you can push and pull the shelf for me?" "Yeah, why?" Saito asked as Louise began to scale the ladder. "I'm going to walk across the top of these and use them as a bridge to get to that gun," Louise revealed. Saito immediately nodded in understanding, then moved towards the first one and said, "You're going to need to tell me which ones to move or not." "Got it," Louise replied, then climbed atop the bookshelf. Spreading her arms wide to keep her balance, Louise looked around towards the bookshelves near them, trying to determine which ones to move or stay in place. It reminded her of the door puzzle, for lack of a better word, they had to solve back in the sewers. Luckily, this one appeared to be far simpler. The shelves could only move in 2 directions, and there weren't as many of them. After a few moments to map it out, Louise pointed to one and told Saito, "Pull that one to the right." Saito immediately did as instructed, and once he was done, Louise pointed to another and continued, "Push that one to the left. Leave the third where it is." For the next several minutes, Saito and Louise worked on solving the puzzle, with Louise calling out instructions and Saito doing the grunt work. There were a few times where Louise thought they solved it, and she tried walking across the tops to her destination, only to find that gaps impeded her progress. While she could theoretically just jump across them, she was not certain of her footing in the slightest. One misstep and she'd fall, potentially hurting herself. This forced the pair to effectively start over at least 3 times, which frustrated her to no end. Finally, after an agonizingly long time, Saito was able to push the last bookshelf into position, creating a clear path for Louise to walk towards the dead body holding the gun. Making sure to keep herself balanced, Louise walked across the flat surface until finally arriving at her destination. Kneeling over, she gently began to pry the fingers holding the gun away from the handle, keeping the barrel pointed away from her at all times. It went slower than she would have liked, but the last thing she wanted was to accidentally pull the trigger when she didn't mean to. After a few moments, she was finally able to pull the gun free, and she immediately began to inspect it. Much like Sato's, it was a semi-automatic handgun, only it had a slender, somewhat narrow frame. The handle was made of wood, and the metal had a slightly tarnished nickel finish. The weapon was somewhat familiar to her, but she didn't know what it was. The only thing she could recognize was the logo of the gun shop, Kendo, etched into the side of the barrel. Deciding to ask an expert, or at least the closest thing she had to one, Louise ejected the half-empty magazine, then pulled back the barrel to eject the bullet still inside. She pocketed both while gently dropping the gun into Sato's waiting hands and asked, "Saito, what is this?" As soon as Saito held the handgun, he looked it over then released a snort while answering, "I swear to God. Louise, you lucked out big time. This is a Beretta 84 FS Cheetah. And that's good." Louise asked as she started ruffling through the woman's pockets, pulling out some empty spare magazines in her holster. "Remember all those .380 rounds you found earlier? This is chambered in that caliber," Saito revealed. "And it can fire 13 rounds before reloading. You just found yourself a better handgun." Louise's eyes widened. Then she smiled in relief while saying, "Thank the founder I kept those." "Yep. Get down here and I'll help you load those magazines," Saito told her. Nodding in agreement, Louise slowly walked back to her starting position, then climbed down the ladder. Going over to an empty table, Saito and Louise began to insert the .380 ACP rounds into the magazines, 5 in total, much like Sato's handgun. It took her a few tries to get the hang of the motions, but found that they were quite intuitive and easy to pick up. That was probably one of the reasons why the nations of Earth had largely abandoned more classical weapons. Ease of use meant training would be faster, meaning armies were cheaper to raise and maintain. But that was something she could focus on later. For now, she had to focus on not accidentally shooting herself or her friend as she hefted the loaded firearm experimentally. Louise luckily found that the Cheetah felt quite natural in her hand. The grip felt smooth yet firm, and the weight wasn't too much. A few test shots into some books that Saito had set up as makeshift targets told her that the recoil wasn't too dissimilar from the .38 specials that she was used to firing. All in all, she found that Sato's assessment was accurate. She had found an upgrade. Although despite knowing that the Cheetah was better than her Ladysmith, both in terms of ammunition on hand and total firepower, she holstered her older weapon onto her hip, much to Sato's confusion. "Why are you keeping the revolver?" Saito asked as Louise held her newly obtained firearm downward. "Because even if I only have 2 shots left for my revolver, 2 guns are better than 1 right now," Louise pointed out. "I've also grown attached to it." "Attached? I kind of understand, but it's just a gun you're using to defend yourself. Don't get me wrong, I like my Ithaca. But if I get my hands on that M3, I'm thanking it for its service and leaving it for someone else to salvage. But both of those guns use the same ammunition. It makes total sense why you'd choose one over the other," Louise pointed out. "Neither of mine use the same ammunition, remember? I might not have any more bullets for my revolver at the moment, but I could always find more if I'm lucky." Yeah, I get that. I was talking more about the attachment thing." "That doesn't make any sense to me," Saito admitted, and Louise nodded. "Right. Well, remember what I said about a mage's wand? About how it's the only way a mage can use magic, and a wand can be anything?" "Yeah, but I don't know." "Exactly," Louise revealed. "I might not have a wand now, but I can turn something else into a replacement. I've been trying ever since Umbrella took it. If there's anything on me that can turn into a new wand, it's that revolver. My first weapon." Part of Louise felt slightly disturbed at the thought of turning a gun into a wand. It felt brutal and functional, a far cry from the elegant tool that symbolized nobility in her society. But the rest simply acknowledged the reality of her situation. She'd settle for a plastic spork as a wand if she could get it to work. Not only that, if her revolver did in fact become her wand as she hoped it would, it could double as a weapon in its own right. She supposed that was why so many mages in the military opted for sword wands. Saito was silent for a moment. Then he admitted, "I suppose that makes sense, and if nothing else, it's as you said. 2 guns are better than 1. Louise nodded in agreement. Then she and Saito moved away from the table and back out towards the hallway. As they entered it, one of the windows holding back the outside elements finally broke, allowing a zombie to fall through it and enter the library. Louise was on it immediately, firing 2 shots from her newly obtained handgun into the back of its head, popping it like a water balloon. There weren't any others at the moment, so they pressed on towards the northern hallway. But as they entered it, they immediately noticed a problem. Ah, crap, Saito cursed as he and Louise beheld what could only be described as the remains of a barricade, one that stretched from the outer restroom wall to the exterior library room wall beside them. Only a small crawl space granted entry to the other side. Otherwise, it completely clogged the entire hallway. Is there another way around? Louise asked, but Saito, already pulling out the map and using a flashlight to illuminate it, shook his head. No, not without finding that sun key and unlocking that door, Saito told her. Unless it just so happens to be in this corner, we're stuck. GRRGH, Louise growled in frustration. Glancing out the window, she thought about trying to go around through the outside, but another crack of lightning and bang of thunder convinced her otherwise. Unless absolutely necessary, she'd rather not leave the relative safety of the library for the moment. Soon, however, her eyes drifted towards the small space along the ground. It looked too small for Saito to slide through, but for her it might be a different story. Sliding off her backpack, Louise lowered herself onto her belly, then angled towards the opening. Her eyes hadn't deceived her. She was just small enough to slide through. Before she could, however, Saito gently grabbed her shoulder and asked, "What are you doing?" Louise got on her knees, then replied, "I'm small enough to go through." "On your own?" "Screw that," Saito said, but Louise shook her head. "I don't like it any more than you do, but I don't see any other options," she told him. "I can go through, head upstairs or downstairs, and toward the other side of the library. The sun key has to be somewhere around here, and if I find it, I can unlock the door and meet back up with you." Saito looked like he wanted to argue, but at the same time knew they didn't really have any other options. Slowly, he gave a reluctant nod, then said, "Stay on the radio with me the entire time, got it? Let me know if anything happens." "I was already going to do that," Louise told him, then got back on her belly. "Slide my backpack in after me." Saito nodded in agreement, then waited as Louise shimmied through the crawl space. It was tight and claustrophobic, but after a few moments Louise was able to get to the other side. After making sure nothing dangerous was waiting for her, Louise told Saito to give her the backpack. It soon slid across the ground and into Louise's hands, where she immediately threw it over her shoulders. Checking her handgun one last time, Louise slowly began pressing forward into the dark hallway. The corridor beyond the makeshift barricade wasn't too dissimilar from what was on the other side, in that it was dark, cramped, and dirty. But the fact that Louise was now by herself made it seem far more foreboding, even if Saito was only a dozen feet away from her at the moment. There weren't any zombies in the immediate vicinity, which Louise thanked the gods for, but she still gulped nervously as she slowly opened the restroom door. Searching the restroom now, Louise softly spoke into her radio, which she had strapped to her jacket's collar with some duct tape. It wasn't the most elegant solution, but given just how dark the restroom was, she needed both hands. One to hold her cheetah, and the other to hold a small flashlight. "All right, be careful," Saito replied, and Louise nodded to herself. She didn't verbally respond, though. The last thing she and Saito wanted was to talk too much on an unsecured channel and accidentally broadcast to Umbrella exactly where they were. It had already happened back at the zoo, and unlike the sewers, they didn't have thick concrete walls to block their signal. Part of Louise felt it would have been safer to just avoid using the radios at all. But at the same time, both she and Saito knew that even a momentary separation meant that keeping communication between the two was essential. Even if Saito couldn't reach her at the moment, letting him know if there was any danger could mean the difference between life and death, which meant that they would continue to use the radios, but only sporadically and in short bursts. After every few minutes of use, they'd change to a different frequency, hoping that would be enough to keep Umbrella off their tails. Hopefully, they'd manage to find radios used by the army. According to Saito, those would be more likely to have some kind of encryption, making it more difficult for Umbrella to track them. But luckily, Umbrella wasn't a pressing concern at the moment. For now, Louise just had to focus all of her attention on what was right in front of her. All the lights in the restroom were dead, with broken pieces of glass spread out across the tile floor. The pieces made a soft clinking noise as Louise's feet pushed them aside or crushed them underfoot, and her only source of light was the intense flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, partially reflecting off of the broken mirror. All but one of the restroom stalls were broken, the plastic doors ripped from their hinges from some unseen force. Some of the sinks were shattered, porcelain covering the ground underneath them, and water from a leaking faucet formed a small puddle. Louise's breath was harsh and heavy as the air around her seemed to be filled with the stench of death and decay, but she tried to ignore it as she pressed towards the only stall still fully intact. Lying face down in front of it was the body of a man in a black suit, chunks of flesh ripped out of him. Using her hatchet, Louise chopped the back of his leg experimentally, and when it stirred, she immediately chopped the blade into the back of its head multiple times, destroying it. With the threat neutralized, she then started searching through his pockets, but only managed to find his wallet filled with a few $100 bills, which was completely useless to her unless they needed to start a fire, and a pocket knife. She then pushed open the stall and smiled when she saw a single red box of ammunition sitting atop the back of the toilet alongside a can of first aid spray. Picking up the red case, she inspected it and found that it was a half-empty box of maximum standard 9mm parabellum ammunition. "Saito, I found some ammo for you," Louise revealed as she deposited the ammunition and the first aid spray in her backpack. With the restroom now fully searched, Louise briskly walked out, eager to get back into the open. She then quickly inspected the nearby janitor closet, where she found a potted red herb along with a box of rifle ammo. Pocketing the ammunition and the herb, she glanced at the stairs and quickly noticed that the flight going down was blocked off, meaning she could only go up. Nodding to herself, she walked back to the crawl space along the barricade and slid the pistol ammunition and the plant over to where Saito was waiting on the other side. "I'm going to head upstairs now," Louise told her friend as she peeked through the crawl space, and Saito nodded in agreement. "Don't search every nook and cranny if you can help it," he advised her. "Just find the key and unlock the door. We can search the rest of the building together." "Got it," Louise replied, agreeing with Sato's logic. The longer they stayed separated, the more dangerous it would be. Saito threw his thumb over his back. Then he said, "I'm going to wait in the study room and see if I can't board up some windows or something to make it safer. If you see anything, let me know." Okay, Louise agreed, then stood back up, turned around, and tentatively made her way towards the stairs. She could hear something shuffling on the floor above, which made her gulp nervously, but she pushed past her fear and kept going. Shining her flashlight up the stairwell, Louise stopped once she reached the second floor. She briefly considered trying to go up to the top, but quickly noticed that the stairwell continuing upwards was completely blocked off by fallen debris and furniture, making that impossible. Shaking her head, Louise turned around and started walking forward. She quickly noticed a door leading to the second floor of the North Library room, only to find that the door had a moon logo on its face. Frowning slightly, she attempted to open the door, only to find that it was locked. "Great, looks like I do need to find a moon key, too," Louise groaned, then figured she could find it later. Right now, finding the sun key was more important. So she pressed on, her flashlight illuminating the corridor in front of her. Outside, she could hear the storm and rain picking up more, with a heavy wind pushing the trees visible outside the window. The streetlights were dead, making it nearly impossible to see what was going on aside from faint illumination from distant fires and the occasional flash of lightning. But seeing as that was out there and Louise was in the library, she figured it wasn't worth straining her eyes for, and so turned away from it. But before she did, a flash of lightning briefly shone through the window, allowing her to see a large shape crawl across the glass and towards the roof. It passed by too quickly for Louise to make out any details, only that it appeared quadrupedal. Her heart jumped into her throat and began to hammer as she stared with wide eyes where the creature previously was, and slowly she looked upwards as she heard something moving on the roof above. "Saito, there's something here, on the roof," Louise whispered, her eyes trailing the noise as it slowly moved away from her. "What is it, a zombie?" Saito asked, and Louise shook her head even though she knew he wouldn't be able to see it. "I don't know, but it didn't look like one," Louise answered, and Saito was silent for a moment. "Just be careful," he told her, and once again Louise nodded. Her eyes remained focused on the source of the noise, with everything else in the world seeming to disappear. Only when she could no longer hear it did she finally begin to move again, walking toward the end of the hallway. As she rounded the corner and came upon an intersection, she noticed a pair of zombies wandering around. Louise instinctively raised her handgun and prepared to gun them down, but then she looked closer. The zombies hadn't noticed her yet, and there was enough space for her to just move right past them. She weighed her options, then began to move at a brisk pace. The zombies noticed her then, and with loud snarls and moans they turned to face her. One even reached out with its arms, trying to grab her. But Louise was too quick, and soon was able to slip safely past the pair of undead with no issues. After she escaped their sight, the dim-witted zombies appeared to lose interest and went back to shambling about in the intersection. Louise let out a sigh of relief. She knew that they'd have to deal with those zombies eventually, but she figured it would be better if Saito were there to help her. Not to mention, she was able to save who knows how much ammo trying to kill both by herself. The zombies plaguing Raccoon City had an unfortunate tendency to be far more resilient than she would have liked. Things would be so much easier if they went down like a normal person, but alas, that wasn't the case. As she kept moving down the hallway, she saw another zombie emerge from around the corner. It noticed her approach and made its way towards her, its arms outstretched and its jaw letting out a low growl. But as with the previous pair of zombies, Louise simply maneuvered around the monster, then continued going down the hallway, leaving it behind to its own devices. Once she reached the stairwell, Louise saw that the flight going up was unblocked, as was the one going down. Instead of heading back down to the first floor, though, Louise pulled out her Mini 14 chamber round and slowly began walking up the stairs towards the roof. She had no intention of going out there, but it would help to know whether they could or not. More importantly, she might be able to see what manner of creature she had glimpsed before. She couldn't hear it as she approached the door, but that didn't mean it wasn't out there. Not that it meant anything, as she discovered once she reached the door and found that it was locked. There was neither a sun nor a moon on the door's face, telling Louise that it was likely a separate third key that they'd need to open it. She mentally added it to the list of things they needed to find, then made her way back down towards the first floor, swapping her rifle back out in favor of her handgun. Once she reached the first floor on the south wing, she quickly noticed that the stairs leading to the basement was open and there was another barricade clogging the hallway between the south library room's outer wall and the restroom. Unlike the barricade on the other side of the building, this one didn't have a crawl space she could get through. But the door to the restroom was blown out, barely hanging from its hinges. Louise was by no means a forensics expert, but judging by the massive bulge protruding from the wooden door, she had a guess that whatever broke through came from inside the restroom. Before heading through, Louise stopped by the janitor closet and opened it, where she found some more handgun ammunition, both for her and Saito, alongside both green and blue potted plants. If she remembered correctly, blue Arkley herbs help with poison and toxins. Hopefully they wouldn't need that, but better safe than sorry. Storing both inside her backpack, Louise turned around and made her way towards the barricade, hoping that she could find a path around. The basement was potentially an option, but she hoped she wouldn't have to go down there by herself. But as she approached, she noticed that there was a slumped body leaning against the barricade, one wearing an army uniform. Dozens of spent bullet casings were littered on the ground around him, and neither his rifle nor his pistol were anywhere to be seen. Louise had a guess that someone had already pilfered them. A large chunk of flesh had been ripped out of his neck, and his face was warped into a final visage of pain and terror. Louise let out another sigh of remorse before poking at his face with the flat top of her hatchet. When he didn't move, she began to search through his body. As she suspected, any ammunition, grenades, and weapons were already taken by people who had come through before. Even the soldier's knife had been scavenged. She did, however, find a key fob. It was small and blocky, with 2 buttons on its top. One said lock, the other said unlock. Realizing that it was for one of the vehicles outside, Louise pocketed it, then began to move away. If they were lucky, it might unlock the Humvee holding the shotgun Saito wanted. As Louise moved into the restroom, she quickly noticed its ransacked appearance. Something or some things had blown through there and torn apart everything in its path. A few broken bodies could be seen in various states of decay and injury. Some of them looked like they'd been run over. Had there been a stampede through here? Louise honestly didn't know, and to be frank, she didn't want to know. Instead, she used her flashlight to guide her way through the restroom, where she found that a section of the wall had been broken through. Bits of drywall littered the interior of the restroom, telling her that whatever broke and came from the outside. But more important than what made the hole was that the hole existed in the first place, giving her a way past the barricade. She took a quick glance through the restroom and found that there wasn't anything in there for them to use, then pressed onward. Rounding the corner, she soon entered the hallway in front of the south library room. Like the north wing's accompanying hallway, it was absolutely filthy. The windows had been completely shattered, blowing in rain and cold air that made Louise shiver slightly. She ignored it as best she could, then moved towards the door into the room. As she pushed it open, she prayed that at least one of the keys they actually needed would be inside. Otherwise, things would be a lot more difficult. Once inside the south library room, she quickly took stock of everything. Much like its north wing counterpart, it was in rough shape. In some ways, it wasn't as bad as the north wing, namely in that all of the bookshelves were still upright. She couldn't see any of the ladders, though. The back window was shattered in several places, allowing rain and the wind to blow freely through and send torn pages whiffling through the air. A zombie was roaming around while another was devouring a fallen corpse, but at that moment, they didn't notice her. Her eyes, however, were immediately drawn to the table near the zombie eating the body, where something reflected off her flashlight. Cautiously, she approached the table, swapping out her handgun for her hatchet and raising it high over her head. The zombie, so focused on its meal, didn't even notice her until she plunged her blade into the back of its head as hard as she could. A short, wet crack was muffled by the storm as the skull was split open, spilling blood and brain matter onto the carpet. Louise quickly followed up with another pair of chops, each blow making the body twitch. Once she was convinced the zombie was dead, She glanced around for the other one. It had heard her assault and was making its way over to her, but its broken leg dragging behind it slowed the undead monstrosity down immensely. She had more than enough time to look over the desk to try and find what caused the reflection earlier. To her relief, she found the source quickly and saw that it was a small golden key with the symbol of a sun on its head. Realizing that she'd found what she'd been looking for, Louise sighed in relief, then reached toward the radio in order to tell Saito. But before she could even press the button, the zombie let out a loud moan, followed by something lashing out from overhead. It impaled the zombie through the skull, then violently hurled it up into the air. A wet, heavy thud could be heard as it impacted the ceiling, followed by another as it fell to the ground. Louise, her heart thundering in her chest, immediately aimed both her flashlight and her handgun towards whatever attacked the zombie. Her finger pressed against the trigger and ready to pull, but instead she froze. What in Brymir's name? She muttered to herself as she saw the monster crawling towards her on the ceiling. At first glance, the monster appeared to be somewhat human, but it was heavily deformed. Its skin was completely gone, exposing its blood-red muscles and white tendons to the outside world for all to see. 3 of its fingers and the thumbs on both hands had been stretched outward, with razor-sharp claws made of bone that sunk into the wood, allowing it to crawl on it like a spider. Its back legs were heavily warped and spread to the side, its feet also containing claws. The monster's spine, ribcage, and shoulder blades were exposed as well, each movement making a small clicking noise as they rubbed against each other. But its most striking characteristic was its head, the top of which was completely covered by an enlarged brain. The only part of its face Louise could see was its mouth, which itself was filled with a row of razor-sharp teeth and a blood-stained, elongated tongue several feet long that retracted from the body of the zombie it had just killed and back into the creature it belonged to. Acting on instinct, Louise aimed her handgun and fired a few shots. The first 2 went wide, but the third managed to hit the creature in the shoulder. But it didn't do anything other than catch the monster's attention and infuriate it, causing it to snarl and leap from the ceiling towards her with its arms outstretched. Letting out a yelp of fright, Louise dove away as the monster collided with the wooden desk, shattering it completely under the impact. Landing on her belly, Louise pushed herself onto her knee and aimed her pistol once again, firing a few more shots that all managed to hit her target. But as before, the low-caliber ammunition only enraged the creature, and it turned to face her and hissed. As it did, it shot its tongue out towards her like a barbed whip. Louise was only barely able to duck under it, but she felt her hair getting cut by the tongue. With her eyes wide, Louise emptied the rest of her magazine into the monster's face, but to her horror, it did absolutely nothing. As her weapon clicked dry, Louise pushed herself back up on her feet just as the monster slashed its claws towards her. While she was able to avoid the claws themselves, the following backhand sent her flying and knocked the air out of her lungs. She crashed into a pile of books which fell onto the ground, but she couldn't stay to recover her breath as the creature was already charging towards her. Rolling to the side, Louise crawled away as fast as she could, the monster tearing the books apart and sending bits of paper and leather flying in all directions. Taking shelter underneath a large, thick desk, Louise hastily swapped magazines and tried to control her rapid breathing. She had no idea what the creature stalking her was, but it was obvious that it was no mere zombie. It had to have been another BOW, but what kind? It wasn't a hunter gamma like what they found in the sewers. No, it was something else, something that her handgun had little effect on. She thought about pulling out her rifle, only to find that, in the chaos, its strap had fallen off her shoulder. It was lying in the middle of the floor where the monster had backhanded her. Louise bit back a curse, only to stop when she heard a thud above her. The wooden desk creaked as something heavy rested atop it, and she could see the tips of the monster's claws on the underside, right in front of her face. The noblewoman was petrified, not making a sound as she couldn't even breathe, watching as the monster slowly crawled off the table and onto the floor in front of her. With wide eyes, Louise stared into the yellow fangs of the creature as it hissed into her face, its warm breath nearly making her gag. Holding one hand over her mouth, Louise slowly aimed the barrel of her handgun towards its face, careful not to touch it, but prepared to pull the trigger. But before she could, it suddenly turned and began to walk away, leaving her unharmed. As her heartbeat continued to thunder along, Louise peeked out from underneath the desk towards the departing creature, confused as to why it didn't attack her. Then her eyes spotted a fallen book, and an idea began to take shape. Still holding onto her handgun like a lifeline, Louise reached out towards a fallen book, grabbed it, then threw it as hard as she could towards the opposite wall. It landed with a loud, resounding thud, prompting an immediate reaction from the monster. Releasing a loud hiss, it leapt across multiple desks away from Louise before crashing into the wall, swinging its claws in any direction as it attempted to disembowel whatever made the noise. Slowly, Louise realized why the creature hadn't attacked her, a realization that was only reinforced as she slowly stood fully upright, in plain view of the creature which was facing her. "It can't see me," Louise thought to herself as she picked her flashlight and fallen rifle back up, aiming both towards the creature's head. Now that she was focusing some light on its face, she noticed that it was completely devoid of any eyes at all, nor a nose for that matter. No wonder it didn't attack her. The monster was completely blind. It must rely only on its hearing to hunt. Picking up another book, she threw it towards the other side of the room, remaining perfectly still so as to not make a sound. As before, the monster rushed towards the disturbance, completely bypassing her despite only being a few feet away. Taking that as confirmation, Louise slowly and carefully began to make her way back towards the door, eager to get to safety, find Saito, then work together to finally kill the damn thing. Her handgun clearly wasn't enough, but a rifle, shotgun, and that grenade they found earlier should be enough to put it down. Then, as Louise neared the door, her hand reaching for the handle, Sato's concerned voice rang out from the radio and asked, "Louise, are you okay? I heard gunshots." "Fuck," Louise muttered under her breath as the monster's head immediately shot toward her and released a snarl. Without even bothering to try and fight it off, Louise barreled through the door as fast as she could. She sprinted towards the sun door, pulling out the appropriate key as she heard the wooden doors behind her shatter as the monster crashed through them. "Louise," she heard Sato's muffled voice through the wooden walls, but Louise ignored it in favor of trying to maneuver her shaking hand holding the key into the lock. Without needing to look, she knew the monster was approaching her, but once the key was inserted into the hole, she turned it harshly to the side. The door now unlocked. She pushed it open and ran through just as the monster leapt toward her, its claws shredding right through her backpack and spilling its contents all over the floor. "What the hell is that?" Saito shouted, bringing up his shotgun just as the sun door was shredded diagonally by a swipe of powerful claws. Rather than respond, Louise pulled Saito by the arm back into the study room, ignoring the spilt contents of her backpack left behind. A moment later, the door was shattered, allowing the creature free entry as it pursued them. Once inside the study room, Louise pulled Saito out of the back of the room and hid behind an overturned table. Pulling out her rifle, she checked to make sure a bullet was in the chamber, her head peeking out from behind the table as the monster broke down the next door. Saito was about to ask her again what was going on, only for Louise to suddenly clamp her hand over his mouth. She then raised a single finger up to her lips, telling him to be absolutely quiet. Saito seemed to pick up on what she was telling him quickly, prompting Louise to follow up by pointing at the creature as it crawled along the ground towards the center of the room. Pointing at her eyes, she shook her head, then pointed at her ears and nodded. Sato's eyes widened, and he mouthed a silent, "Fuck," as he realized what Louise was telling him. Louise nodded in confirmation, then hefted up her rifle in emphasis. Saito did the same with his shotgun then, after studying the creature for a few moments, pulled out the looted grenade. Pointing to Louise, who had already grabbed a fallen book, he directed her to flank the monster as he prepared to pull the pin and throw the explosive. Louise immediately complied, careful not to make a sound lest she attract unwanted attention. Once she was in position, she looked towards Saito and nodded. He nodded back, then directed her with a sharp movement of his hand to throw the book. A moment later, Louise tossed the book towards the front end of the study room, causing the abomination to snarl and leap towards it. Once it landed and attacked nothing, Saito pulled the pin on the fragmentation grenade and tossed it. The explosive device landed at the creature's feet, and it swiped towards the metallic sound for a moment before the grenade suddenly exploded. A small shockwave ripped through the study room, kicking up dust and papers. But to the teenager's alarm, the monster was still alive, albeit in clear pain as blood spurted from the stump of one of its arms. Without wasting a moment, Saito and Louise broke cover and fired their long guns towards the monster, careful to prevent any crossfire. The buckshot and rifle bullets tore through the flesh, doing much more damage than Louise's handgun. But that wasn't enough to put it down, and the creature shot out its whip-like tongue toward Saito. Alarmed, Saito fell onto his back to avoid the lashing, his shotgun slipping out of his hands. He immediately switched to his Glock and pulled the trigger as fast as he could, most of his shots missing, but the rest managing to pepper it. Finally, as he and Louise emptied their magazines into the monster, it let out a gurgle and slumped to the ground. Breathing heavily, Louise helped Saito up to his feet, who immediately grabbed his fallen shotgun and aimed it towards the body. It was still twitching slightly, and without an ounce of hesitation, he fired his last shell into the back of its skull. Bone and brain matter sprayed out in all directions, and only then did they finally relax. "Holy shit, what the fuck was that thing?" Saito asked, mostly to himself. I don't know. A bow, maybe, she suggested. Not a hunter, though. Yeah, no shit, Saito said, then stared at the enlarged tongue. After a moment, he added, well, since it's not a zombie, what do we call it? I get the sinking feeling this isn't the only one in this godforsaken city. As much as Louise wanted to say otherwise, she knew he was right. Whether these things had been prowling the streets from the beginning or only just now started to emerge was irrelevant. They needed some kind of shorthand to let the other know what was attacking them, and simply calling it a monster wasn't descriptive enough. After all, there were a lot of monsters in Raccoon City. After a few moments of thought, Louise stared at the enlarged tongue the creature used to attack them. Its piercing tip sprawled out on the ruined floor, then suggested, liquor. Liquor? Saito asked, and Louise nodded. It used its tongue to spear a zombie, and attacked us with it. Huh, liquor. Saito tested the name, then nodded in agreement. Yeah, that fits. I was going to call it crawler, but liquor sounds more appropriate. Right, Louise replied, then looked at the shredded remains of her backpack. Letting out a sigh, she slid it off and lamented, it tore through my bag. Don't worry, I found another just like it, Saito told her, not bothering to elaborate further as to where he found a replacement. Louise supposed it didn't matter, so long as it was usable. As Saito went to grab the spare backpack, Louise went back out toward the reception area to grab her fallen supplies. Her flight from the liquor had left a trail in her wake, with the ceramic pots holding the herbs completely shattered while many of the bullets had fallen out of their boxes. Louise couldn't care less about the pots, so long as the herbs were still recoverable, which they were, but gathering back up the spilt bullets was a pain. While she worked, with Saito soon joining her, she tried to figure out what to do next. Part of her wondered if they should simply cut their losses and abandon the library. Zombies were one thing, but that liquor was something else entirely. Who knows what else was around here? But by that same token, she couldn't guarantee that leaving the library would be any safer than staying. She honestly didn't know what to do, and a quick glance at Sato's face told her he was likely in the same boat. But before she could voice her concerns, they heard their radios crackle to life as a frail woman's voice called out and asked, hello? Can anyone hear me? I heard gunshots downstairs. Please, if you have a radio, please respond. Saito and Louise looked at each other with astonished eyes. Then Saito pulled up his radio and replied, yes. Yes, we can hear you. Oh, thank the Lord, the woman earnestly replied. Are you with the army? No, we're not. In fact, we were trying to reach the army, Saito told her, ignoring his concerns about Umbrella potentially listening in and praying that they couldn't at the moment. Who and where are you? My name is Dr. Cecilia Pruitt. I'm the chief librarian here, and I'm upstairs in my office on the second floor, Dr. Pruitt answered. Been here since the army was overrun. Tell me, when did you two arrive? This morning, Louise answered. We fell asleep in the break room and woke up a few hours ago. Oh dear, you two are lucky nothing found its way in while you slept. Dr. Pruitt paused, then said, well, you two should come upstairs. It's safer here than down there. Do you need help? Louise asked. I have a bad leg, but that was from fall I had a few months ago. Other than that, I'm fine, Dr. Pruitt answered, and Louise immediately let out a wince. A bad leg in Raccoon City, right now, might as well be a death sentence. No wonder the chief librarian hadn't tried to flee. Dr. Pruitt then asked, tell me, do you either of you know how to work machines? Saito and Louise looked at each other, then Saito answered, not really, but I've done some repairs in my apartment and on my family's car with my dad. Why do you ask? Good. That should be enough, hopefully. Enough for what? Louise asked, and Dr. Pruitt cleared her throat. I was hoping the army would come back and search for survivors, but I don't think that's going to happen, especially with their radios out. Luckily, I have an old ham radio set here in my office. It was a gift from my grandson, and while it doesn't work right now, if we can fix it, we can call the army and get rescued. Saito finished her sentence, his eyes widening along with Louise's. Exactly. You're a smart boy. Hurry, come upstairs so we can go over things in person. From what I can tell, it's going to be a process. Saito and Louise looked at each other. Then as Louise finished stuffing her new backpack with her fallen supplies, Saito replied, we're on our way. Chapter 22, Fuel the Fear. September 28, 1998, 8 p.m. Raccoon City, Arkley County, United States of America. With the sun key in hand, and the south hallway door completely shattered beyond repair, Saito and Louise found that it was much easier to navigate their way upstairs to Dr. Pruitt. That didn't calm their nerves much, though, particularly when a pair of zombies had wandered down the stairs towards them, attracted by the sounds they had made when they were killing the liquor. Both were put down quickly with a few shots to the head, but their presence served as a reminder of their precarious situation. The sun door didn't offer much protection, but it was still at least something of a barrier that could keep the zombies out from the main hall, which seemed to be their only real refuge in the library. At least for now. With Raccoon City continuing to deteriorate, Saito supposed it was only a matter of time until their refuge became untenable. Hopefully, whatever plan of escape Dr. Pruitt had come up with would get them out of there before that would come pass. A flash of lightning, followed by a loud crack of thunder, heralded their arrival as they stepped onto the second floor. The overhead lights which had once filled this place of learning with warmth were long dead, with shards of glass and shattered light bulbs littering the old, tacky geometric pattern carpet. Saito ignored it in favor of using his flashlight to guide his and Louise's way forward, his right hand raised upward and holding his Glock. Right behind him was Louise, both of her hands clutching her cheetah tightly, her eyes darting to each window as they passed them. "We need to find something to board up these windows," Louise suddenly suggested as they rounded a corner, where they immediately noticed a lone zombie shambling around at the far end of the corridor. Seeing as how it wasn't an immediate threat, and they had spent much of their ammunition killing the licker, they decided to ignore it for now and keep going. Saito briefly thought over Louise's proposal, then nodded and said, "Yeah, we should, especially the ones downstairs. There might be some boards laying around that we can hammer in, or we can try breaking apart the wooden furniture." Louise nodded in agreement, even if she didn't quite know where they'd get the supplies needed to erect those barricades. Neither did Saito, but he figured that was a problem that could be solved later. For now, they needed to meet with Dr. Pruitt and hopefully find a way out of the hellhole that used to be his home. Upon arriving at the door to the library's personnel offices, they quickly noticed a few things. 1. The door had the Sun Key logo on its face. 2. There were 3 eaten bodies crowded around the door, one belonging to a child and the others their presumed parents, with their positions indicating that they had been desperately trying to get inside before the zombies got them. And 3. There was a box of 9mm rounds alongside a potted green herb on a table at the end of the hall. Louise quickly fished out the Sun Key to unlock the door, while Saito made his way to the supplies and scavenged them. There was a corpse slumped over on the corner, which made him pause for a moment, particularly since it looked different than most others he had seen. The skin was more shrunk in, and its nails were elongated, almost to the point of claws. But the body itself was peppered with bullet holes, including some in the head, and it was completely burnt to a crisp. A strong smell of kerosene permeated the air around the body, and the wallpaper surrounding it was scorched black. Someone had killed this zombie, then burnt the body afterwards, which miraculously hadn't spread to burn down the entire library. The only question was why. He didn't have any answers, but hopefully Dr. Pruitt would. Saito was shaken from his musing when Louise finally unlocked the door, and he quickly grabbed the supplies and made his way back over. As he did, the zombie they had ignored earlier finally noticed them and was now making its way to them, its arms outstretched and releasing a low moan. Without missing a beat, Saito aimed his Glock and fired a single shot, which penetrated the zombie's skull through the eye. It fell backwards onto the ground, and to make sure it stayed dead, he walked over and stomped its skull in as hard as he could. A loud crack echoed as the skull fractured, but as it was still intact, he did it again. This time the skull partially caved in, but he still wasn't satisfied. Finally, with one final grunt of exertion, he slammed his foot down, crushing the skull completely and reducing it to a gory red paste. Part of him felt he should be disgusted at himself for doing such a brutal act, but the rest was simply numb to it all at this point. The only way to truly keep a zombie dead was to completely destroy the brain, and with this zombie so close to the only other living person nearby, he couldn't leave it to chance. That being said, his foot did throb slightly in pain. As it turned out, skulls were hard, and curb stomping one into paste hurt. Not only that, but his shoe was now covered in blood, squished brain, and bone fragments. At that moment, Saito decided that, unless he happened to find some heavy, steel-toed boots, he wasn't going to do that again unless he hadn't any other choice. Luckily, his foot wasn't too injured, and he was able to rejoin Louise without so much as a limp. As they pushed open the door, Louise gently called out, "Dr. Pruitt, are you in here?" At first, they didn't hear a sound aside from the creaking of the door as they closed it behind them. Once inside, they quickly scanned the room. In contrast to the rest of the library, the personnel offices seemed remarkably intact. The lights were even still on. Several cubicles lined the west side of the wall, while the right appeared to have served as a makeshift break area, complete with water cooler and a coffee machine. A cup of joe sounded heavenly right about now, and from the look on Louise's face, even she was tempted. Although it had taken her a bit to come around to the taste, Louise had come to decide that coffee was one of Earth's greatest pleasures. But as much as they wanted it, now wasn't the time. And on second thought, they couldn't risk the water in the machine being contaminated anyway. "Dr. Pruitt, it's us. You're safe now," Saito called out again as he and Louise briefly split apart to cover more ground. Taking the opportunity to quickly grab some more handgun ammunition he spotted on a desk. When he again received no response, the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, and he was half ready to call it, and simply leave. But then they heard a loud click as a door was unlocked, and as it creaked open, he saw who he could only imagine was Dr. Pruitt. "Are you sure it's safe?" "I heard gunshots," Dr. Pruitt timidly asked, only barely peeking out behind the slight gap between the door and its frame. Saito quickly nodded and told the clearly terrified woman, "It's safe. We had to kill a zombie outside, but it's dead now. I made sure of it." He pointed to his blood-stained tennis shoe in emphasis as Louise rejoined him. Dr. Pruitt stared at them for a bit longer, then closed the door again. A moment later, they heard more clicks as things were unlocked and objects pushed aside, finally allowing Dr. Pruitt to fully open the door. "Thank the Virgin Mary," Dr. Cecilia Pruitt said as she exited her personal office to join them in the exterior room, allowing Saito and Louise to look at her in full. She was an elderly woman, in her late 60s or early 70s at most. Her bunched-up hair was an aged gray, her pale skin wrinkled and blemished with liver spots. She was wearing an old red and black librarian's dress, and clutched tightly in her right hand was a wooden cane. Behind her, Saito could see a small revolver on her desk, but he paid it no heed. "Dr. Pruitt, my name is Saito." Saito finally introduced himself now that they didn't have to worry about anyone listening in, then pointed towards Louise. "And this is my friend, Louise." Dr. Pruitt smiled at them both. Then her eyes widened slightly in recognition before she chuckled warmly and said, "Wait, I recognize you." "You do?" Louise asked, her voice suddenly on edge, causing Dr. Pruitt to shrink back slightly in fear. No, it's just, I don't see a lot of people with long, bright pink hair, especially ones who came by practically every day. It caught my attention, is all," Pruitt admitted, which calmed Louise slightly. With the tension somewhat lessened, Dr. Pruitt then asked, Is that a problem? That I recognize you?" Louise stared at her for a moment, then sighed and said, "No, it's not. Sorry, it's just, how aware of the situation are you?" "Not much, I'm afraid," Pruitt admitted while shaking her head. "Only that the dead have risen from the grave and the army's getting overwhelmed trying to get everyone out." "Why? Have you encountered anyone working for Umbrella?" Saito asked, and Pruitt nodded. "Yes, actually. There was a squad of mercenaries working for the Umbrella Biohazard Countermeasure Service, helping the army before they got overrun," she answered. "They were rough around the edges, but seemed like good people genuinely trying to help." "Why?" Saito supposed that matched up with what Becca Willett said about the UBCS. Then he frowned and revealed, because Umbrella was responsible for all this. The zombies, the monsters? It's their fault, and some of their mercenaries have been hunting Louise and I across this city ever since it started. They killed my parents trying to get her. Dr. Pruitt's eyes widened, and she muttered, "What? No, that can't. Why would?" "They tracked us down at the mall thanks to our radios and nearly killed Saito," Louise added. "That's why we didn't say our names earlier. They could still be listening, and if they find out where I am, they'll come straight here." Dr. Pruitt's breathing quickened, and she looked to be on the verge of a panic attack. Then she forced herself to breathe in and out slowly, and after a few moments she said, I'm so terribly sorry. Please come inside. We can go over everything in there." Saito and Louise nodded, then followed the elderly woman inside. Closing the door behind them, which they noticed had nearly half a dozen locks bolted onto it in a manner that screamed it was recent and haphazard, the trio sat down at Dr. Pruitt's desk. There, Saito and Louise began to explain everything they had experienced and learned since the start of the zombie apocalypse. The attack in Sato's apartment, them finding Echo 6, and learning about the supposed evac center at the library. They described their disastrous attempted shortcut through the mall, their harrowing encounter with the deranged Dr. Kenner, and their trek through the zoo and sewer. Throughout it all, Dr. Pruitt sat silently, smoking more and more cigarettes in an effort to calm her nerves. When we finally arrived to find the library already overrun last night, we collapsed in the break room downstairs. Louise began to conclude their tale. "We only woke up a few hours ago, and after our clothes were clean, we began exploring and trying to scavenge for any leftover supplies. That's when we came across the liquor, and then you called us after we killed it." Dr. Pruitt was silent as she finished her latest cigarette, and as she snuffed it out in the ashtray, she said, "Mary and Joseph, I can't even begin to imagine what you two have gone through. I'm so sorry." "Don't be," Saito told her, then leaned forward, trying not to cough in the growing cloud of secondhand smoke. "What happened here?" The chief librarian let out a sigh as she pulled out yet another cigarette. After igniting the end with her flip lighter, she let out a puff of smoke before answering, "I was already at work when the outbreak started. At first, none of us knew what was going on. No one did. But by nightfall, the entire city was in chaos. The army and UBCS arrived not long afterwards, ushering people inside while setting up defenses. They were using the roof as an air pad to evacuate people, and they started almost immediately. I lost count of how many people came through, but they were focusing on getting families and children out first, and not everyone was clean. They tried to treat whoever they could. Many just got put down like rabid animals. She took another long drag of her cigarette, then continued. For the first day, we thought we were safe and that we were going to escape. But the zombies just kept coming. There were too many people trying to flee, and the helicopters started taking longer and longer to come back. I don't know exactly how it happened, but last night it all fell apart. The zombies broke through and killed everyone. I'm the only one left. Sato's face fell. Then he gently replied, I'm so sorry. How did you survive? Louise asked, and Dr. Pruitt gestured to the room around her. When everything started falling apart, I locked myself in here, she confirmed. I didn't let anyone else in. I couldn't risk it. His thoughts immediately went towards the dead bodies outside the office, and he couldn't help but frown at the implications. From the corner of his eye, Louise did as well. Based off what Dr. Pruitt had described, she focused solely on protecting herself when everything went to hell, which at the very least resulted in the death of a young family, when she could have opened the door and let them inside to safety. It was an act he could only describe as utter cowardice. But then again, he wasn't in her position. Maybe there truly wasn't any time to let them in, and he had to admit that he'd focus on saving himself and Louise right now over anyone else. Still, the fact that she didn't even claim to try didn't sit right with him. Louise let out a sigh and shook her head, then said, Well then, now that we're on the same page, I suppose we should focus on what to do next. Dr. Pruitt, you told us you had a plan to get out of here? Mind sharing it? Right. Of course, the librarian said, then turned around in her chair and laid her hand atop an old, bulky ham radio set from the 1960s. She began to explain, As I told you both earlier, my grandson gave me this ham radio as a gift. He's very much into it and thought I would enjoy it. It worked at first, and we talked to each other over it a few times. But a few years back, it stopped working and I never got it fixed. And those parts would be? Saito asked as he leaned forward, as did Louise. It just needs some replacement fuses, Dr. Pruitt confirmed. In hindsight, it's embarrassing it took until now to figure that out. Aside from that, the radio is in perfect order, aside from the missing microphone and cords. Replacing some fuses doesn't sound too difficult, Saito admitted, thinking back to when he helped his dad replace fuses in their apartment and family car. Neither of them were, by any means, electricians, but it was a simple enough task in his opinion. He then looked back up at Dr. Pruitt and asked, Do you know where we can find any fuses in the cords? I stored the cords and microphone downstairs in the basement when the radio broke, Dr. Pruitt answered. They should still be there. As for fuses, that's a bit more complicated. Normally, they'd be down there too, but the day this damned outbreak hit, the electricity went out at the greenhouse. The repairman took the box of fuses out there to fix it and never came back. Louise nodded, then said, So, we need to get the cords for the radio downstairs in the basement, and we need to go out to the greenhouse to get the fuses. That doesn't sound too difficult. Is there anything else that we need? Yes, there's one more thing, Dr. Pruitt confirmed. The Army set up a gas generator on the roof to make sure that the radio antenna they set up would remain powered even if the city's power grid failed. That generator ran out of gas hours ago, and without it, the radio is worthless. We wouldn't be able to get a signal, much less get one out ourselves. That was certainly a problem, Saito had to admit. But, at least on the surface, it was a problem easily fixed. Pointing his arm vaguely behind him, he declared, There's a Stagla station not too far from here. We can probably swing over and grab some gasoline for the generator. You mean go outside? Dr. Pruitt fearfully asked, and Saito nodded. We'd have to go outside anyway to get to the greenhouse. The only difference is that one route goes into the forest and the other goes into the city, Louise pointed out. Frankly, I'm not certain which one is worse. But that's not the important question. The important question is which one do we tackle first? Saito hummed as he tapped his chin in thought. On the one hand, getting the cords sounded like the easiest task. All they had to do was go downstairs to the basement, rummage around the rooms, and find the box of cords they needed. Getting that knocked out of the way would mean they wouldn't have to worry about it. But, on the other hand, it might make more sense to try and get the harder objectives done first, either getting the gas or fuses. It certainly helped that the rain had somewhat died down a bit ever since they started talking to Dr. Pruitt, so if they wanted to go outside now might be the time. Then, of course, there was the M3 shotgun he wanted to get out of that Humvee, which Louise might have found a key for. He then nodded to himself and suggested, I think we should knock getting the gas out of the way. You sure? Louise asked while raising an eyebrow. I would have gone after the cords. With the storm outside lightened up a bit for now, we might not get a better chance, if I'm being honest, Saito told her. Besides, we were going out there again anyway to see if that key you found can open the Humvee. Might as well kill two birds with one stone. Louise thought for a moment, her face scrunched in consideration. Then she nodded and replied, That makes sense. All right, so we'll go outside, get the shotgun and gas, then come back and get the cord before heading toward the greenhouse. Sounds like a plan to me, Saito said as he stood up from his seat, Louise right behind him. As they prepared to exit the office, he turned to look at Dr. Pruitt and added, "Doctor, you stay here. We'll let you know when we get what we need." "Fine by me," she replied, then reached into a drawer on her desk and pulled out 2 army radios. Handing them to the teenagers, she added, "Before you go, take these. They're army radios. I know you two are scared of Umbrella tracking you down, and I'd wager that these are more secure than the walkie-talkies you were using earlier." Saito wasn't going to ask how she got them, so instead he gratefully nodded and replaced his old radio with the new one. Changing the channel to what he could only hope was a secure frequency, he and Louise nodded goodbye to the elderly woman who saw them out and closed the door behind them. A moment later, a series of locks sounded as she once again sealed herself inside. Before leaving the relative safety of the office, Saito and Louise made sure to restock their spent magazines with fresh ammunition. It didn't take too long, as they only had to consider their handguns and didn't have to worry about zombies or some other unholy horror trying to eat them. Once they were done, they began making their way out of the library, Louise locking the office door behind them. The last thing they wanted was for a zombie to attack Dr. Pruitt, because they carelessly kept the door unlocked. Sure, she had a revolver to protect herself, but that was no guarantee that she'd actually be safe, nor that she was anything close to a good shot. It was better to keep her out of danger rather than leave the possibility open. Luckily, it appeared that the library was devoid of zombies, at least for the moment. Whether that was because Saito and Louise had killed all the ones inside, or there were others they missed, didn't really matter to them. What did was painstakingly deconstructing the makeshift barricade they had erected to block the front door when they first arrived. Saito knew ahead of time that they'd have to do that if they ever wanted to go back outside and get that M3 shotgun, but he had underestimated just how difficult it would be. He and Louise had to make sure that each piece they pulled out wouldn't cause the entire structure to collapse on top of them like a Jenga tower. At least they didn't have to worry about any immediate danger, so they could focus entirely on the task at hand. Finally, the 2 teenagers managed to clear away the barricade enough so that they could actually get to the door and open it. Once outside, they quickly looked around to see if there were any threats nearby. Thankfully, there didn't seem to be any, so they exited the building and closed the thick double door behind them. "All right, so the gas station is just down the road that way," Saito announced, pointing his arm toward the street right in front of the library. While the rain and darkness made it difficult to see it clearly, not helped at all by the maze of debris, abandoned vehicles, and barricades lining the road, he was able to see the Stagla gas station at the end of it. It appeared that the lights were still on, which would hopefully make it easier to get what they needed. Louise was able to see the gas station too, then asked, "How are we going to get the fuel and bring it here?" That was actually a good question, one that Saito didn't really have an answer for. After thinking for a moment, he suggested, "We can probably try to find a hose of some kind and siphon the gas out of any nearby tanks if we can't get the pumps working. As for getting it here, either we find some fuel canisters or we put it into bottles." He'd rather put the gas into a canister if he had to be honest. Trying to put the gasoline into a plastic milk jug or glass bottle opened up way too many opportunities for something to go wrong. Liquid residue from whatever was inside the container beforehand could contaminate the gasoline, which would inevitably cause the gas-powered generator to break and turn into nothing more than a heavy brick. Not only that, he doubted that a plastic carton would be able to handle having gasoline in it to begin with. The plastic could be eaten away. Saito wasn't entirely certain if that was actually the case, but he didn't want to risk it. Then again, if they couldn't find a gas canister, they'd have to make do with what they could get. If that meant having to gamble that the generator would last long enough with contaminated fuel to do what they needed, they'd have no other choice but to do so. Hopefully it wouldn't come to that. Shaking his head, Saito shifted his attention towards the locked Humvee, then said, "First things first, let's see if that key you found will open it." Louise nodded, then pulled out the key fob, pointed it towards the locked military vehicle, and pressed the unlock button. Saito held his breath as her thumb pressed down, both hoping that it would actually work, allowing them to get to the invaluable treasures held inside, and praying that it wouldn't activate some alarm and attract a horde. Thankfully, instead of an alarm, all they heard was a click as the Humvee unlocked, causing Saito and Louise to release the breaths they were both holding. Walking at a brisk pace, Saito got to the Humvee first and reached for the handle. Actually pulling the thick metal door open took more effort than he would have anticipated. But, then again, most of the cars he'd ever ridden in weren't made to be bulletproof, so he supposed it only made sense that the doors would be heavier. With a grunt of exertion, he opened the door fully and was immediately hit by the stench of decay from the decomposing body inside. It wasn't anything he wasn't used to at this point, so he ignored it as he climbed inside to scour the vehicle for anything of use. The first thing he did was retrieve the Benelli M3 shotgun from the soldier's cold, dead hands. Despite having long since grown numb to the presence of death at this point, he had to admit that prying the shotgun off the body made him feel somewhat uncomfortable, especially since doing so forced him to get fairly close to the man's blown-out head. He tried to ignore it, and eventually was able to remove it from the dead man's hand. Climbing back out of the vehicle, he immediately pulled back the charging handle slightly to check and see if it was loaded, where he immediately saw a single shell in the chamber with another in the tube waiting to take its place. Nodding to himself, Saito clicked on the safety and hoisted the shotgun strap over his shoulder, then climbed back inside to scour for any ammunition. At the same time, he heard Louise open the Humvee's trunk, undoubtedly planning to do the same thing. "Saito, we're in luck," she happily announced as Saito found some ammunition tins filled with boxes of shotgun shells, rifle bullets, pistol rounds, and more. "There's some canisters in here, and a hose." "Anything in them?" Saito asked as he peeked his head out to look at Louise holding up 2 steel canisters, both of them painted a bright red. But Louise sadly shook her head, then answered, "No, they're empty." "Of course it wouldn't be that easy," Saito grumbled. "They must have used the gas already in there to power the generator in the first place." "I was thinking that too," Louise replied as she placed her backpack on the ground and slid one of the canisters into the main pocket. It was a tight fit, but she was able to get it to work. She then walked over to grab Sato's offered backpack and did the same before leaving it next to the Humvee's tire. Climbing out of the Humvee again, this time carrying the ammo tin, Saito placed it on the ground before sifting through the contents. Thankfully, the ammunition wasn't loosely piled into the tins. Instead, they were still neatly organized into ammunition boxes, each one filled to different capacities. It was a wide variety: 12-gauge shotgun shells, 9mm parabellum, and .380 pistol rounds, 5.56 and 7.62 NATO bullets. There were even some flashbangs and fragmentation grenades, all of which they could use. Pulling out a 12-gauge shell, he inserted it into the M3's tube. When he tried to do his second time, though, he met resistance and found that he couldn't. Realizing that the tube had reached full capacity, Saito put the shotgun to the side and tried not to think about what the only spent shell was used for. It wasn't hard to figure that out, though. To keep his mind occupied, he started pulling out the boxes of ammunition and organizing them by type. Keeping the shotgun shells and 9mm parabellum for himself, he slid the boxes of 5.56 NATO and .380 rounds to Louise, where she immediately began opening them to restock her Mini, 14, and Cheetah. He also split the flashbangs and grenades between the both of them. That left the 7.62 NATO, which neither of them had immediate use for. Without a weapon chambered in that caliber, the rounds were dead weight, and if he was being honest, he was already almost filled to capacity. At the same time, though, he couldn't throw them away just in case, as they could be used later, much like Louise when she initially grabbed the .380 bullets, then found her Cheetah afterwards. Nodding to himself, Saito gathered up the 7.62 NATO rounds, then said, "I'm going to put these in the storage chest inside." "Sounds good. I'll wait out here," Louise replied, swapping out her pistol for her rifle, then taking cover at the top of the stairs next to the library door. Moving at a light jog, Saito pushed through the library doors to get back inside, then immediately made his way towards the break room. Once inside, he opened the storage chest, then deposited the unusable rifle rounds inside. He also took the opportunity to deposit his now obsolete Ithaca 37 shotgun. Despite his earlier words, Saito found it somewhat melancholic to actually discard the weapon, which had saved both his and Louise's lives countless times over the past few days. "I guess this is what Louise meant by getting attached," Saito chuckled to himself, then gently placed the empty weapon inside. He then said, "Thanks. Hopefully you'll be able to help someone else like you helped me and Louise." Closing the chest behind him, Saito quickly made his way back outside to Louise. Slipping his backpack over his shoulders, Saito pulled out his newly obtained semi-auto shotgun and held it tightly in his hands. Despite holding twice as many shells, the weapon was actually lighter than his old shotgun. He supposed that was due to the polymer construction rather than using actual wood and steel. Not that he was complaining. Still, now that they got the weapons and supplies they wanted out of the car, it was time to focus on their actual objective. "Come on, let's go," Saito said. Then he and Louise began making their way down the street towards the Stagla gas station. Raccoon City grew darker the further they moved away from the library, the darkness hanging over all of them like a guillotine. The rain and heavy gusts of wind howling through the empty and silent buildings didn't help matters. It created a spooky feeling, one he didn't want to be in longer than he absolutely had to. As they maneuvered around the remains of a crashed helicopter, the pilot's body hanging out of the cockpit window, Saito kept his eyes peeled for any sign of danger. So far, he couldn't see anything, but that could have just been because the street lights were dead. Freeing up his left hand, he pulled out his flashlight and clicked it on, and immediately winced. The street was absolutely covered in signs of battle. Shattered glass, spent bullet casings, and copious amounts of blood. Weren't any bodies, though, and Saito didn't know whether that was a good thing or a bad thing. "I don't like this," Louise whispered, hugging her rifle close. "Yeah, neither do I," Saito agreed. narrowing his eyes suspiciously. Stay close to me and keep your eyes and ears peeled. Louise nodded in agreement. Then they continued moving once more. Using the light of the Stagla station as a lighthouse, the pair of teenagers continued pushing their way forward. The beam from Sato's flashlight cut through the darkness, allowing them to move past anything blocking their way. But Saito kept his attention focused on the alleyway surrounding them, figuring that would be where potential threats would make themselves known. So far, he hadn't seen anything, but that didn't mean he could rest on his laurels and ignore them. He couldn't help but briefly pause, though, when he and Louise passed by a large construction lot. It was really more of a large, deep, multi-layered pit lined with concrete and filled with half-finished rebar columns, scaffolding, and the partially constructed second and third floor platforms, but the meaning was the same. He and Louise had passed by it a few times on their way to the library before everything went to hell, but until now, they never really paid it much attention. It probably helped that inside the pit were still active floodlights, illuminating the whole thing. Inside the pit were piles of steel pipes, excavators, and various bits of construction equipment, as well as the shambling bodies and inert corpses of what used to be the construction crew and anyone unfortunate enough to try and take shelter there. There was even a cement truck, its back end pointed towards the lowermost point. He didn't know what they were building, only that it was probably going to be tall enough to warrant a deep foundation, but he didn't really care about that. What he did care about was making sure the zombies down. They didn't try to come up to them via the metal stairs installed along the edge of the lot. Thankfully, it didn't appear that the zombies noticed them, and so he and Louise ignored them and pressed forward towards the gas station. Saito, I've been thinking. Louise began to whisper as they approached a wire barricade, forcing them to cut through a nearby alleyway to get around it. What about? Saito asked, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end as they entered a more claustrophobic environment. Just that. Well, now that we have somewhat of an escape plan, what do we do when we get out of here? Saito had been thinking about that, too, and immediately answered, well, first things first, we hand over all the evidence we found to the authorities and give them anything they need to rake umbrella over the coals. Testimonies and stuff. They can't be allowed to get away with this. I don't think we need to worry about that, Louise admitted, then more quietly asked, but what about after? Where will we go? That was a more difficult question, and Saito sighed, then admitted, I honestly don't know. Weren't you going to try and find a way back to Terra? I don't know if that's even possible, Louise answered while shaking her head. I'm going to try, but I don't know if I can, and even then, I don't know what's going to be there waiting for me. Saito looked at Louise with sad eyes, recognizing the familial struggles she described going through back home. Before he could say anything, though, she quickly asked, what about your family? Would you be able to live with them? There was a hopeful look on Louise's face, but it fell when Saito sadly shook his head and confirmed, I'm afraid that's not possible. All of my extended family lived in Japan, and they're not around anymore. Not that there were a lot of us to begin with. Louise's eyes widened, having never heard Saito talk about his extended family before. Then she quietly asked, what happened? Well, my dad was an only child, and my mom had an older brother, Saito began to explain. I never knew her parents, though. Not really. Her father died of lung cancer just before I was born, and her mother had an aneurysm a few years later when I was just a toddler. As for my uncle, he would often come around, and it was always so fun seeing him. But he also liked to drink and ask my mom for money. They'd usually argue about it over the phone, and sometimes it got intense. Then, one day, he had a bit too much, went on a drive, and accidentally drove his car right off the side of a cliff. That was 8 years ago. Founder, I'm so sorry. I didn't know, Louise said. What about your father's parents? Saito couldn't help but let out a soft smile as warm memories of his other grandparents came to the forefront. Then he answered, well, Fumio-chan and Kohori-chan. They were great. We'd visit them every year for Christmas in Kobe. They'd always make some anpan, little sweet rolls filled with bean paste, and some purin. During the summers, we'd go out and get mochi ice cream. They loved mochi. They even named their Shiba Inu mochi. Sato's smile then fell as he revealed, but 3 years ago, there was an earthquake in the Hanshin region. It was bad, so bad that the JSDF called my mom back into service just so she could help as a rescue pilot. Kobe was the hardest hit, killed over 6,000 people, more than half in Kobe alone, my grandparents among them. Louise was silent as a tear trailed down Sato's face. Then he wiped it away and revealed, so my parents were all I had left. That and you, I suppose. She continued to remain silent. Then Louise suddenly wrapped Saito in a quick hug. The boy was surprised by this, but returned the affectionate gesture regardless. When she broke away, Louise declared, I'm going to get us out of here, Saito. I promise. Saito looked at her for a moment, then smiled. They both knew there was no guarantee she'd be able to, nor that they'd survive long enough to get to that point. But frankly, it was better to hope for something than to give into despair. He supposed that was why they kept going, in a way. If they stopped and sat down to really think about their situation, about the impossible odds stacked against them, they might not get back up. So instead, they kept moving, desperately reaching out and grabbing any chance to get out of this alive. Before Saito could say or think of anything else, they suddenly heard a bark along with the rushing of feet. His eyes widened, and Saito immediately aimed his flashlight down the alleyway where he saw a pack of zombie dogs sprinting towards them, their jaws slobbering in anticipation of digging into fresh meat. Louise quickly pushed away from Saito and was already aiming her rifle towards the undead canines, but Saito was faster. Raising his shotgun with both hands to his shoulder, Saito pulled the trigger, popping the head of the first canine with buckshot. The second shot only grazed the other, but without needing to pump the semi-automatic, he was able to follow it up quickly with a third to put it down. By this point, Louise had joined in firing her rifle, and together they were able to put down the dogs before they were able to get close. Breathing heavily, Saito looked at his shotgun and counted the number of shells he spent during the latest encounter, seeing 6 laying on the ground at his feet. Taking a few more moments to calm himself down, Saito inserted 6 new shells into the magazine tube, then declared, "Well, glad I grabbed this thing." Louise nodded in agreement. Then together the pair moved further down the alleyway towards the gas station. Thankfully, the rest of their excursion was relatively uneventful. A few zombies and undead dogs had crossed their path, but each were swiftly put down or avoided by the pair before moving on through the alleyway. There were a few times, though, that Saito and Louise had to cut through an abandoned building to continue moving forward, whether due to a locked gate, a wall of debris too large or unstable to safely climb over, or simply too many zombies that they'd prefer to avoid. Whenever they came across any useful supplies, they made sure to grab them. It was mostly a few loose bullets and the odd herb, although Saito did manage to find an intact wooden baseball bat to replace his old, broken one. The body of the person it belonged to had unfortunately been mangled beyond recognition. "We're here," Saito announced as they finally exited the alleyway right beside the Stagla station. Before crossing the street, he and Louise carefully looked around for any sign of danger. For what they could tell, this gas station had seen plenty of action over the past few days. Alongside the piles of trash and loose papers were scores of wrecked and burnt cars that lined the street, forming a small maze of barriers that corralled anything that tried to go through it. Several light poles had been knocked over, with a few broken power lines laying on the ground. They'd have to make sure to avoid those at all costs, particularly since many of the lights in this area were still on. The gas station itself was relatively intact, if clearly looted and having seen better days. But one of the pillars holding up the canopy had been struck by a car. The vehicle itself had completely crumpled, the hood folded around the remains of the pillar, and the driver's broken body was halfway out the shattered windshield. The canopy had a dangerous tilt, and from what Saito could see, the only reason why it hadn't already collapsed was because the car itself was serving as a makeshift brace. One strong hit, and the entire structure would fall in on itself. At the far end of the street, there was a swarm of zombies illuminated from behind by a burning apartment building, but thankfully they were held back by a weighed-down wire fence barricade. A few RPD squad cars and an APC were next to it, and other potential access points. At one point, they might have served as security for the scores of people attempting to flee the undead hordes. But that time had long since passed. Now they only served as a reminder of the losses suffered here, a point emphasized by the few dozen bodies they saw laying scattered on the street, some of whom were being feasted upon by the zombies nearby. "Come on, let's hit the gas and get the hell out of here," Saito said as he clutched his shotgun tightly. "Right." Louise nodded as she did the same with her rifle. Together, she and Saito carefully exited the tight and cramped alleyway for the wide and relatively open street. Careful to keep an eye on the zombies immediately in sight, as well as for any that could be hiding, they moved through the maze of abandoned vehicles towards the gas station. They moved at a brisk pace, wanting to get to their objective as fast as possible. After all, the longer they stayed out in the city, the more likely it would be that they'd either get caught in the storm, which was beginning to pick back up, or they'd get overwhelmed as the horde of zombies roaming through the city came back here. Saito suspected that the only reason why they had such relatively few encounters with the undead during their excursion was because the zombies had already moved through this area in search of live prey. It was certainly a welcome development. Less zombies meant more safety, but they couldn't count on that forever. Luckily, he and Louise managed to get through the maze of cars unscathed. A zombie hiding underneath the car had reached out and grabbed Louise's leg in an effort to bite into her, but the cords they had wrapped around their wrists and ankles prevented any serious damage. Louise had promptly shot the abomination in the back of the head with her cheetah, popping it like a balloon and ending the threat. But that unfortunately caught the attention of the other zombies nearby, who dropped what they were doing and began making their way towards them. Bracing her rifle against her shoulder, Louise began putting them down as best she could. But without a scope and at this range, Most of her bullets unfortunately missed her intended target, either hitting their chests instead of their heads, or simply not hitting them at all. Once they got too close, Saito promptly put them down with a shotgun. I really need to get a scope for this thing, Louise muttered as she swapped her spent magazine for a fresh one. Hopefully we'll find one, Saito replied as he inserted shells into his shotgun's magazine tube. With the coast clear for now, Saito and Louise stowed their long arms behind their backs and made their way towards the gasoline pumps. Most of them sported signs of damage, ranging from bullet holes and torn hoses to some being completely knocked over. For obvious reasons, those were unusable for their purposes. Thankfully, one was still intact, so the pair focused on it. But as they kneeled beside the pump and took out their gas canisters and hose, a new problem suddenly revealed itself. Saito, do you know how to work this thing? Louise asked. Of course, we just gotta... Saito paused, then thought over their current situation before cursing. Damn it. So you don't know how to use it? No, Ido. The problem is that we can't just take the gas straight from the pump, Saito replied, then pointed towards it, where they saw several buttons that displayed the type of gasoline on sale, as well as slots to insert dollar bills or credit card for payment. The Umbrella Corporation's logo was proudly displayed on the top right corner, but the pair ignored that. In order for that pump to turn on and let you get the gas, you have to pay for it first, either by paying at the pump or at the cash register. Normally right now, no one would give a shit about paying for gas when the world's ending. But these machines are designed that way, and I don't know how to work the cash register and turn on in there. Louise frowned and looked more closely at the gas pump before saying, I see. So, we need to somehow pay for the gas before we can get it. Yeah, it's complete bullshit, Saito muttered while shaking his head before standing up. Luckily, this one accepts dollar bills. So, if we look around, we might be able to find some money and slide it in. Actually, Louise suddenly interrupted as her eyes widened and she frantically began looking through her backpack. We are in luck. A moment later, Louise fished out the wallet she had recovered back in the library, and from it revealed a single $100 bill that she proudly waved in front of them. I kept this because I thought we might need it to start a fire or something, she explained to her friend. This should work, right? Saito stared at her for a moment, then chuckled and said, You know what? I'll take it. For a minute there, I was worried we were going to have to kill nearby zombies and go through their pockets for loose change. Gods, killing zombies to get money and treasure for things we need. Could you imagine? Louise added, and despite themselves, they couldn't help but laugh. Once their laughter died down, she then adopted a more serious expression and looked closely at the pump before asking, Do we know what type of fuel the generator needs? I'm seeing several on sale. Saito mumbled under his breath in thought, then admitted, I don't know. Let me ask. Pulling out the army radio that Dr. Pruitt had given them, Saito pressed the call button and spoke into the transceiver. Dr. Pruitt, do you know what kind of gasoline the generator needs? They didn't get a response at first, but a moment later the elderly librarian's voice came through as she answered, I'm not exactly sure, but I think the soldiers mentioned diesel. Saito supposed that made sense. A lot of generators were powered by diesel engines, particularly in the army. Since the generator was set up by the army, that added further credence to the claim. Nodding to himself, he looked at the pump again and saw that it thankfully did have a diesel pump. Thanks. We're getting the diesel now, Saito said, then shut off the radio and pocketed it. Even if the signal was more secure than the walkie-talkies they were using earlier, he'd rather not stay on a relatively open channel as much as possible in case Umbrella just so happened to be listening in. Taking the crumpled $100 bill from Louise, Saito moved towards the slot and started trying to straighten it out and unfolding the corners. He then said, Check inside the store. There might be some food and supplies we can use. See if you can't find any glass bottles as well. We might be able to make some Molotovs with the extra fuel. Got it, Louise replied, pulling out her cheetah before making her way inside the gas station. As she went through the broken doors, she heard Saito grumble in frustration as the pump rejected the dollar bill. She couldn't help but chuckle at the familiar scene, her thoughts drifting back to a happier time when she witnessed Saito and others deal with the exact same issue over and over again at various vending machines in the mall. Of course, back then the only thing at stake was whether they'd get a soda can or a bag of chips, but it was somewhat comforting that even after all this death, decay, and destruction, there was still at least a semblance of the life she had come to enjoy here. Although the exterior of the gas station was illuminated, the interior was a different story. Only a single overhead light was flickering on and off near the refrigerated section. The rest were completely destroyed, with a few fluorescent tubes hanging down from the ceiling and only barely held up by loose wires. Trails of blood stained the tile floor, with one ending at a half-eaten body slumped over by a now empty shelf. Louise decided to stay clear of it just in case the body wasn't actually dead and began moving through the aisles, trying to see if there was anything left they could scavenge. They had enough water back at the library, but more was always welcome, as was food. Unfortunately, all she was able to find were a few cans of wet dog food. Eating that certainly didn't sound appetizing at all. but she reluctantly stowed the cans into her backpack anyway, what would have been an unspeakable indignity to even contemplate before this barely even registering to her now. In this environment, beggars couldn't be choosers, and eating literal dog food was better than no food at all. It would have to be a last resort, though. For what she understood, dog food wasn't meant to be consumed by humans. Hence the name. With the aisles picked clean, she began combing the refrigerated section for anything of use. She was able to find a few glass bottles of beer, which she promptly popped open with some effort and a bottle opener from a nearby shelf before dumping the contents on the floor. While she was no stranger to drinking alcohol, mostly wine, getting drunk was absolutely not an option right now, and they needed the bottles to make the firebombs. Once she gathered enough, she bundled them up in her arms before making her way back out to Saito, careful not to drop them. As she approached, she saw that Saito had finally gotten the pump to accept the money and was already filling the gas canister. "Saito, I found these," she told him as she carefully placed the bottles on the ground. "Perfect," Saito replied as he switched the hose to the other canister. "Let me fill this one up first. See if you can't find some cloth to stuff down the bottlenecks." Louise nodded, figuring that shouldn't be too difficult, although ripping out strips of a t-shirt from a zombie was more than a little macabre. But she persevered, making sure the zombie was dead with a few chops of her hatchet before using the blade to carefully cut out the strips she needed. Once she was done gathering the cloth, she made her way back over to Saito and patiently waited for him to finish filling up the second canister. She put the first filled one into her backpack and lifted it onto her shoulders to test the weight, and immediately grimaced. It was far more than she was used to, but luckily all she had to do was ferry it to the library. Once there, it was just a short flight of stairs, and then they'd be done with it. Once Saito was finished filling up the second canister, he placed it into his backpack as well before moving onto the bottles. Actually getting the fuel proved to be more difficult than the canisters thanks to the small neck, but luckily they were able to use the hose Louise had found in the Humvee to make it easier. All they had to do was attach one end to the fuel pump and cram the other into the glass bottle. It was a tight fit, and some of the diesel spilled out onto the concrete, but they made it work. "All right, I think we're done," Saito declared as he finished up filling the last of the glass bottles. Placing the fuel pump back into the slot, he and Louise stuffed the pieces of cloth into the openings and tied them to keep the firebombs sealed before placing them in side pockets of their backpacks. "Good. Let's get," Louise began, only to be interrupted by a loud metallic crash coming from a nearby alleyway, as though a trash can had been knocked over. The pair immediately shot their attention towards the noise, aiming their long guns towards the opening. Her heart rate began to quicken, and the hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. She and Saito began to spread out, covering the alleyway opening from different angles and making sure not to catch each other in their line of fire. Soon, she was able to hear frantic footsteps. Something was running towards them, but she had no idea what. Could be more dogs or a new type of zombie they hadn't run into before. It wasn't long before a humanoid silhouette came into view, running as fast as it could towards the light. Louise was about to shout a warning when the figure finally exited the alley, where she saw that it was a man wearing a blood-stained army BDU. Wrapped around his chest was a bandolier holding various 40mm grenades, and in his hands was a standalone M203 grenade launcher. His head was completely turned around, the soldier focused entirely on what was behind him, as though he was running from something and didn't care about what was in front of him. It was only when he entered the light that he finally saw the two teenagers, and she was stricken by the utter terror on his face. But he quickly tripped and fell hard onto the ground, allowing more of his injuries to be seen. "Oh my God," Saito mumbled before immediately sprinting towards the fallen soldier. Looking around, he glanced towards the gas station before lifting the man up by his shoulders. "Louise, cover me," Saito ordered as he started dragging the man to safety into the gas station. Louise stood in front, her rifle raised, and aimed towards the alleyway as she covered them. Once they were inside, they placed the man in a back room, seating him on a chair before grabbing some first aid spray. "Hold still," Saito gently said as he started administering first aid, with Louise crumpling up some herbs to feed him. But the soldier, whose name tag read Jenkins, tried waving them off before mumbling, "You kids need to run. It's not safe. Don't waste your energy. Here, eat this," Louise rebuked while trying to hand him a bottle of water and the herbs. Jenkins looked at them for a moment as Saito opened up the man's shirt, grimacing at the massive bruises and cuts on his torso. Louise blanched as well, not sure if the herbs and first aid spray would be enough, but forced the weak man to ingest the herbs and water anyway. As the man chewed and swallowed, she saw that some of the less severe injuries immediately began to seal shut and fade away. But the deeper wounds remained. Greedily downing the water bottle, Jenkins wiped the excess away from his lips before saying, Thank you. "It's okay," Saito said, kneeling in front of the terrified man. "What happened? What were you running from?" "Zombies." The soldier, breathing heavily and clutching his grenade launcher like a lifeline, looked around as though something could come out of nowhere before answering. I don't fucking know. My squad and we were escorting civilians to the evac center. We were putting down those zombies left and right, then that thing showed up. Thing, Louise repeated before briefly glancing at Saito. What thing? Still breathing heavily and on the cusp of a panic attack, Jenkins continued. Command called a tyrant. It was this big, hulking monstrosity that just came out of nowhere. We threw everything we had at it. Bullets, grenades. Sarge even tried ramming it with the Humvee, and it just walked it off. All we did was slow it down. Jenkins was hyperventilating now, declaring, I heard it kill the others. I had to run, but it started coming after me. It's still after me, I know it. We have to get out of here. Calm down, Saito tried to tell the man, but he wasn't listening. Jenkins was now completely gripped by utter panic, unable to process anything other than the terror he'd been running from. Despite having not seen this tyrant in person, Louise couldn't help but feel the fear as well. The last group of American soldiers she came across were Echo 6, and judging by the uniform, this man appeared to be part of the same special ops unit that they were. If a single creature was able to wipe out an entire squad of soldiers while shrugging off that much firepower, then just what in hell was it? It couldn't be a normal zombie. The only thing she could think of was that it was a bow of some kind, but that could mean anything. Part of her also remembered what January Van Sant told them back at Dr. Kenner's lab, about how the T-virus stood for the tyrant virus. Were the two related? Before she could ask any questions, though, they suddenly began to hear heavy footsteps approaching them from outside. Everyone fell quiet, including Jenkins, who muttered, "Oh God, it's here. I brought it right to you. I should go. I'll leave it away and dash." He stood up from a chair and backed himself against the opposite wall from where the sounds were coming from, his body tensed and ready to bolt. But right before he could, a massive, thick arm suddenly shot straight through the concrete next to him, grabbing Jenkins' head and pinning it against the wall. The poor man screamed in terror and agony, clawing at the arm in a desperate attempt to free himself, while Saito and Louise could only step back in shock, uselessly aiming their handguns towards the arm. Soon they started to hear the cracking of bone as Jenkins' screams grew louder and more agonizing. Then the back of his skull completely caved in. The soldier's body went still, and the arm dropped his corpse like a sack of potatoes before retracting. The two teenagers stared at the hole, their hearts racing. Then Saito muttered, "Run." Without wasting a second, the pair turned around and sprinted as fast as they could out of the gas station. As they did, they heard footsteps coming around the building, and as they exited the broken doors, they finally saw what could only be the tyrant rounding the corner. At first glance, it looked like a man wearing a thick, oily black coat and fedora. But underneath the light, and upon closer inspection, they could see the uncanny differences. The tyrant was over 8 feet tall, its entire frame covered by a matching coat, gloves, and boots. Only the face was exposed, revealing pale eyes that bore down on them, as well as a warped face that looked as though it had been crudely molded out of gray clay to vaguely resemble a man's features. There wasn't a single emotion or thought behind its eyes, but as it locked in on Saito and Louise, they immediately knew it had chosen them as its next target. The two teenagers immediately opened fire, aiming their handguns towards its exposed face. At this range, most of their bullets hit their target in the abnormally large chest, but the coat, which sported extensive damage from its earlier fight against the U.S. Special Forces unit, easily protected the monster from the small-caliber rounds. A few managed to hit it in the face, but although they broke through the skin, they didn't get far, and after a few steps they were shaken out of the pockmarks. "Pistols don't work," Saito shouted as he swapped over to his shotgun and began unloading shell after shell towards the abomination's head. Louise did the same with her rifle, trying to hit the only exposed bit of flesh that they could see. But while the long guns were visibly doing more damage, with Saito even managing to knock off the fedora, all that did was cause the tyrant to increase its pace, as though the loss of its hat actually angered it. Saito was only barely able to dodge a heavy punch from the tyrant, which completely broke through the exterior wall of the gas station. But before Saito could get away, the tyrant turned around faster than he expected, and it promptly grabbed him by his face and lifted him up. Realizing what it was about to do, Saito did the only thing he could think of and pulled out his knife as fast as he could before stabbing it into its arm. That seemed to have worked, as he apparently nicked a tendon, and the tyrant promptly dropped him, and Saito grunted slightly in pain as he fell on the ground before scrambling away backwards as fast as he. The tyrant, meanwhile, simply ripped the K-bar out of its arm and tossed it aside before flexing its fingers, seemingly none the worse for wear. Louise was on him immediately, helping her friend back up while reloading her rifle and continuing to fire at the monster which was approaching them once again. Getting onto his knees, Saito leveled his shotgun, which he had miraculously managed to keep a hold of, and emptied the rest of the tube. But the combined fire did nothing, and the tyrant simply walked right towards them as though they weren't doing anything at all. Her heart racing, Louise pulled out a flashbang, pulled the pin, and shouted, "Cover your ears!" She tossed the flash grenade and looked away. It landed at the tyrant's feet, and a moment later it exploded into blinding light and deafening sound. The two teenagers had managed to protect themselves just in time, but the tyrant wasn't so lucky. It was now stumbling about aimlessly, swinging its arms in a desperate attempt to lash out at whatever disoriented it. "That's not going to work for long. Run," Saito declared as Louise helped him up onto his feet. His prediction proved accurate as the tyrant stopped stumbling and stood up straight. Turning around towards the two teenagers running for their lives, it grabbed a nearby car and hoisted it overhead. It then threw the heavy vehicle towards the pair, who managed to dive away before it could hit them. The car landed and rolled across the street, barreling right through the barricade, leading towards the library like a bowling ball through pins. "Holy shit," Saito cursed as he saw the awesome display of strength. But he couldn't gawk for long as the tyrant was already coming towards them. Pulling out one of the Molotovs they just made, Louise ignited it with a flip lighter and tossed the bottle towards it. The glass shattered against the chest and completely covered it from head to toe in diesel, which was promptly ignited by the burning cloth. Despite being set aflame, the tyrant continued moving towards them, not caring in the slightest as its skin literally started to melt. "How do you kill this thing?" Louise screamed in terror, swapping to her pistol in lieu of reloading her rifle. "I don't know, just keep shooting," Saito shouted back as he desperately fired his Glock as well. But the bullets were doing nothing, and soon the flames were snuffed out as they ran out of fuel to burn. The teens were forced to scatter as the tyrant once again got too close, and as Louise reloaded her handgun and continued to fire, she realized that this was never going to work. They simply didn't have the firepower to put the damn thing down. It seemed as though Saito knew that as well. If they wanted to live, they had to escape, but that posed another problem. Jenkins had clearly been running from this thing for a long time, and it just kept pursuing him relentlessly. Simply turning around and running for their lives wouldn't actually guarantee they'd lose it. If anything, they might accidentally lead it towards the library. They had to trap it, or at the very least slow it down, but how? Louise's thoughts then drifted back towards the gas station, with its thick metal and concrete canopy that must have weighed several tons, which was listing even more dangerously now than it had been when they first arrived. Her eyes widened as an idea began to take shape, particularly when she remembered the weapon that Jenkins had on hand. "Saito, lead him back under the canopy. I have an idea," Louise ordered as she sprinted back towards the gas station. "What?" Saito shouted back, confused as to where Louise was going. "Just trust me," she replied, leaping over the shattered remains of the front door and running towards the back room. She nearly slipped along the blood and even slammed against the glass refrigerator doors, shattering it and covering her shoulder in glass that slightly cut her arm, but she ignored it and managed to keep her footing. Racing into the back room, she immediately grabbed the M203 and the bandolier wrapped around Jenkins' chest. The weapon itself was lighter than she expected, consisting of the grenade launcher tube connected via rail to a heat-shielded barrel, a pistol grip, and a collapsible stock. On top of the heat shield were adjustable sights to help aim the weapon, and on the bottom was a small latch that kept the actual grenade launcher tube closed. Pressing it in, she was able to slide the tube forward, then angle the weapon upward, causing the spent grenade casing already inside to slide out and fall onto the ground. Hearing the sound of frantic gunfire outside as Saito led the tyrant back to the gas station, Louise pulled out one of the grenades from the pilfered bandolier. It was marked by a red rim along the bottom edge of the grenade shell, and etched onto the side were the words 40mm heat, direct impact. There was also the Umbrella Corporation's logo on it, which added more than a little irony to their current situation, but she ignored it. Running back outside with the grenade launcher in hand and the bandolier dangling from around her neck, Louise shouted towards Saito, "Get that thing to the middle. Why tell you to? Stun it with a flashbang." "What are you going to do?" Saito yelled in response, although he was following Louise's orders regardless, as she was the only one who had a semblance of a plan, even if he didn't understand it. "I'm going to collapse the building on him," Louise declared, running past her friend, then taking position a short distance opposite the broken support beam. She aimed her grenade launcher towards the tyrant as Saito, now fully understanding and on board, did as instructed. Pulling out a flashbang, he used himself as bait to lure the tyrant towards the center of the gas station directly underneath the canopy. Once they were in a good enough position, he pulled the pin on the grenade and lightly tossed it at the tyrant's feet before running away as fast as he could towards Louise. The grenade exploded, and as before the tyrant began stumbling aimlessly. Once Saito was far enough away, Louise carefully aimed the unfamiliar weapon at the briefly stationary target and fired a grenade towards the tyrant, managing to hit it in the chest. The high explosive detonated on impact, briefly sending up a small fireball and smoke cloud that obscured the tyrant. Like Jenkins had told them, even this wasn't enough to seriously injure it, but it at least forced the tyrant onto a knee. Reloading her M203 with another heat grenade as the juggernaut seemed to catch its breath, Louise aimed towards the broken pillar's base before firing again. The grenade exploded, shoving the crash car away and causing the weakened pillar to buckle in on itself. Without this crucial support, the entire canopy completely collapsed, burying the tyrant under a mountain of steel and concrete. "Ah, yes," Saito shouted in celebration, unable to prevent himself from throwing up his fist victoriously. "Louise, you're a fucking genius." Louise smiled as well, but then she saw the mound begin to shake and tremble. Realizing that it would have been too easy for that to have killed the tyrant, Louise told Saito, "Come on, let's get out of here." With that, the two teenagers turned tail and sprinted back towards the library, using the broken gap in the barricade that the tyrant had made as a shortcut. They refused to look back as the tyrant continued to struggle, the monster slowly but surely recovering its strength. It may take some time to break free of its impromptu prison, but it eventually would. When it did, it would continue its directive, programmed into it by its masters: protect Umbrella assets, ensure no witnesses, hunt down survivors. Despite not being programmed to feel emotion, deep down a part of the tyrant couldn't help but feel a slight twinge of anticipation at the thought of the retribution it would soon deliver upon its current targets. Chapter 23: Shadows of the Damned. Tristane Academy of Magic, Kingdom of Tristane. Doing the laundry was always a calming experience, in Siesta's opinion. Sure, it was laborious work that took hours to do correctly, with a single mistake risking the possibility of having to completely start over or, worse, ruin what she was trying to wash. Whites couldn't go with coloreds, silks, and satins needed to be handled with special care, and food stains seemed to never want to come off. And yet, despite how much time and effort it took to do the laundry, she enjoyed it all the same. The sensation of moving her hands through soapy water, scrubbing the fabrics against the washboard, and seeing her efforts bear fruit as they hung on clotheslines to dry. It was wonderful. Only the aroma of freshly baked bread and cooked food rivaled it, in her opinion. More than that, it allowed Siesta a moment of privacy, something that was increasingly hard to come by. She had only been working at the Tristane Academy of Magic for just over half a year now. Going from Tarb, a simple farming village most famous for their wine, to the most prestigious institution of magical learning had been a colossal change in pace for the young farm girl. She would be lying if she said that she hadn't been scared. Every girl her age had heard horror stories of commoners being exploited by nobles. Tarb Lord was fairly hands-off, content with merely collecting taxes, but otherwise leaving the villagers to their own devices. It was a mutually beneficial relationship, but working as a maid within the academy would put her in direct contact with hundreds of nobles, many of whom would be her age. Still, despite her misgivings, her family was big, and the harvest in the past few years hadn't been as good as it should have been. That meant her family was strapped for cash, which was what brought her to the academy in the first place. Being a maid here would pay her more in a few months than she could have earned in an entire year back home. At the time, she didn't think she would actually get the job, but apparently her ability to read and write put her head and shoulders above the other applicants. Given Osmond's reputation, she also strongly suspected her physical appearance played no small part in it as well. Either way, she gladly accepted the position and moved into the academy's on-site commoner housing, where she had to share a cramped room with several other maids. The living arrangements weren't that bad, and while her bunk bed was small, at least she didn't have to share it with her younger siblings. Since then, her slow farming life had been replaced with a hectic, near-constant workflow. Every day, she had to tend to the noble students, clean the floors of the classrooms and hallways, dust the tables and ornaments, and more. It was backbreaking work, and in the beginning she would practically collapse on her bed, unable to move before having to restart the cycle all over again the next day. Thankfully, she had gotten used to it fairly quickly, and by now she was able to get through the day with no problems at all. In addition, her and her family's fears thankfully turned out to be mostly overblown. Sure, there were some problems. A few of the male students made no secret of their attraction to her, with some of them even so bold as to try and court her. That earned the ire and jealousy of many female students, who tried to increase her workload as an act of petty revenge. Every so often, she'd even see the headmaster's familiar, a small mouse, scurrying around the female servants' quarters, often as it was being chased away with a broom. But it never went beyond that, and Siesta felt quite safe. At least until a month ago, when Lady Valier disappeared. That was when everything changed. An air of fear and anxiety descended over the academy grounds that day, and it refused to leave. Every day, it seemed to get worse and worse. When the Valier family arrived, the Duke and Duchess interrogated every single person even remotely connected to Louise's disappearance. including herself, who had merely been an attendant to the summoning ceremony. She had never been more scared in her entire life as the cold, calculating eyes of Duchess Valier stared her down. Apparently, many of the students had it worse, particularly the ones who delighted in bullying the poor girl. Then the Pope himself came to the academy, and what had previously just been the case of a missing noble girl turned into an international affair overnight. Preparing for the Pope's arrival had been the hardest days of her life, as she and every other servant worked tirelessly to ensure that the academy was in a state of absolute perfection. Pope Vittorio deserved nothing less, and they'd had to maintain that perfection in the days since on top of their regular duties. Siesta felt more exhausted now than she had in months, but she had hoped that, once the rescue mission was launched, wherever it went, her life would go back to normal. But, as with all other things this past month, things didn't go to plan. As Siesta finished washing the rest of the laundry, she hung the last batch on a clothesline before drying off her hands and arms with a rag. Taking in a deep breath, Siesta made her way back into the academy, her eyes briefly focusing on the small flotilla of airships hanging overhead. There was the Romalian fleet that escorted Pope Vittorio to the academy, joined by a small contingent of the Trestanian Navy to further ensure His Holiness' security. If something were to happen to him, all of Tristane would suffer the consequences, so they had to preclude any such possibility. But within the past few hours, they had been joined by a new contingent from the Kingdom of Gallia, apparently escorting Princess Isabella Martel de Gallia herself. She and the other servants had certainly prepared for her arrival, but nowhere near to the level of detail that Pope Vittorio and Princess Henrietta enjoyed. Siesta suspected that was intentional, especially if the rumors of Tabitha's and Kerchie's convenient disappearance at the start of the rescue mission were accurate. The presence of the Zerbst family and their bodyguards at the academy certainly seemed to give weight to said rumors. Walking through the courtyard towards the servant quarters, Siesta made sure to put plenty of space between herself and the assembled party's entourages. It was something that the other servants and students were doing as well, and it wasn't hard to see why. I should have known that one of you Germanian dogs would be involved in this. One of the Valier soldiers snarled into the face of a man wearing the Zerbst colors, who bared his teeth in response. Just like a Valier, blaming a Zerbst for all your problems, the Germanian man shot back as he slammed his chest into his opponents in a display of power. The Valier soldier stumbled back, then shoved the Germanian in retaliation. Before the two could come to blows, a Romalian soldier stepped in between them, forcing the men apart with his arms spread wide. "Gentlemen, please, calm yourselves now. This is unbecoming," he ordered as more men from both sides of the Tristanian-Germanian border descended onto the group, forcing more of the Pope's men to step between them. Such clashes between the Zerbst and Valier forces had grown more and more frequent the longer they were in close proximity to each other. Apparently, both families had been feuding for generations, and given how they bordered each other, they would immediately be on the front lines whenever a war broke out between Tristane and Germania. That left a lot of mutual animosity between the two families and the lords who pledged fealty to them. Siesta suspected that, if it weren't for the presence of the Pope's men, an all-out brawl might have broken out by now, especially with the rumors of what Kerchie von Zerbst had supposedly done. What Siesta didn't quite understand was why Princess Isabella was here. While Tabitha had disappeared from the academy grounds around the same time as Kerchie did and the rescue party set out, and she was Gallian, how that concerned the Gallian royal family was beyond her. She had heard that she was apparently a Chevalier Knight, but that was preposterous. Tabitha was her age. Magic or no magic, a girl that young taking on knightly duties was unheard of. Then again, during the past few months, there had been times when Tabitha had to leave the academy for a few days before returning like nothing had happened. So maybe there was truth to the rumors. Siesta didn't quite know for certain, but the one time she did see the princess in person, back when she and her escort first arrived, she could tell that the Valiers, Pope Vittorio, and Princess Henrietta were not pleased in the slightest. That icy reception, combined with the fact that all the parties had been practically sequestered in the headmaster's office ever since, told Siesta one thing. That Louise's disappearance had turned from a missing noblewoman to an international incident, something that was not good for anyone. It was a feeling that she suspected everyone else in the academy shared, and as she passed by a pair of young freshman girls, she overheard their whispered conversation. "What do you think is going to happen?" One of them asked as she hunched herself over a table, instinctively trying to make herself as small as possible. Despite their worry, Siesta found it somewhat ironic that they didn't even seem to notice Siesta's presence, as per usual. "I don't know," the other girl replied as she hugged her arms around herself. "Everything seems to be getting worse and worse. First the Pope, now the Germanians and Gallians. What's next, Albion? Elves?" The first girl shook her head as she brought her knees up to her chest, then admitted, "I'm scared, Katie." "So am I, Susie. So am I." That was the last thing Siesta heard as she went out of earshot, and she couldn't help but notice her pace had noticeably quickened. The girl's conversation must have spooked her more than she thought. But rather than slow down, she kept it up. The increased pace seemed to soothe her mind. Somehow, passing by another pair of students, these ones male second years, she heard one of them complain, "I can't believe all of this is because of Louise." "I know, right? It's insane," the other agreed. "Like, I don't get it. The girl was called Louise the Zero for a reason. Her family showing up, I can get. If only for appearance's sake, at least," the first callously suggested, to which the second nodded in agreement. Same with Princess Henrietta. We all know how close the Valier and royal families are. Even the Zerbs coming here makes sense. Everyone knows those two families hate each other's guts, and it wouldn't be hard to blame Louise running away on them. Yeah, summoning spell gone wrong. But the Zero ran away, and that's it. The second then nervously glanced around before whispering, "But the Pope showing up, and now the Princess of Gallia? Just one of the founders' name is going on." "No idea." The first chuckled, then joked. "You'd think Louise is the second coming of Bremir by how everyone's acting." Rather than laugh at his attempt at humor, the second boy lightly punched him in the shoulder while harshly whispering, "Hey, don't even joke about that. Especially when the Pope himself is here. Do you want to get snatched up by the Inquisition?" That warning seemed to knock some sense into the young man, and his eyes widened as he realized what he had suggested. It was borderline heretical, something that would not be tolerated even under the best of circumstances. With the sense knocked into him, at least for now, the two boys scurried off, neither even noticing Siesta, as she simply kept walking. Entering the servants' quarters, Siesta navigated the tight corridors of bunk beds and personal chests to her own. Nervously glancing around to make sure she was alone, she knelt beside her chest and opened it. On the top was a spare uniform, neatly folded and ready for the next day's work as the first was cleaned and dried. Underneath, it was her casual attire, something she could wear whenever she had a day off, which wouldn't happen for a while even if all of this hadn't happened, as well as her sleeping wear. Pulling her clothes out of her chest and softly putting them to the side, making sure not to add any wrinkles, Siesta started going through her personal items. A small, leather-bound diary that she wrote in every night before going to bed, a quill and inkwell to use with it, along with a small assortment of makeup that she had saved up for. It was nothing compared to what many of the female students and faculty had, but it worked for her. But she wasn't going for her makeup. Her objective was the bottommost layer of her trunk, a small box that nearly matched the chest lengthwise. Pulling it out, Siesta took a deep breath as she tried to calm herself. When she had left her family's farm in Tar to begin working for the academy, her family had done more than warn her of the potential dangers. They had given her the means to defend herself should she need it. Over the past few generations, Tarb had become known for two things across the kingdom of Tristane: its wine, considered some of the best in the entire continent, and its unique style of swordsmithing. Opening the small, thin chest, Siesta looked upon the weapon still held in its sheath. Pulling it out, she briefly thought over the history of it, how the style came from her great-great-grandfather's homeland. The local blacksmiths at the time had been intrigued by the weapon, and although he didn't know the details of how it was forged, in time they were able to make copies of it, including the one she held in her hands now. Unlike most contemporary swords, the blade was long, slightly curved and thin, with only a single razor-sharp edge. The hilt was made of lacquered wood, wrapped with leather with a round guard separating it from the blade and no pommel at the end. Over the years, similar swords have been commissioned by curious nobles who mounted them on their walls, but otherwise paid them no heed. For Siesta, though, this weapon was given to her for an express purpose: to defend herself should the need ever arise. Her family had warned her not to pull it out unless absolutely necessary, and she intended to honor that demand. Yet, as she partially pulled the weapon from its sheath to inspect the polished metal, she feared that if the situation in the academy continued to deteriorate, she just might have to. With her inspection complete, Siesta put the weapon back into its box, followed by layering the rest of her personal items on top of it. Then, closing the trunk and locking it with a small, iron key she kept on her person at all times, she made her way back outside, praying to the gods that her worst fears wouldn't come to pass. Tilda. September 28th, 1998, 9 p.m. Raccoon City, Arkley County, United States of America. From atop Sylphid's back, Tabitha attempted to shield her eyes from the torrential rain coming down on them. It was hard to see a few feet in front of her, much less spot any zombies or clear paths for them to take. The only sources of light were the pale beams of the rescue party's scavenged flashlights, along with the occasional crack of lightning. "Duchess Valier, we must seek shelter," Baron Valui shouted over the wind towards the woman in question, who was leading from the front. Karen didn't appear to have heard him, so he shouted again. "Karen, this storm will be the death of us. We will not stop until we reach the library." Karen shouted back, much as she had when someone first suggested they take shelter when the storm started rolling in. Doing so when it was just a trickle would have been the smart thing, in Tabitha's mind. They would have had more time and more options to find a proper shelter. But after their brush with the Umbrella Corporation, she feared that Duchess Valier had gone into tunnel vision, a dangerous state of mind for anyone, especially a commander. Karen would reach her daughter, or die trying, something that was increasingly likely the longer they stayed outside. A particularly strong gust of wind stopped the party in their tracks and forced Tabitha and Sylphid to the ground in order to not be blown away. Taking advantage of the momentary pause, Viscount Ward called out, "Karen, he's right. We need to find shelter now, before it gets any worse." He reached out to grab her arm, but Karen angrily swatted it away before replying, "My daughter, your fiancée, is out in this city by herself, completely defenseless. We cannot let a storm delay us any longer than we already have. Even if that means we die from exposure," Wards retorted, yelling as loud as he could despite being so close to their commander in order to be heard over the storm. "Face it, Karen. We are exhausted, running ragged for hours on end with no rest. None of us will be any good to Louise if we are dead by the time we get to her. And if we keep going through this storm, that is what's going to happen." Karen looked like she wanted to argue, and Agnes looked ready to jump in on Ward's side, only for a sudden crack of lightning to make them all flinch, particularly as a nearby tree splintered and fell over. As though the gods themselves were sending a message, the wind picked up even more, sending loose leaves and debris flying through the air and their clothes flapping erratically. Only then did Karen finally seem to come back to reality, as much as she clearly didn't want to, and so she reluctantly nodded before turning to her. "Tabitha, go," she simply ordered, and Tabitha immediately nodded before she and Sylphid flew off as best they could. With how heavy the rain was falling, Tabitha didn't expect to find much. She could barely remember where, exactly, in the city they were. Thinking back to their map of the city, she knew they were somewhere in Raven's Gate. It felt like they had been turned around several times between the zombies, block streets, and the storm itself. But, despite the challenges, she and her familiar persevered, knowing they had no other option. She didn't know how long the pair searched for shelter, but eventually something caught her attention. Like a lighthouse near the shore, she spotted what appeared to be a large manor surrounded by an iron fence, the power still on and the lights shining from inside. Part of her wondered if she could search for something closer, but with Sylphid's size that posed a problem. The mansion would certainly be big enough to hold her dragon for a few hours as they rested and dried off. Not only that, the fence offered at least some protection from the zombies roaming outside, and there may even be food and supplies inside that they could scavenge. Realizing that was their best bet, she and Sylphid flew back to the rescue party and revealed, "There's a mansion half a mile to the east of us. It's all we have now." Nodding in acceptance, Karen ordered, "Let's move." With Tabitha and Sylphid taking the lead, the rescue party moved down a narrow alley towards their destination. In spite of the storm, there were still a few zombies roaming around, none of them caring about the elements battering into their rotten bodies. The commoner soldiers put them down with quick, sharp blows to their limbs and heads if they got too close, otherwise the undead were ignored, particularly as more showed up, attracted by the sight and smell of living flesh. Once they reached the mansion, they scurried through the iron gate, which Suero and Eugene promptly slammed shut behind them before pressing a discarded metal beam through the handles to lock the gate in place. Several zombies attempted to push through, but all they could get were their arms through the gaps. Otherwise, the thick iron doors stayed sealed, keeping them safe at least for now. The others went inside, while Tabitha and Sylphid circled the building to find a place for the dragon to enter. Thankfully, they soon found an open garage near the front entrance, the lights still on and illuminating a single red vehicle in pristine condition. Seizing the opening, Tabitha and Sylphid entered the garage, and only then did Tabitha hop off her dragon's back. As Sylphid shook herself dry, Tabitha searched for the switch to close the garage door. She found some near the door to the interior of the mansion, along with a small button. Immediately going for the switches, she flipped them down only to find that they turned the lights off. Quickly flipping them back on, she then pressed the button, and to her relief the garage door started sliding down. Soon, the icy, rain-soaked wind was no longer coming inside, and only then did she finally let out a sigh of relief. "Stay here, Sylphid," Tabitha said as she slipped off her soaked blue hoodie. Sylphid nodded as she nervously looked around, then whispered, "Okay, big sister. Be safe, please." Tabitha nodded back, then entered the mansion proper with her hoodie wrapped around her arm. All she was wearing now was a white shirt, her jeans, and her backpack, all of which were absolutely drenched in water, blood, and founder knows what else. She needed to get them dried, or preferably replaced with something else entirely. Otherwise, she could end up getting herself sick, and in this environment, that would be a death sentence in more ways than one. Keeping the door to the garage open, Tabitha looked both ways down the hallway. The floors were made of hardwood, with long rugs lining the middle from end to end. Along the sides were several large desks, each one topped with various ornamental plates, candles, lamps, and more. Through the windows at the far end of the hallway, she could see the trees whipping back and forth as the storm barreled into them, with cracks of lightning sending their shadows against the interior walls like skeletal hands. It was a creepy sight, but at least it was dry. Taking a left towards the entrance, Tabitha followed the hallway until she started hearing the sounds of her teammates. Passing through a door, she found herself in the front foyer, where several of the men were stacking tables, desks, and chairs against the front door to further barricade it. At the same time, Marion de Calvet, Agnes de Milan, and Vivian de Rousseau were attempting to start a fire, with Eugene breaking the wooden tables with his axe to serve as firewood before tossing them into the brick fireplace. "Professor, can you start us a fire?" Agnes asked as she desperately tried to wipe the water off her rain-soaked arms, to little avail. Professor Colbert aimed his staff in response, then muttered, "Ignite," to try and do just that. But all he managed to accomplish was a small spark that barely cleared the end of his staff, and he sighed in resignation. Frowning to herself, Agnes turned to the other fire mages in the group and asked, "What about you two? Got any willpower left?" "None," Chevalier Favre immediately answered, trying the same spell Colbert did to emphasize her point. "I was already running low before the storm hit, and it hasn't gotten any better." "Damn it. What about you, Zerbs?" Agnes asked as she focused her attention onto Kerchie, who was currently seated on the only remaining leather chair. She was staring blankly out into space, her eyes dull and devoid of any semblance of emotion. Either not noticing this or not caring, Agnes asked her again, which seemed to knock Kerchie back into reality. "What, huh?" Kerchie sputtered as she frantically looked around before settling on Agnes. "I asked if you can light the fire," Agnes repeated, her irritation easily bleeding into her voice. Kerchie gulped as she reached for her wand and softly answered, I can try." Pulling out her wand, Kerchie momentarily stared into it. Then, much to everyone's surprise, Kerchie began to hyperventilate. Her pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks. Her arms started to shake, and it became obvious that the outside world no longer existed to her. Realizing what was going on, Tabitha reacted immediately as she rushed over, taking Kerchie's wand from her and moving it out of sight before wrapping her arms gently around Kerchie's head. Bringing her friend's face onto her shoulder while rubbing Kerchie's hair with her hand, Tabitha gently soothed, "It's okay, it's okay." Slowly, Kerchie's breathing returned to normal as her panic attack subsided, quickly being replaced with soft sniffles. Looking around, Tabitha saw that everyone's attention was squarely focused on them. All of them, even Agnes, were giving Kerchie soft, sympathetic eyes. They all could surmise what she was going through, but none of them knew what to say. So they stayed quiet as Marion pulled out her knife and a piece of flint she carried on hand, ripped out some pieces of paper from nearby books, and lit the fire herself. As it roared to life, allowing its heat to radiate outward and fill the room, Marion said, "There, that should keep us warm." Everyone quickly huddled around the fireplace, many of them letting out involuntary sighs of relief. Not even Tabitha was immune to its effects, and with Kerchie still wrapped in her arms, she sunk further into the leather chair. Her and everyone else's drenched clothes were laid out in front of the fire, save for their undershirts and pants, so they could dry. No one said a word, content to stay in the closest thing they had to a safe space since the mechanic shop. Tabitha didn't know how long they stayed there. A few times they had to toss in more shards of wood to keep the fire going, but otherwise no one moved. Slowly but surely, Tabitha felt at least some of the ache in her muscles fade away. She knew that, without a good night's sleep, she wouldn't fully recover. She'd probably need several, but that wasn't an option in Raccoon City for obvious reasons. It was enough, at least for now. Sadly, as with all things, her respite came to an end when Karen de Lavalier stood up, looked right at her, and said, "Tabitha, come with me." Without so much as a second glance, Karen walked away to a side room connected to the foyer. She didn't need to say anything else, for Tabitha already knew what this was all about. They all did, and Tabitha felt everyone's eyes on her as she reluctantly got up from her seat, left Kerchie behind, and followed the Duchess into the room. "Close the door," Karen ordered as she walked over to the window. Tabitha did as instructed, and briefly took stock of her surroundings. It was just the two of them in a small art room. Portraits of people and landscapes hung on the walls alongside polished suits of armor, holding pikes, swords, axes, and shields. A crystal chandelier hung overhead, but aside from a small desk lamp next to Duchess Valier, the only source of light came from outside. There weren't any chairs, so Tabitha remained standing and kept her arms pressed to her side. Karen continued to stare out the window, her arms folded behind her back. As another bolt of lightning illuminated the room, her holstered revolver briefly shone. Whether that was intentional on Karen's part or an unhappy accident, Tabitha didn't know, but she couldn't help but feel the hairs on the back of her neck stand on their ends. You weren't following Kirchi. She was following you, Karen simply said. It wasn't a question, merely a statement of fact. If there was any doubt left in Tabitha's mind as to what this discussion would be about, it was gone now. In all likelihood, the only reason why it hadn't happened earlier was because they had neither the time nor space to do so. They now had both. Her predicament, in just the span of a moment, had become that much more precarious. She debated what to do. It was beyond obvious at this point that Karen was interrogating her, trying to ascertain her motives for joining this mission. Running through her options, she immediately discarded the instinct to attack while the Duchess' back was turned. Even if she had her full willpower reserves and somehow managed to get the shot off, the others would immediately kill her for the act as she tried to escape. She could try to deny and lie her way out, but Tabitha felt that would only make things worse with Karen de Lavalier, who was probably already expecting it. The heavy wind was trying to figure out if Tabitha was a threat to her daughter, and if she even got an inkling of a suspicion that Tabitha was one, she was dead. No, honesty was the best and only way out of this. She could only hope that it would be enough. She was, Tabitha confirmed, her analytical mind continuing to race as Karen finally turned to face her. I told her not to, that it was too dangerous, but she insisted. Karen said nothing, continuing to bore her eyes into Tabitha's own. The silence seemed to stretch into infinity, only broken when Karen asked, "How long have you been in service of the Galleon Crown?" 10 years, Tabitha answered. If Karen had any response to that, she didn't show it, instead keeping her face passive. With her arms still folded behind her back, Karen continued, "Is Tabitha your real name, or is a false one?" Once again, the instinct to deny shot up, but Tabitha forced it down as she shook her head and declared, "False. My true name is Charlotte Helene Chevalier de Parterre-Durance." That admission managed to get Karen's eyes to widen in surprise, and she replied, "You're a member of the Galleon royal family." "My uncle is the king, yes." "Is he the one who ordered your interference?" "Yes, through his daughter, Princess Isabella." Karen was quiet for a few moments as she took in Tabitha's answers. Try as she might, Tabitha couldn't quite read what was going on in the Duchess' head. She certainly knew that someone as connected as the Valier matriarch had heard of the tragedy that had befallen her family. How her father died in a hunting accident before her mother was poisoned shortly afterwards on her 6th birthday. But whether that affected the woman's thinking or not, Tabitha couldn't say, and that worried her more than anything else. Finally, Karen cut through the silence and continued, "What is the purpose of your mission?" Tabitha took a deep breath, then forced herself to answer. Gallia had discovered Louise's disappearance. Not through me, but through other channels. Through them, they learned of the church's direct involvement, and they got curious. They ordered me to participate in the rescue mission, report back my findings, and bring back any items of interest. Karen's face was stone cold as Tabitha revealed the truth, and the young girl felt in more danger now than she had during this entire expedition through hell. Because she knew that, even if her mission posed no direct threat to Louise's safety, indirectly it did. Simply because this mission confirmed the terrible truth that Louise de Lavalier was a void mage, the first one in 6,000 years alongside the Pope himself. That truth gave Louise immense power, and that would make her either an asset to those who could use her or a threat to those who could not. Tabitha would be forced to reveal that in her report, and that would put Louise directly in Gallia's sights, something that Duchess Valier clearly understood. For what felt like an eternity, Tabitha and Karen stood silently before each other. The longer it dragged on, the more that Tabitha felt that Karen was going to deem her a threat and simply execute her then and there. She forced herself to remain as calm and stoic as always, refusing to let her rising fear show itself. She carefully avoided making any overt movements towards her weapons, even as she settled on her gun being the slightly faster option over her spells. Eventually, with her expression unchanged, Karen said, "If you were ordered to participate, why take the place of one of my men? Because had I simply volunteered, you would have refused, and that wasn't an option for me." "And why is that?" Tabitha was quiet for a moment, and she wondered how best to respond. After a few seconds, she quietly replied, "I'm not allowed to fail, Duchess. I haven't been for the past 10 years. Karen remained silent. Then her voice, although quiet as a whisper, cut through the silence like a knife as she said, "They have your mother." Tabitha's eyes involuntarily widened in surprise as she realized Karen had, indeed, put the pieces together. Getting over her shock, she nodded and confirmed, "Yes. My continued success has been the only thing keeping her alive." "So, it wasn't a hunting accident," Karen whispered to herself as she briefly looked away before refocusing her eyes back into Tabitha's before continuing. These items of interest. What does that entail? If you're referring to the T-virus, I would rather die than share that with anyone. Especially my uncle, Tabitha emphatically declared, leaving no room for doubt. I was planning on bringing back samples of these herbs, nothing more. I suppose they were rather vague on specifics there, Karen admitted as she nodded in approval, thankfully taking Tabitha at her word. She had no doubt that King Joseph de Gallia would love to get his hands on the T-virus. But after everything she had seen the bioweapon do to the people of Raccoon City, of the horrors it created, to do so would bring nothing less than the end of days to her people. If Tabitha had to die to keep that from happening, she would do so without a second thought. Once again, the art room fell into silence as Karen decided Tabitha's fate. Both of them kept their faces placid, but Tabitha couldn't help but nervously glance down at Karen's revolver. The older woman clearly noticed this and made no move to mask it, instead keeping the weapon in clear view. Try as she might, Tabitha had no idea what Karen was thinking, and she could honestly see it going either way. Finally, Karen spoke up and declared, "Thank you for being honest with me, Charlotte. Or do you prefer Tabitha?" "Tabitha is fine," she answered, and Karen nodded. "Of course," Karen said. Then she pointed out, "Be that as it may, your actions put yourself, your friend, my team, and my daughter in danger. You committed a crime against me and my family, and I cannot ignore that." Tabitha resigned herself to her fate, and she replied, "I understand." "Good. Which is why, once this is over, you and your familiar will be placed under my direct custody," Karen declared, catching Tabitha off guard. She continued, "Until then, you will continue to be my subordinate. Any order I give is to be followed to the letter. Am I understood?" Tabitha's jaw moved up and down for a split second as she struggled to comprehend what the Duchess was saying. Then she recovered and answered, "Yes, Duchess." "Good. Now get yourself some rest. In 3 hours, we're going to start scouring the manor for supplies," Karen revealed, then walked past Tabitha without saying another word. The door was opened with a loud creak, and Tabitha watched it slowly close behind her. Once it did, the young woman let out a breath that she didn't even know she was holding and held her hand over her heart as it thundered inside her chest. Soon, she began to recover from her close brush with death. Then she composed herself and walked out of the art room back to the main foyer. The others had already started making sleeping arrangements, mostly by putting pillows and couch cushions on the marble floor and resting their heads on them. Kerchie had saved one for Tabitha next to her, and as Tabitha approached it, she felt her exhaustion rushing back into her. She practically collapsed onto the pillow, and almost as soon as she closed her eyes, she fell into a deep sleep. As she did, though, her body shivered slightly in spite of the roaring fire heating up the room, and a faint wind brushed past her hair. Tilda, try as she might, Kerchie couldn't fall to sleep. Every time she tried to lay down and close her eyes, her mind immediately went to the water treatment plant, to the man she killed. She could still hear his screams of agony as his skin melted, see his body flailing in an instinctual, futile effort to preserve itself. The smell of burning meat and fat was still in her nostrils, and try as she might, it wouldn't go away. So she stayed awake, staring into the fire as she sat upright, holding her knees to her chest while saying nothing. "You've been staring into that fire for hours," she heard the silence broken as Trestwho spoke. Glancing over to the man, Kerchie noticed he still had his shotgun in hand. Resting atop his lap as he sat on a chair, he had pilfered from a nearby room. His voice was low, careful not to wake the others who were still fast asleep, leaving only the two of them. Rather than respond, Kerchie merely turned her head back towards the fireplace. The wood crackled and popped under the heat, and every so often a small ember would float out before quickly dissipating. Outside, the storm raged on as strong as ever, with the occasional flash of lightning cutting through the darkness. She didn't bother looking outside the window. If even for just a moment, she wanted to ignore the walking dead she knew were wandering the streets surrounding them. It was a vain hope, but she clung on to it all the same. As the fire started to die down once again, Trestwho calmly walked over and tossed in a few more pieces of wood and books to rekindle the flame. Then, rather than going back to his seat, he kneeled in front of it, using a nearby poker to stir the fire and increase its intensity. His back was turned completely to her, and he didn't say a word in favor of focusing on his work. Then he broke the silence and said, "You didn't do anything wrong, kid." Kerchie's eyes widened slightly as Trestwho, continuing to poke the flames and not turning towards her, added, "That man, Umbrella, they didn't give you a choice. They attacked us, and you defended yourself. No one can fault you for that. He does not deserve your remorse." The Germanian girl stayed quiet for a moment, then hugged her legs closer to herself as she quietly admitted, "I know that, but I still killed a man." Not just killed him, but burned him alive. With my magic. As far as I'm concerned, there's no difference between him and the zombies you've put down, Suero pointed out. They were all trying to kill you, or worse. It's not the same, Kerchi replied in a harsher but still quiet tone. Her eyes briefly shot down to the still sleeping Tabitha, then returned to Suero, who was now looking right at her. She continued, I know those soldiers said the zombies are technically still alive, but we both know that's not living. Whoever they were was already long gone. The zombies were already dead. Their bodies just didn't know it yet. Putting them down was a mercy. She turned her gaze back towards the fire, and after a moment of silence, whispered, but that man, he was still alive. His mind and body were still his, and I snuffed that out. Kerchi couldn't help but chuckle and added, it's not like I even did anything in the end. We still got captured. All I accomplished was nearly getting beaten to death. Then, not even an hour later, all of them were dead as someone else saved us. Had I done nothing, none of that would have changed. Suero didn't respond at first, and the only sound they could hear came from the cracking wood of the fire. Eventually, Suero sighed and said, Kerchi, you couldn't have known what was going to happen next. All you saw was us getting attacked and brought down by armed men. You reacted as anyone in your position would, and should. If anything, you did better than the rest of us, and you should be commended for your actions. So, killing someone is a good thing? Kerchi pointedly asked, and to her surprise, Suero nodded. If it's in the defense of yourself and others? Absolutely, Suero declared. Kerchi was taken aback, and the man continued. Listen to me. What you're going through right now is something every single person in this room has done before. We've all taken a life, and we've all castigated ourselves for it. Wondered if it could have gone another way. Frankly, the fact that you're acting like this is a good thing. I don't want to meet the man who kills someone and doesn't react at all. Or worse, takes pleasure in it. The pair grew silent once again, and Kerchi returned her attention to the fire as she hugged her knees closer to her chest. After a moment, she muttered, Does it get easier? Suero turned his head towards the fire as well, then answered, It does. You grow numb to it after a while. Kerchi nodded, having expected that answer, then asked, Is that going to happen to me? Maybe, he plainly replied, making Kerchi shrink in on himself. Part of her hoped he would have lied, but the rest appreciated the honesty. As she stared deep into the flames, she idly slinked her hand into her pocket, where she felt the cool, wooden handle of her wand. She dared not take it out again, not after what happened last time. The last thing she wanted was to have another panic attack. The fact that she had one at all was humiliating. Here she was, Kerchi von Zerbst, a triangle-class fire mage, scared of her own wand. Any of her peers back at the academy would laugh at her, probably while mockingly waving their own wands in her face. Then again, she doubted any of them properly understood what they actually wielded. She certainly didn't. Before arriving at Raccoon City, magic was simply a source of power and prestige to her, something to wave around as proof of her gods-given superiority. It was a sentiment most mages she knew shared. Idly, she thought back to Professor Colbert's classes. While all of their teachers tried to teach them how to use magic, only Colbert tried to stress the magnitude of what they were capable of. Lessons she quickly got bored of and ignored. Only now did Kerchi realize she was a fool. Magic wasn't just a source of power, and especially not a toy. It was power in its most raw form, and that power could easily destroy anything it was aimed at. Killing that man had been easy. All it took was a single word, then he was dead. She, and any mage for that matter, could easily do that to anyone they wanted. It was a terrifying thought, one that wouldn't leave her mind no matter how hard she tried. Eventually, Suero returned to his watch, leaving Kerchi alone to continue staring into the fire. Shadows danced across the room as the light flicked back and forth, and an ember floated out and spiraled through the air for an oddly long moment without fading. Strangely, despite the heat coming from the fire, she momentarily felt a chill run down her spine, and the hairs on the back of her neck stood on their end. Turning her head behind her shoulder, she noticed that Suero was rubbing his arms slightly as well, and he was looking around for any sign of danger. Yet, almost as soon as it started, the strange sensation disappeared, much to her relief. Not that it removed the paranoid suspicion that she was being watched. Once again, Kerchi lost track of time. The fire began to die down as neither she nor Suero moved to renew it. Outside, the storm still raged. If anything, it seemed to be getting stronger, with the wind howling against the glass windows. After a particularly strong lightning bolt flashed, the lights inside the manor momentarily flickered off, but the ones inside the foyer were quickly restored. Not long after that, the sleeping members of their group began to stir one by one, starting with Karen and Agnes, who quickly roused the others. Their allotted time for rest had ended. Now it was time to get back to work. Ugh, my back, Baron Valui muttered as he reached over his shoulder and tried to stretch as much as he could. Kerchie could hear a faint crack from his spine, followed by a sigh of relief. All right, now that we've had our rest, here's the plan, Karen started as she stood in front of the group near the smoldering fireplace. We don't know what's in this mansion. So far, there haven't been any zombies. But we haven't left the entrance, so we don't know for certain. What we can be sure of is that there are most likely supplies that we can scavenge. Food, ammunition, and medicine. Those are critical, and that is what we're going to find. Karen turned her head towards Agnes, giving her the room to speak. For a brief moment, Kerchie could have sworn she saw the musketeer give the Duchess a look that bordered on animosity, but it quickly disappeared as Agnes turned away. We're going to split into 2 teams, Agnes declared as she pointed her arm towards the 2 doors leading to opposite hallways. Each one will take a different wing of the mansion. I want every room inspected, every drawer opened. Nothing is sacred in this place. Leave no stone unturned. Most importantly, I don't want anyone being on their own. If, for whatever reason, you need to split off from the others, you do so in pairs. Better not leave anything to chance. With Agnes' instructions complete, Karen quickly split everyone into 2 groups, one led by Karen herself and the other by Agnes. Tabitha and Kerchie joined Agnes' group alongside Swero, Marion, Vivian, Colbert, and Wards. Kerchie briefly wondered if Wards, as a Viscount, would attempt to assume command, but instead he deigned to follow Agnes' lead. Professor Colbert did the same. The rest, including Julio, went with Duchess Valier. After checking their weapons one last time alongside their radios, the teams split off into the adjacent hallways, hoping they'd be able to find something worthwhile. Tilda, the first thing Kerchie noticed once they entered the east wing of the mansion was just how dark everything was. Marion had tried to turn the lights back on, but the ones in the hallway were out. Whether that was because of the storm or because of something that happened prior to it, Kerchie didn't know. She knew the building still had power thanks to the smaller desk lamps that were still able to be turned on. But the overhead ceiling lights were useless, forcing the team to use their flashlights in order to see where they were going. "Founder, this place is dusty," Vivian said as they scoured the hallway. "Looks like it hasn't been cleaned in a while." The musketeer was correct. In contrast to every other mansion Kerchie had ever been to, this one was completely unkempt. Dust covered every surface. Cobwebs hung from lamps, candlesticks, and chandeliers. It looked as though no one had come through here in weeks, long before the outbreak began. What that said about the staff, Kerchie didn't know. Thankfully, they hadn't seen any dead bodies, but they also hadn't entered a room yet, so that could easily change. They came up to the first door, with Marion and Vivian flanking the entrance on both sides while Swero, holding up his pistol, took point. Reaching out slowly towards the handle, he turned it while pressing his sidearm into the widening gap. The lights inside the room were just as dead as the ones in the hallway, but thanks to their flashlights, they were able to see inside. Swero hummed to himself before slowly and carefully entering the room with soft steps. With his pistol in one hand and flashlight in the other, he scanned the room for any sign of danger. Kerchie and the others waited outside with bated breath. Then she sighed in relief when he announced, "All clear." Marion and Vivian went in first after him, followed by Kerchie and the others. True to Swero's word, there weren't any bodies inside the room, living or otherwise. From the looks of it, they appeared to be in a guest room. A king-sized bed took up the center, pressed up against the back wall. At the foot of it was a large chest, with drawers on both sides of the back end. There weren't any windows to see outside, with one of the walls being dominated by a large shelf packed to the brim with books. In the back corner, there was a comfy-looking chair with a small, stuffed bear seated on it. As the others began to open the various drawers and scour for supplies, Kerchie absent-mindedly wandered over to the toy and picked it up. She ran her fingers through the velvety fur and her thumb over its sole beady black eye. The other, for one reason or another, was absent. It felt old and worn in her hands, meaning it belonged to someone. Most likely a child, who clearly loved it dearly. How old were they? She wondered. Were they a boy or a girl? Where were they now? She didn't have the answer to any of these questions, even if she had a faint idea as to the answer of the last one. Releasing a heavy sigh, Kerchie gently put the toy back onto the seat. As she did, a strange sensation briefly washed over her. It was hard for her to describe, but it was almost like she handing the toy back to its owner. She shook her head at that notion, knowing she was just being sentimental, and walked away to help gather supplies. "Find anything?" she asked as she pulled open a drawer and shined her flashlight into it. "Not much," Tabitha admitted as she looked under the bed. "Just some clothes. Mostly women's." "How do you know they're women's?" Tabitha merely pointed to an open briefcase she had pulled out from underneath the bed, and Kerchie noticed the dresses contained inside. Acknowledging her friend's point, she started going through the clothing as Tabitha pulled out another briefcase and did the same. Grabbing each article one at a time, Kerchie immediately noticed just how varied they were. While the top layer was a fine white and black dress, directly underneath, it was a child's skirt. Various belts and purses, all empty and of different styles and qualities, were stashed inside. Whoever these belonged to either had unique tastes or they belonged to multiple people. It was quite perplexing. Looking over at Tabitha's briefcase, she saw hers was filled with a similar assortment. In particular, however, Kerchie noticed that her briefcase contained plenty of jackets in different sizes. Briefly, Kerchie's eyes glanced down to her tattered hoodie. Although its time by the fireplace had dried it off, it did nothing to remove the various holes and tears that had formed during their trek across the city. The attack at the water plant did tremendous damage, not to mention stained it with blood that just wouldn't go away. She was then broken from her thoughts when Tabitha suddenly tossed a yellow jacket in her face while saying, "Put this on." Waha! Kerchie sputtered as she removed the jacket, only to see that Tabitha was replacing her hoodie with a blue leather jacket she had found. The fact that others were still in a room with them didn't seem to cross her mind, but to their credit, they were looking away. Realizing it was pointless to argue, Kerchie inspected the offered jacket. It certainly appeared to be her size, a small mercy in this God's forsaken city. While it didn't have a hood, it did have a zipper that went up the middle left side of the front. Around the waist were some belts to clinch it with, and toward the middle were two zipped-up pockets on each side. At the top were another pair of vertical pockets, one on each side of the chest, and a collared rim that could be raised upward around the neck. The materials seemed to be fine, sturdy leather, which she quickly realized not only looked nice, it potentially offered more protection than her tattered cotton hoodie. Discarding her previous top, Kerchie quickly slipped the new one on and thanked the gods that it actually fit. Moving her arms around experimentally, she stood up and slipped her rucksack back over her shoulder. Only then did she get a chance to fully look at Tabitha's new light blue leather jacket. Like hers, it was missing a hood, but it also lacked any zippers. Instead, the seam had holes for metal buttons to be slipped into. On both sides of her chest were small pockets that could be buttoned up, and the collared rim could be similarly closed up to seal it off even more. "You two done?" Ward suddenly asked, prompting Kerchie and Tabitha to turn their attention towards the Viscount. Nodding at the man, Kerchie replied, "We are. I don't think we're going to find anything else. What about you?" "Nothing of value or use." "Glad you two were able to find something, though," Wards admitted. "I was going to suggest you two find some new clothes. Especially you, Kerchie, but it seems you two already had that in mind." She couldn't help but smile at the compliment. Wards was always quite considerate of others in the team, even the commoners serving them. She hadn't known him for long, but so far he was proving to be the model of what a noble should act like. It didn't hurt that he was quite handsome, but alas, he was already betrothed to Louise. While any other time she might have tried to woo the man over, now was not the time. "Let's go," Agnes ordered, and the team started filing out the door in a neat line. Kerchie was at the back, and before stepping through the threshold, she turned one last time towards the stuffed bear. Her flashlight beam went over it, and for a split second, Kerchie could have sworn that she saw a shadow of a young girl sitting on the chair facing towards them. Her eyes widened in surprise, but when she rubbed them, the shadow disappeared. Her hairs standing on end, Kerchie decided she must have just been seeing things and followed Tabitha out the door. That was when the board directly under her feet broke, causing the other end to swing upward on a swivel. The force broke the top layer, exposing the nails swinging directly towards her face. Kerchie's eyes widened, but before she could react, Tabitha suddenly shoved her to the side and out of danger. The nails continued through where her head used to be, driving into the now closed door behind her and getting stuck in the wood. "Kilsha," Professor Colbert shouted as he rushed over to her. "What happened?" Agnes asked as she and the others took up a defensive position. "What did you do?" "I don't know. The floor just broke," Kerchie answered as she breathed in and out deeply and rapidly, her heart thundering inside her chest as she once again had a close brush with death. Marion hummed to herself as he kneeled closer to the broken board, rubbing her finger across its back end. Poking at the support beam underneath, she revealed, "The wood, there's a flaw here." "A flaw?" Wards asked, and Marion nodded. "There was a crack right here," Marion revealing, pointing at the site in question. "Probably a mistake made during construction. Given how many people must have walked back and forth through this doorway, it would have widened more and more over time before finally giving way. So, it was shoddy carpentry and bad luck that nearly killed me?" Kerchie angrily asked while holding her hand over her chest. "Seems like it," Marion confirmed with a soft shrug. She then looked around slowly through the hallway before adding, "Still, I'd be careful. This place may look well made, but it clearly has some design flaws. The owner might have cut some corners. Captain, we should probably inform the Duchess of the potential hazard." Agnes nodded in agreement, then pulled out her radio. She fiddled with it for a moment, clearly trying to remember how the alien device worked, then spoke into it. "Duchess Valier, can you hear me?" The radio was silent for a few moments, Then they heard Karen's voice reply, "I can, Captain. Has something happened?" "We had a mishap," Agnes reported. "One of the boards broke beneath Zerb's feet as she was walking over it due to a design flaw. It nearly drove nails into her face." "Is she unharmed?" Karen asked, a hint of concern breaking through. "Yes, Tabitha was able to push her out of the way in time. More importantly, we fear there may be other, similar problems in the estate." Karen didn't say anything at first, likely thinking over Agnes' warning. Then she said, "Thank you for the warning. We haven't experienced anything like that so far, but we'll tread carefully. At the moment, we're raiding the pantry for food and water. There was a lock, but we took care of it. In the meantime, keep scouring the grounds. Just be careful, and let me know if you find anything else." "Understood," Agnes replied, then placed her radio back in her pocket. Pressing her lever-action rifle against her chest, she barked to the others, "On me." At once, the group began moving through the hallway once again, this time with an added sense of caution. Practically every creak in the floorboards sent Kerchie's eyes shooting downwards, along with everyone else's. Outside, the storm still raged, the rain pounding against the windows and the wind howling through the trees. She had absolutely no idea how long it was going to last. Hopefully, it would be over soon. At the same time, though, part of Kerchie hoped it would last all night, because she knew once it was over, or at the very least mostly died down, Duchess Valier would send them back out into the city to find Louise. Kerchie certainly wanted to find her classmate as much as anyone else, but she wasn't exactly eager to step back out into the city of the dead. Entering the garage, they found that the lights inside were still on. Sylphid was curled up against the wall, trying to get some much-needed rest. Against the far corner was a white ice box, and mounted on the walls were various tool racks containing hammers, saws, wrenches, and more. A few metal tool chests could also be seen, but Kerchie's attention was immediately drawn to the red vehicle in the center. It didn't look like the ruined cars and trucks they had seen out in the city. Not just because it was in practically perfect condition, but also its body. The car was short and slender, resting on white wall tires and with just 2 doors on the sides that exposed 2 rows of black leather seats. A chrome stripe went from end to end, from the headlights to the rear fins. The roof of the vehicle was a creamy white, and the rear-view mirrors were attached to the hood rather than the doors. The word Plymouth was stamped onto the front of the hood, and on the sides of both fins was the word Fury. She had to assume that was the maker and model. "That certainly looks well cared for," Wards pointed out, and Kerchie agreed with him. With the lights inside the garage fully on, she and everyone else was able to clearly see how disorganized the place was. Empty boxes and cans littered the ground alongside loose papers and rags. Several of the wall mounts were barely hanging off their hinges, their tools laying in piles underneath them. The drywall was cracked in several places, and a smell of mold filled the air. This garage clearly hadn't been cleaned in quite some time, and yet the car was in pristine condition, the red paint shining under the lights, and not a scratch nor spot of grime on it. Looking around, Kerchie spotted a note nailed to the wall, and she walked over to it and began to read aloud. A note to staff. "If I find another spot on Christine, I will not be happy. She's a 1958 Plymouth Fury, and is worth more to me than what all of you make in a year combined. Making sure she is absolutely spotless is your highest priority. Fail to do this correctly, and unemployment will be the least of your concerns." Kerchie backed away from the note while scrunching up her face and muttered, "He sounds like a pleasant person. I can't believe he named it," Vivian noted. "To be fair, I fought with some guys who named their swords," Swero pointed out. "Also, there's Derflinger. Derflinger is a sapient sword, one who gets on my nerves, but is clearly alive. This is different. Even then, a sword is a tool that can mean the difference between life and death, one a soldier will use every day. But this, naming a horseless carriage Christine of all things, is just bizarre. Never said I agreed with it. Just saying, people can get attached. I think the more prudent observation is that the owner was clearly more invested in maintaining Christine than his own home," Colbert said as he began opening drawers and pulling out whatever supplies he could find within. Aside from the expected nails and screws, he also managed to find a box of pistol ammunition, much to Kerchie's surprise. Her professor, finding something they could actually use, prompted everyone else to follow in his footsteps. Kerchie focused on the area immediately around the note, opening drawers and containers before sifting through whatever was inside. Most of it was useless junk as far as she was concerned, but she was able to find some potted herbs and a box of shotgun shells. Pocketing them both, she continued searching for anything of use, not expecting to find much, but hoping she'd be wrong. As they searched, Colbert let his curiosity towards the prized vehicle claim him, and he began searching through its interior. Leaning across the driver's seat and going through the glove compartment, he pulled out some documents detailing the mechanics of the Plymouth Fury, which he promptly laid out atop the hood and began paging through. "Is there a reason why you're reading those, Professor?" Agnes asked, and Professor Colbert nodded. It's an idle thought, but I was wondering if it would be possible to try and make use of this vehicle, Colbert suggested. Raccoon City is massive, and if we can learn how to operate such a thing, it could make finding Louise easier. Agnes nodded, seeing his point, but immediately countered. Even if you could do that, Professor, that vehicle can only hold 6 people. 7 at most, if you forget comfort and safety. Not to mention the streets are absolutely clogged. There's no guarantee you'd even get there. I know that. We don't need to bring everyone, mind you. The idea I'm having is that once the storm breaks, a small team gets in the car and atop Sylphid while everyone else stays here. We can then go to the library and see if Louise is there. If she is, we can grab her, take her back here, and hopefully head back to Tristane. If not, we can then call the army for rescue and plan our next move. Sounds risky, Swero pointed out, especially with Umbrella hounding us. Maybe. I think it has merit. Would certainly cut down our time here, Ward said. I think we all can agree that is nothing but a good thing. Of course, that depends entirely on the good professor figuring out how to make this machine work. Speaking of, Ward's continued as he turned around to face Professor Colbert. I must admit that I am curious as to your familiarity with these machines. There's nothing like them back in Hakagenia. The others had momentarily paused to look at the professor as well, who rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment before admitting, well, while it's nothing compared to what they have here, I have tinkered with similar designs back at the academy. They were powered by magic and were honestly nothing more than toys, but I had hoped that they could be the start of something bigger. Something that could use fire magic in a constructive, not destructive way. Agnes grunted, disbelief clearly evident on her face as she and the others turned around and restarted their search. Colbert sighed in disappointment, but Kerchie was looking at the man with a renewed focus. She remembered that toy engine and how excited he was to show it off, and how she, like everyone else in the class, couldn't care less. At the time, she thought the idea of powering such a device with magic was pointless. Why do that when she could just use magic directly to do the same thing? But after everything she'd seen and experienced in the past day, she was starting to reconsider that notion. Not that it truly mattered at the moment. There was still no guarantee they would walk out of this city alive. As Kerchie went back to work, Tabitha spoke up and said, Captain, I've been thinking about Louise. As she pocketed a small box of nails, Agnes asked without turning her head, how so? If we find her, it'll probably be best if Duchess Valier, Viscount Wards, Professor Colbert, myself, or Kerchie were the ones to speak to her, she declared, which prompted the named individuals to look at her with eyebrows raised. I don't disagree, but why? Wards asked, and Tabitha matched his gaze with her own. As far as we're aware, Louise has been hunted by the Umbrella Corporation since this outbreak began, she explained. They haven't caught her yet, but therein lies the problem. Louise undoubtedly knows she's being hunted by Umbrella, and she has absolutely no reason to believe anyone from her homeworld is here looking for her. Why would she? Agnes' eyes widened as she realized where Tabitha was going with this, and she replied, and the rest of us are strangers to her. Heavily armed strangers who know her by name, Tabitha finished. If we find her and she doesn't recognize us, she's more than likely going to assume the worst and run. Vivian, Marion, and Swero looked at each other. Then Marion pointed out, but we're not with Umbrella. She won't know that, Colbert countered as he pressed his palm against his forehead. Founder, why didn't I think of this earlier? It's so obvious. None of us thought of it, Professor, including me. Wards comforted the man as he looked into Tabitha's eyes. Thank you, Chevalier. That oversight could have led to disaster. Indeed, I'll notify the Duchess once we reunite, Agnes reported as she finished searching through her area, then made her way back towards the garage entrance. Pausing at the door, she looked toward the professor and asked, Do you intend to stay and work on your project, Professor? If you don't mind, yes, Colbert responded, and Agnes nodded while snapping her fingers at Marion. Stay with him, she ordered. The rest of you on me. With everyone else finished, the rest of the team, except for Colbert and Marion, rejoined the musketeer captain, then followed her back out into the hallway. Turning right, they made their way into the next room adjacent to the garage. The boards creaked under their collective weight, but so far there hadn't been any accidents. Not that it calmed Kerchie's nerves all that much. When they reached the doorway, Agnes took point as she slowly pressed the door open. Kerchie, Tabitha, Colbert, and Wards behind her while Swero and Vivian flanked their captain on either side. With multiple flashlights shining through the open doorway, they immediately realized that it was a library. Massive bookshelves lined the walls from floor to ceiling, packed to the brim with various novels, encyclopedias, and more. In the center of the room was a large wooden desk with a small lamp, shining a light onto a soft pad and a leather chair behind it. Two large windows exposed the exterior, and to Kerchie's worry, she could see shapes moving beyond the iron fence. Thankfully, the barrier was keeping them protected for now, so she tried to ignore it. Clear, Agnes reported, and as before they made their way inside. Look at all these books, Vivian muttered as she gazed up towards the top of one of the bookshelves. Laurette would love this place. Focus, Vivian. We're not here to read. Agnes reminded her subordinate while scouring the interior of the desk for supplies. I know, Vivian replied while gesturing towards the books. But I can't help but think we'd be missing an opportunity if we ignore these. This world is so far ahead of our own. Even the elves can't compete, and we all know this. Yes, what's your point? Wards asked while raising an eyebrow and keeping himself away from the window, just in case something tried to break through. My point is that we should take advantage of the fact that whoever owned these books clearly isn't using them anymore. We can take some and bring them back to Tristane. Who knows what we can learn from them? The group went silent for a moment as they pondered her words. Kerchie surmised that the musketeer had a point. If Professor Colbert was in the room with them, he'd probably agree wholeheartedly, if only to satiate his intense curiosity. The wealth of knowledge they could obtain from the right books could springboard whichever country had them by centuries. Part of the Germanian was somewhat worried about that. Such a leap would threaten to seriously upset the balance of power across the continent. Not to mention the fact that the Tristanians were unlikely to share the knowledge with their neighbors, especially with Albion about to invade them. She knew Tabitha agreed with that sentiment, but she also knew Tabitha wasn't planning on bringing any of the knowledge back in favor of some herb seeds they had found earlier. Eventually, Agnes nodded in agreement, then said, "Thankfully, we have a dragon in the other room. Grab what you can. Just remember, those books will be worthless if we're dead. Oh, and don't mix the fiction with the non-fiction books. That'll confuse our attempts to learn from these tomes properly later." "Yes, ma'am," Vivian replied. Then she started searching through the books to find an appropriate selection. With no other containers to look through, and Agnes merely pulling out a single box of .45 ACP ammunition from the desk drawer, the others followed Vivian's example and started looking through the bookshelves. Kerchie focused her attention on the wall closest to the garage, with Tabitha joining her. Everyone else was scattered around, each looking at a different shelf and pulling books off to look at them. For what she could see, the vast majority of the books appeared to be novels. Titles like War and Peace by Lev Tolstoy, Moby Dick, or The Whale by Herman Melville, Frankenstein, or The Modern Prometheus by Mary Shelley, and Dracula by Bram Stoker caught her attention. She didn't think they'd gain any practical knowledge from them. Unlike the Encyclopedia Britannica volumes Tabitha was looking through based purely off their sizes alone. But the books were certainly small and light, so she figured it wouldn't be too much of a hassle to grab them. Maybe she could even read them if she managed to get out of this alive. Seeing that Tabitha was going through one particularly large, thick, and heavy tome bound in leather, Kerchie asked, "What is that?" "It's called The Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy, written by Sir Isaac Newton," Tabitha explained while showing the cover to her friend. "Seems like it was first written hundreds of years ago. This is a modern reprint." "That's interesting. What does it say?" "It's too much for me to go through right now," Tabitha admitted while stowing the book into her backpack. "But, according to the foreword, it revolutionized this world's understanding of gravity and something called the 3 laws of motion." "Did it say what those laws are?" The foreword summarized them as an object at rest will stay at rest unless acted upon by an outside force. The net force on an object is equal to its acceleration multiplied by its mass, and finally every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Kerchie stared blankly at Tabitha as she tried to wrap her head around the concepts. She never pretended to be the most intelligent person around, and the things Tabitha was saying mostly flew over her head. Yet, despite knowing there was much more to those laws than what the foreword summarized them as, she did think they somewhat made sense. Of course, she didn't quite understand what this Sir Isaac Newton could have figured out about gravity. They figured that out thousands of years ago. Things fall down because it's their nature to do so. Shaking her head, she admitted, "Well, if nothing else, Professor Colbert will love that." "That he will," Tabitha agreed as she pulled out a much smaller book titled Experiments on Plant Hybridization by someone named Gregor Mendel. Unlike Newton's massive tome, this one was the size of the novels Kerchie had found. Tabitha didn't bother delving too deep into it, as the title explained enough. This guy really liked his books, she heard Suero say from across the room as he scoured through his bookshelf. "And yet we don't know his name." Wards grunted in agreement. Then he suddenly called out, "Hold on, I found something interesting. Looks like their plans for the estate." That caught everyone's attention, and they all made their way towards the central desk where Wards laid the blueprints across the top for everyone to see. Running his finger gingerly over the paper, Wards said, "Okay, looks like this mansion only has a single floor and a basement. Across from us is the study, and to our right is a small storage room. Beyond that is a walk-in closet and a marble room that goes into a hunting lodge. That's when you enter the west wing, which holds the sunroom, the servant quarters, the kitchen and pantry, and finally the dining room. This guy has a swimming pool next to the master bedroom." He can afford to spend money on that, but not proper maintenance. Vivian noted while shaking her head and pointing at the rooms in question at the north end of the building and on the opposite side of the hallway, connecting the east wing to the west wing. Talk about misplaced priorities. No kidding, Swerow agreed as he looked over the basement floor plans. According to this, the basement is small and centered around the east wing, which we're in. We can go down the stairs in the small storage room, where we'll find the wine cellar, the boiler, the laundry room, the incinerator, and primary storage. Everything else is foundation. Pretty typical for a mansion. Surprised he doesn't have a second floor, Kerchie admitted while shrugging her shoulders. Not that I'm complaining. Less ground for us to cover. Agreed, Tabitha remarked as she noticed a company logo on the bottom right corner of the blueprints with an accompanying note. Quickly reading it, she added, "Looks like the mansion was recently renovated by a firm called Trevor and Chamberlain." They could have done a better job, Kerchie grumbled, remembering the broken board that nearly killed her. In any case, Agnes inspected the blueprints closely, then said, "Good work, Viscount. These will be useful." "My pleasure, Captain," Wards replied, giving the musketeer a charming smile. As Agnes called Duchess Valier over the radio to inform them of their find, as well as Tabitha's prior suggestion, the others went back to inspecting the bookshelves one final time. Kerchie didn't expect to find much. They already grabbed what appeared to be the most important books. Still, they looked nonetheless, hoping they'd find something they might have missed. Just as they were about to finish, however, Kerchie saw Vivian pull a book from her shelf, only to jump back in surprise as they heard something unlock, followed by the bookshelf rotating outward and exposing a secret nook behind it. "What the?" Vivian muttered as she peered inside, the others joining her. "What is this?" "I don't know," Swerow replied as he shined his flashlight into the opening. "It wasn't on the plans, or if it was I didn't see it. What is it even for?" Wards asked while rubbing his hand through his beard and leaning forward to get a closer look. "It certainly doesn't look big enough to store anything in." "Maybe." Before he could say another word, they heard another heavy click, then the bookshelf suddenly swung back into its original position. Startled, Wards was able to lurch back in time to avoid getting crushed, and the bookshelf slammed into the back wall with a resounding thud. "Okay, whoever Trevor and Chamberlain are, they clearly have no idea what they're doing," Vivian shouted in anger while pointing at the shelf. "If someone got back there, that would have killed them." "That nearly crushed me," Wards muttered while pressing his hand over his chest. "Are you all right?" Swerow asked while looking at the Viscount in concern. He quickly shook his head and regained his composure before he replied, "I'm fine. A little brush with death never hurt anyone." Wards chuckled at his own joke, but Kerchie didn't laugh. Neither did anyone else, especially Agnes, who immediately informed Duchess Valier of the latest hazard they ran into. The longer they stayed in this mansion, the more it felt like a death trap to Kerchie. Not only that, when the shelf slammed back into its original position, she could have sworn she heard a low, almost imperceptible moan. She knew it was just the foundation and support beams groaning under the sudden force, but it didn't stop the noise from reminding her of a person growling in disappointment. Either way, everyone was done with the library, and so they moved on to the next room. Deciding to hit the small storage room first, they carefully made their way inside. As the blueprint showed, there was a narrow wooden stairway that led down to the dark basement, but Kerchie wasn't concerned with going down there just yet. As everyone started combing through the various crates, boxes, lockers, and barrels, Kerchie gravitated towards a large metal chest in the back corner. Next to it was a typewriter, the same make and model that she had seen throughout Raccoon City. She didn't know why she kept seeing them, but for a reason she couldn't quite understand, she always felt safer in the rooms that had them. Probably because nothing bad had happened to her yet inside those rooms. In any case, she opened the heavy chest and looked inside, hoping to find something of use. There she found a trio of herbs, each one a different color. Remembering the note she found in Dr. Kenner's clinic, she ground the green, red, and blue herbs together and placed them in a small plastic baggie. Alongside the potted herbs were a few boxes of Steel Boy branded 12-gauge shotgun shells. "Wait, can it be?" Kerchie whispered as she noticed the distinctive shape of a long gun buried underneath the junk. Pulling it out, she was immediately dismayed. While it was once a double-barrel shotgun, it was absolutely destroyed beyond repair. The barrels were slightly crushed and split apart, and the hinge locked in place. The fact that it was even in a recognizable state to begin with was a miracle in and of itself. Putting the shotgun back, she turned around to face the others as they continued gathering whatever supplies they could find. As they were in a storage room, there was plenty, particularly ammunition and medical supplies, which they greedily claimed for themselves. Given how the mansion had nearly killed two of them on separate occasions, Kerchie decided this was more than adequate payment. "Vivian, hand me that gunpowder," Swerow requested, and the musketeer tossed the bottle to him immediately. "Thanks. No problem. What do you need it for?" she asked while Swero pulled out some spare pipes he had found and began pouring the gunpowder into them alongside nails, screws, and musket balls. These will be crude, but I'm thinking I might be able to make some grenades, he said as he capped the pipes off and inserted a fuse. Storing them into his backpack, he added, I'll test them when we head back outside. Sounds good to me, Vivian replied before turning to Agnes and asking, Captain, do you want us to head downstairs? Not yet. Let's clear this floor first, she answered, and the others nodded. With the storage room cleared out, they made their way outside back into the hallway. The rain had now been joined by hail, which pounded against the large window they were next to. Another bolt of lightning flashed by, illuminating the interior and making Kerchie jump at the sudden sound. Thankfully, it was gone just as fast it came, and so they kept going, choosing to enter the study next. They breached the room and checked it for any signs of hostiles. To their relief, as with the rest of the building, it was clear. Not only that, but the overhead light was still on, allowing them to see what was inside. The study was clearly built with relaxation in mind, with 2 leather chairs seated around a high table. There were a few adjustable lamps on the table, capable of being manipulated to fix locations, all surrounding a notch in the center for something to be placed in. But whatever was meant to be, there was missing. Various glass display cases and mounted wall racks holding various swords and axes decorated the room, alongside various drawers and shelves. Huh, that's interesting, Kerchie muttered as she noticed 3 notches embedded into the top of the fireplace at the back of the room. Walking over to them, she saw that the notches, while not that deep, appeared to be the size of the palm of her hand. Something was clearly meant to be inserted into them, but for what purpose, she didn't know. Part of her wondered if it had something to do with the renovations Trevor and Chamberlain made to the estate. It was certainly odd, but she just hoped it wouldn't result in another mishap. They got lucky so far both times it happened, but that might not be the case next time. Captain, it doesn't look like much is in here, Swero reported while opening a drawer containing what looked to be a journal. Opening it up and scanning through its contents, he added, I have found the name of our host, at least. Nigel Stansworth, it would seem. Looks like he was a wealthy businessman. Owned a steel factory here, Wards added as he held up a loose stack of papers. These are quarterly financial reports. Is he connected to Umbrella? Tabitha asked, but after going through more of the journal, Swero shook his head. Doesn't appear to be. Did business with them, but nothing more than that, Swero reported. He actually complained about their grip over the city in here. Said they made it more difficult for him to do business. He seemed to think they were trying to push him out of business. That doesn't surprise me. Anything else? Agnes asked. Did he mention a wife at all? Vivian added, but Swero shook his head to both. Doesn't seem like he was married. That or he liked to have plenty of mistresses and his wife lived elsewhere. He liked to hunt and kept a rifle downstairs in the basement. But other than that, I didn't see anything noteworthy. We'll pick that up before we leave, Agnes replied as she looked through the glass display cases. There didn't seem to be anything of use in them. While they could possibly make use of the swords, hammers, and axes, her trained eye was able to see that they were meant for decoration rather than actual warfare, which is what she told Kerchie when she tried to claim one for herself. In the back of Kerchie's mind, she was surprised to hear that Nigel wasn't married. Then again, that would explain the women's clothing in the guest bedroom. They probably belonged to his mistresses. Except for the little girls, hopefully. They finished clearing the study out, then made their way into the walk-in closet next to them. Like most of the other rooms, the overhead lights were out, casting the room in darkness and forcing them to use their flashlights to see inside. Rows and rows of hanging clothes could be seen, all of them men's. Suits, jackets, pants, and more, with a few standing mirrors from which one could see what they looked like. One of the walls had over a dozen pairs of shoes held in racks, ranging from hiking boots to loafers and more. They all looked to be of high quality, at least they did at one point. Many of the suits had holes chewed through them by moths that fluttered around the room, and the damp smell of mold filled the air. It didn't stop the men from seeing if they fit, but the shoes were all too small for both of them, so they were discarded. But Kerchie wasn't focused on that. Instead, she kept her eyes nervously glued to the mannequins scattered around the room. They had an uncanny feeling to them, something that seemed to affect the others as they hurried through the closet, trying to find whatever they could before getting out. Passing by the mirror, Kerchie briefly flashed her light across it by mistake, momentarily blinding herself. Ah, damn it, she cursed while rubbing the bright spots out her eyes. Blinking them away, she looked back at the mirror in order to give herself a proper inspection, now that she was wearing her new jacket. But as she began to do so, she noticed a shadow looming over her, right behind her shoulder. Whipping around, Kerchie instinctually shot her hand towards her holstered pistol, only to find nothing was there. Breathing heavily, she noticed everyone was now looking at her, confusion on their faces. Kerchie, what's wrong? Tabitha asked, and Kerchie took a few deep breaths to calm herself. I thought I saw someone behind me, she answered, her eyes darting back and forth as she scanned the room. It looked like a man. I was over here, Swero pointed out from the other side of the room, nowhere near the mirror. As was I, Wards added, concern leaking into his voice. Releasing a soft sigh, he continued, Look, Kerchie, you're distressed. We all are. Don't let your mind play tricks on you. That's all that was. Taking a few more deep breaths, Kerchie slowly nodded in agreement. Try as she might, though, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was there. That something was breathing down her neck just before she turned. She didn't like it, and so she started to move out of the closet at a brisk pace. Given how there wasn't anything of note inside the room, the others went out as well, taking the lead before Kerchie. Stopping to close the door, Kerchie momentarily froze when she saw that the heads of the mannequins had seemed to turn towards her. She stared back at them, trying to remember if they were always like that or if they had turned on their own. Deciding that her mind was playing tricks on her again, she closed the door firmly shut, then rejoined her team as they went inside the marble room. Say what you will about this place, Mr. Stansworth had taste. Wards admitted as they inspected the intricate stone reliefs on the walls and ceiling. Each one had an elaborate scene carved into it. The scenes appear to depict various hunts. One had men wielding bows and spears chasing down a large, tusked behemoth. In the next, they were joined by dogs hunting deer and aurochs. The third wall showed men with what appeared to be guns hunting lions, tigers, and bears. But the fourth wall, the one that led into the hunting lodge, seemed to depict a battle with men firing on each other. Hanging overhead on the ceiling was what appeared to be a goddess figure of some sort. Likely a goddess of the hunt, judging by the bow in her hands alongside the rest of the reliefs. These doors seemed heavier than the others, Swero noted as he opened the door into the hunting lodge. Must be the material, Vivian suggested as they carefully breached inside. As with the study, the lights inside the hunting lodge were still on, making it easy to see what the room offered. Once it was deemed clear of any potential danger, Kerchie followed Tabitha in, where she was able to get a closer look. The room itself was L-shaped, with a small alcove at the far end in which laid a fireplace. A low wooden table took up the center of the room, with another running perpendicular to it in front of the fireplace. A large sofa took up one of the walls, joined by smaller chairs with small tables separating them. The wall facing the hallway outside had a portrait of whom Kerchie could only assume was Nigel Stansworth. He was wearing tan hunting attire, a round hat atop his head, and holding a bolt-action rifle, its stock planted onto the ground as he posed atop a dead animal she didn't recognize. Aside from the portrait, mounted above the sofa and on the opposite wall were 6 embalmed animals, both predators and prey. She couldn't help but be stricken by how lifelike they appeared. Most were simply the heads, but the smaller ones were able to be mounted in full. She saw a hawk posed as though it was about to take flight, and a lion with its jaw opened like it was releasing a mighty roar. An elk's head was proudly raised upward, its neck slightly turned to the side. Beside it was a rabbit, standing on its hind legs atop a small log. Like the lion, the stuffed head of the bear was made to look like it was roaring, and next to it was a strange horse or donkey with black and white stripes. Written on a plaque underneath the mounted head was the word zebra, so Kerchie assumed that must have been what the animal was. Moving away from the stuffed animals and the table, Kerchie wandered over to the fireplace, where her eyes were immediately drawn to a wall-mounted, over-under double-barrel shotgun. Getting closer to it, she saw the words Beretta Model 682-12GA engraved onto the top barrel. Wards and Agnes were already inspecting it, and they barely acknowledged Kerchie's presence as she got behind them. Much to her surprise, the pair were seemingly having some difficulty in actually obtaining the weapon, with Agnes trying and failing to pry it free. Gak! Agnes grunted in defeat as she let go and stretched out her fingers. It's locked in place. Here, let me try, Wards offered as he aimed his sword wand at it and cast Unlock. Kerchie honestly expected that to be the end of it, as did Wards as he tried to claim the shotgun for himself. But like Agnes, he too was only met with failure as the weapon refused to budge. Stepping back slightly in disbelief, he muttered under his breath as to why his magic didn't work. Exactly what he said, Kerchie couldn't hear. She momentarily thought about pulling out her own wand, but quickly decided against it. Wards was a square-class wind mage, one with years of experience in the field. If he couldn't get it to work, there was no way she would. Not to mention, she still didn't quite feel comfortable pulling out her wand just yet. Shaking his head, Wards regained his composure, then declared, Whatever lock this is, it must be too complicated for my spell to work. I could try breaking it. That might destroy the weapon, Agnes rebuked while crossing her arms in front of her chest. No, if we want this, we're gonna have to find some way to disengage the lock. But for the life of me, I can't see how. Both soldiers hummed in thought as they kept focusing on the wall. Only then did Kerchie turn away and go back to the main portion of the room where everyone else was. The others were currently scouring the desks and drawers for anything they could use. Cushions were being removed, items pulled off shelves, nothing was being ignored. Except, obviously, for the stuffed animals. Kerchie fully preferred to do the same and joined Tabitha as she fished through a drawer underneath Nigel's portrait when she noticed a piece of paper laying in the middle of the table. Curious, she picked the note up and noticed it appeared to have been torn from a book, the letters printed onto the page. The rabbit hides as the hawk soars. Kerchie read softly to herself. The zebra runs as the lion roars. Upon the elk the bear falls. But the most dangerous game claims them all. She squinted her eyes and tilted her head at the poem, trying to make heads or tails of it. It sounded like banal nonsense to her, even if she was able to recognize the pattern. The poem described classic predator-prey relationships, but any meaning beyond that was unknown. She also had no idea what the most dangerous game was. Did Earth have some kind of apex species like a dragon, or was it something else? She honestly didn't know. Sighing in resignation, Kerchie put the paper down, then turned her attention back towards Tabitha. She saw that her friend was almost done going through the drawer, and from the looks of it the others were in a similar position with their search areas. Even Agnes and Wards had seemingly given up on the shotgun in favor of searching the room for more supplies. Wanting to be of at least some use, Kerchie decided to search the only place she knew the others hadn't looked at yet, and went towards the nearest stuffed creature, which turned out to be the lion. Peeking into its mouth was somewhat unnerving, particularly after everything she had to deal with during the last day. But at least she was completely certain this dead animal wasn't going to try and eat her. Sadly, there didn't seem to be anything lodged in its throat or behind its jaws. Poking her hands into the lion's mane, she tried to see if there anything in there. As with the throat, she felt nothing but soft fur. She was about to move on to the next when she noticed that the head was surprisingly loose. Giving it a few experimental tugs, Kerchie yelped slightly in surprise when the head came completely off its mouth. The others turned to look at her, and she gave them all a sheepish, embarrassed grin while chuckling awkwardly. Her teammates rolled their eyes, save for Tabitha, who simply went back to what she was doing without giving any other reaction. Hanging her head and sighing at having embarrassed herself yet again, Kerchie debated whether she should try putting the head back, then figured the owner was most likely dead and thus wasn't in the position to care. Putting the head onto the ground, she glanced one last time at the mount, then stopped in her tracks as she noticed a prominent button built into it. What the? Kerchie asked herself as she leaned towards it. Her curiosity taking hold, Kerchie pressed the button where it flashed red before going inert. Why would there be a button there? She muttered while scratching the top of her head. Slowly, she turned towards the next stuffed animal, and an idea started to take root in her mind. Moving over to the hawk, she noticed that it, too, was only loosely connected to its base. With a soft tug, she was able to pry it free and found that, like the lion, it too had a button built into it. Realizing these buttons had to have a purpose, Kerchie quickly started moving to the other trophies and removed them from their mounts. As she stood atop the cushionless sofa next to Swayro, the Hesperian man asked, "What are you doing?" "Figuring something out," she answered as she pried the zebra's head from its mount and exposed the button. By this point, the others had caught on to what Kerchie had found, and they had already removed the other heads. Each and every single one of them had a button built into the mounts. For what purpose, they didn't know. "Nice catch." Wards complimented her as he stood in front of the bear's button, which he pressed. Like the lion's, it flashed red before turning off. He then added, "But what do they do?" "I have no idea, but they clearly do something," Kerchie replied as she tried to figure it out. "Hey, this one turned green," Vivian revealed as she pressed down the rabbit button. True to the musketeer's word, the button turned green and, unlike the others, stayed on. Agnes hummed. Turning toward the lion button, she pressed it in hopes it would do something different, only for it to flash red once again. At the same time, the rabbit button turned off, putting them back at square one. "Founder, this is pointless," Swayro claimed as he grunted in frustration. "Let's just cut our losses and move on." The others seemed to agree, and they even prepared to leave the room with him. But Kerchie wasn't as convinced, and she racked her mind to try and figure out the solution to this puzzle. After a few moments, she thought back to the paper she had read, and remembered that the rabbit was the first animal mentioned in the poem. The rabbit button had turned green. Perhaps there was a connection? Moving towards a rabbit button, Kerchie pressed it down. Just as when Vivian did it, the button turned and stayed green. Rather than going to the lion or any other animal, Kerchie went to the hawk and pressed its button. Her breath hitched when it, too, turned green. Recognizing the pattern, she moved to the zebra and pressed its button, followed by the lion. When she pressed down on the elk, it flashed red and reset the other buttons, making her briefly curse in frustration before restarting the sequence, this time in the correct order. Each button, one pressed after another following the poem, turned and stayed green. When the final button was pressed, they all heard a resounding, heavy click as something was unlatched, followed by the sliding of stone as the rack holding the double-barrel shotgun came forward. "Ah!" Yes. Kerchie cheered as she practically skipped over to the now free weapon. I knew those meant something. Claiming her prize, she heard another click as the weapon was removed from the mount, which slid slightly upwards from the lack of weight. She ignored it in favor of pulling out the box of shotgun shells she found earlier. Opening the break action, she prepared to insert fresh shells, only to notice that the weapon was already loaded. Kerchie found that to be odd. She didn't know much about gun safety, but she remembered the video they all watched vehemently telling them that, under no circumstances should they leave a mounted weapon loaded as it was incredibly unsafe. The man had recalled a time when a gang member had done just that, only for his kid to find a gun, play with it, and accidentally shoot himself. It was an absolute tragedy, and yet Nigel apparently deemed it perfectly fine to leave this weapon loaded. Granted, actually getting the gun off the wall was a deterrent enough, so perhaps he felt it was safe. Either way, Kerchie wasn't going to complain. It certainly made her life easier. Closing the weapon back up and turning on the safety, Kerchie turned to face the others and gave them all a proud smile. Tabitha gave an encouraging nod, as did Wards, but the others merely grunted in acknowledgement. But when Vivian moved over to take the weapon from her for safekeeping, Kerchie pulled it back and petulantly claimed, "No, this is mine. I earned it. You already have your own." The musketeer raised an eyebrow, then shrugged and admitted, "Fair enough. Just don't shoot any of us with it." With that, the team started moving out from the hunting lodge back into the marble room. Kerchie and Tabitha, as per usual, stayed in the back, with Kerchie taking the time to once again bask in her victory. After everything this city had thrown at her, she could take at least some joy in this. Tabitha seemed to understand that, and was content to let her enjoy it for at least a little bit longer. But just as her friend tapped her shoulder and beckoned her onward to follow the rest out, both girls jumped as they heard a loud latching sound coming from the marble room door. "What the?" they heard Suero shout in surprise, followed by the frantic jiggling of the door handle. "It's locked." "What?" Tabitha asked as she and Kerchie went to the door the others had just passed through. They tried to open it, only to find that it was, indeed, locked. "Girls, open this door." "This isn't funny," Agnes ordered, but Kerchie shook her head despite knowing the musketeer captain couldn't see her. "We didn't do anything," Kerchie replied. "Captain, I can't open the outside door," Vivian revealed. "We're trapped." "God damn it." Agnes cursed as Tabitha pulled out her staff and aimed at the door, intending to unlock it. That's when they heard a loud, grinding noise, followed by a suddenly panicked Vivian screaming, "The wall's closing in!" "What?" Everyone in the marble room shouted, and Kerchie's eyes widened as she heard the sound of stone grinding against stone. "Stand back," Wards ordered, followed by him shouting, "Stone wall." Kerchie heard a wall of stone being erected, and whatever was driving the stone forward creaked and whined. A few moments later, however, the force proved too great, and Ward's wall shattered. The wall crusher continued grinding towards their trapped teammates as Tabitha, frantically, tried to unlock the door. To their dismay, as with the shotgun mount, her cantrip proved ineffective. "Everyone, get away from the door," Kerchie shouted as she desperately shouldered her shotgun and aimed at the door handle, hoping to destroy the lock while the others shouted in increasingly panicked screams of terror that could be heard across the entire mansion. A moment later, Kerchie fired the first shell, blowing apart the wood and exposing a hidden array of thick metal bars running through the middle of the door. "No, no, no." Kerchie screamed as she fired again, only to barely so much as scratch the material while narrowly avoiding a dangerous ricochet. Inside the marble room, it had completely descended into pandemonium as everyone either tried to stop the wall from closing in or break down the door from their side. Kerchie heard frantic running coming from the hallway, along with a massive explosion as the hallway door was blown apart. By whom? Kerchie didn't know, but it didn't sound like it was done in time as the remains of the door were promptly splintered by the moving wall covering the doorway. Viscount Wards had encased his sword wand in a jet of fire and stabbed it through the metal, aiming to carve their way out to safety. But it was moving too slowly, and even with Tabitha trying to aid him on her end, it was clear that it wouldn't be fast enough. As the wall grew ever and ever closer, Kerchie's heart thundered in her chest. She could hear everyone screaming in utter terror, knowing they were about to be crushed. She didn't know what to do, and her vision blurred as she started falling into another panic attack. That was when she remembered the noise she heard when she took the shotgun off the mount. Turning towards the fireplace, she sent a desperate prayer to the gods and sprinted towards it as fast as she could. She practically slammed the weapon back onto its mount, hoping that it would work. As soon as she did, the grinding noise stopped, followed by the locks inside the doors disengaging. A moment later, Suero's body slammed through the door, breaking it off its hinges as everyone else piled in after him. Kerchie and Tabitha, both of them breathing heavily, ran over to help them up and look inside the marble room. They both saw that the far wall was now much, much closer to the hunting lodge door and was slowly receding back into its original position. What the fuck? Vivian shouted as she pressed herself up from the ground while remaining there with her legs splayed out. What the absolute fuck was that? What did you do? Agnes screamed as well, looking directly at Kerchie and Tabitha as Karen and the others came running into the room to join them. Her terror giving way to anger at what the musketeer was implying, intentional or otherwise. Kerchie angrily threw her arms to the sides and shouted, "Don't look at me. I didn't do shit. All I did was take a fucking shotgun off the wall. How in the founder's name was I supposed to know that would make a wall start closing in? Who designed a house like that?" Agnes looked like she was going to shout back as she rose to her feet, then stopped as Kerchie's words settled in. Not just in her, but in everyone, including Kerchie herself. Slowly, they looked back at the wall, just as it fully settled back into its original position, then back towards the newly remounted shotgun. Everyone was staring at it now. Then Kerchie muttered, "I'm going to grab something real quick. Be right back." Briskly walking past the others, Kerchie went back out into the hallway and made a beeline towards the storage room. Opening the chest, she pulled out the broken shotgun, which she now recognized as the same model as the one inside the hunting lodge, then went back to join the others. Without saying a word, Kerchie reached for the intact shotgun and took it off the wall and waited. After a few moments, the wall inside the marble room started closing in again, confirming her suspicions. Kerchie then placed the broken shotgun into the original's place, resetting the room. "It's a goddamned trap," Suero realized, his voice quiet yet echoing across the entire room. As soon as the words left his lips, Kerchie jumped as she heard another grinding noise coming from right behind her. Shooting her head towards it, she saw a brick above the fireplace rotate upwards, and when it stopped, it revealed a bronze medallion with a bear engraved into it. Part of Kerchie didn't even want to touch it, but the rest knew it had to be important somehow. Claiming the medallion, she briefly feared that something else was going to happen, but nothing did. Everyone was staring at her now as she held the medallion up for all to see. No one said a word at first, then Karen ordered, "Everyone, servant quarters. Now, familiarivoy." Chapter 24, House of the Dead. Irukaku did not like this house. It was cold, dark, cramped, and it smelled just awful, like something had died in it. There was also this nameless, ethereal presence that seemed to hang over every corner that she couldn't quite describe, and it came and went. But, given the rest of this awful city, she supposed that was to be expected. Death filled every house and every street. So why should a fancy mansion be any different? When her big sister was told to join this mission and her friend decided to tag along, Irukaku had been nervous. She had only gone on a few missions with Tabitha before this, and they ranged from the utterly mundane to quite hazardous. Since Irukaku was a young rhyme dragon, she was still learning how to defend herself, and she wasn't as strong as the other members of her clan. But she had thought that, with her big sister by her side, and with all these skilled mages and soldiers, they'd be fine. It would be a little adventure to a far-off land to rescue a lost girl and bring her home. Certainly the most straightforward task Tabitha went on, not like the time they ran into a talking knife who possessed people. That hope was immediately and brutally extinguished as soon as they arrived. It had been the stench that hit her first, and for a reason she didn't understand yet. Raccoon City terrified the kind wind spirit who agreed to tag along into fleeing without even a second thought. Then the zombies came, and they all saw exactly what happened to this place. Death, destruction, all of it. Since she and her big sister spent so much time scouting ahead in the air, they were able to see it all. Irukaku cried the first time she saw just how devastated Raccoon City was, with people running for their lives as endless hordes of the undead shambled after them, devouring the unlucky souls they caught. Even Tabitha, who was normally so calm and composed, was openly horrified. It had only gotten worse the longer they were in this city, and with the Umbrella Corporation hunting them down, just like this Louise person, she doubted it would get better anytime soon. In fact, she was beginning to doubt any of them would be leaving this place alive. So many of them had already fallen, either to the zombies or the disease that created them. The fear that, at any moment, any one of them could turn into a ravenous, mindless monster was palpable. For all they knew, they were already infected from all the blood and guts they'd moved through. Tensions were already hot between the party members, and they were beginning to look at each other like time bombs waiting to go off. The worst part was that, aside from carrying their supplies and scouting from the air, there wasn't much Irukaku could do to help. There weren't any spirits in this horrific place, at least from what she could tell so far, and she had been earnestly asking if anyone was listening. Either there weren't any spirits to talk to, or they didn't feel like talking to her. Regardless, it meant she was without the bulk of her abilities as a rhyme dragon. She couldn't transform. She couldn't use spirit magic. She could always bite and hit things with her claws and tail, but that created the risk of her getting infected, so her big sister had outright forbidden it, even if they weren't a zombie. The risks were too great. Still, while she didn't like this mansion, it was relatively safer than the city outside, and the garage was big enough to hold her. So she took advantage of this respite, curling up in a corner to keep herself warm while watching the bald professor and one of the musketeers work on the horseless carriage in the garage's center. "Well, it certainly looks like what did you call again, Professor?" the musketeer asked as she peered inside the front compartment of the vehicle, which exposed the most complex machinery Irukaku had ever seen. It made her eyes hurt to look at it, so she preferred not to. "An engine, Marion," Professor Colbert remarked from the driver's seat. The inside looked so cramped. Irukaku couldn't even imagine trying to get into it, at least not without a spirit to let her transform into a human. Right. In any case, I'm not seeing any missing parts, and none of the pieces look broken or rusted," Marion called out as she looked deeper in the carriage's front hood. "Granted, there's stuff deeper inside, but I don't know how to put this thing back together, so I'd rather not touch it." "Certainly," Colbert agreed. "I've worked on engines before, made a few myself, but they were merely toys compared to this. Oh, how I wish I could study one in more detail. Yeah, and without the zombies breathing down our necks. At this point, I'll simply take the lack of zombies." Marion chuckled in mild amusement before reaching up and closing the hood, then remarking, "I have to admit, Professor, out of all the nobles I've met, you're the first one who's treated me like anything close to an equal." Irukaku had noticed that. While she was not all that knowledgeable about human politics, in her short time with her big sister, one of the things she picked up on was that mages treated those without magic as though they were inferior. It was mostly the students, but a few adults did too. That mindset permeated throughout the rescue party, which was one of the reasons why tension was building, especially after the musketeers got guns that put them on more even footing. Except for Colbert, her big sister, and her friend. Not once did he behave like he was better simply because he had magic. As for Tabitha, she simply didn't care for it to begin with. And Kerchie knew she was so out of her depth in this wretched city that she was willing to follow anyone more experienced than her regardless of social status. Colbert shrugged, then admitted, "In my experience, assigning superiority purely because one has magic or not is foolish. I've met those without magic who are more noble than any mage, and I've met mages who don't have a shred of nobility in them. Frankly, I think it causes needless division. We're all one people." Marion nodded at that, then replied, "Tell that to the rest of the nobility. Most of them act like commoners like me don't even exist." "Yes, that is an unfortunately common mindset," Colbert said as he sighed and hung his head. "I try to teach my students to view magic as a responsibility rather than a status symbol, but changing hearts and minds is easier said than done." Marion grunted in agreement as she walked around to the closed driver's side door, whose window was rolled down. She peeked inside to look at something Irukaku couldn't see, then said, "By the way, didn't think a professor could fight like you do." "Soldier. I was in the military, yes," Colbert admitted, briefly tensing up. "Let's just say that my experiences disprove the notion of magic-granted superiority." Even Irukaku could tell that Colbert didn't want to delve into his past military service, and Marion respected his wishes enough to not push any further. Instead, she asked, "Think you can get this thing working?" "Probably," Colbert said after a moment. "I'm sensing a but there," Marion flatly remarked, and Colbert tapped something inside the vehicle. "It's missing a key, I think. You put it here to start the car," the professor revealed. "I tried starting it with magic, but the engine's too complex, so it didn't do anything." "Damn, and I doubt any of us could drive it, even if we managed to turn it on." "Yes." Colbert sighed and shook his head. "I suppose this was a—" Colbert suddenly stopped talking. At the exact same time, Irukaku shot her head upward, almost hitting the ceiling as she turned towards the source of a strange, muffled sound. Marion reached towards her pistol, the hairs on the back of her neck rising with the unseen threat. Slowly, the sound became clearer. It sounded like screaming. A lot of screaming. Without missing a beat, Colbert threw the door open, hitting a nearby pillar so hard that the metal door was dented. He didn't pay it any mind as he jumped out of the car, grabbed his staff, and ran around the back of the vehicle. Marion was already ahead of him, barreling through the door leading into the mansion with the professor right on her heels. As the door slowly creaked before coming to a stop, Irukaku found herself alone, and her heart thundered in her chest as she wondered what was going on. For a moment, nothing happened, and all Irukaku could hear was the sounds of muffled footsteps, screaming, and what sounded like a shotgun going off. The reasons why went unanswered, and it made the young rhyme dragon uneasy. Then a strange sensation that she'd sensed all throughout this mansion returned, and this time it felt angry. She jumped back when the car door suddenly slammed shut by itself, and with wide eyes, Irukaku could have sworn she saw a shadow of a man storming after the others. The dragon was completely motionless, confused, and terrified. Hello, she finally asked, and for the first time since she arrived in Raccoon City, she hoped no one would answer. Tilda, it's a god's damn trap. Suero's words echoed in Kerchie's mind as they followed Karen to the servants' quarters, pausing every few feet to make sure the path was secure. Such a simple phrase, yet one with unsettling implications. Implications the young Germanian girl could not refute. After all, why else would someone put a room in their house that, after taking a shotgun off the wall in another room, would lock and then crush anyone unfortunate enough to be inside? Such a design was so insanely dangerous and stupid that the only logical explanation was that it was done so on purpose. The Tristan soldier was absolutely correct. That room was a trap meant to kill people. Which, obviously, raised the next question. If there was one room designed to be a death trap, how many others were there? Did they already come across them? Or were they lying in wait elsewhere? She thought back to the broken plank that almost drove nails into her skull and the space behind the bookshelf that nearly crushed Viscount wards. Kerchie was beginning to believe that they weren't design flaws. When they arrived at the servant quarters, they checked every nook and cranny for any hidden danger. After what happened in the marble room, they weren't taking any chances. In fact, most of the party were standing guard just outside, forming a defensive perimeter to make sure nothing would jump out at them. Kerchie was standing in the center, clutching her double-barrel shotgun like a lifeline. No one said a word, and the only sound she could hear was everyone's hushed breathing and the creaking would coming from inside the room. Clear, I think, Lorette announced, her voice hesitant and unsure. You think? Duke Valui repeated in an incensed tone. I'm not going in there unless I'm sure it's safe. My lord, to be perfectly honest, I doubt anywhere is safe in this building, Lorette sarcastically rebuked. He looked half ready to shout at the blatant disrespect, and had they been back at Tristane, he just might have. But a silent, harsh glare from Duchess Valier made him hold his tongue, and after she went inside, they followed. Close the door, Karen ordered, and Viscount Wards immediately complied while she walked to the other side of the room, stopping before a window that exposed the raging storm outside. A lightning bolt flashed, followed by a boom of thunder so loud that the room vibrated. This gave Kerchie time to inspect their surroundings, and found that it was exactly what one would expect for servants' quarters. There were several rows of beds along the walls that Julio and a few of the others were using as seats, with small wooden desks between them. The largest desk had a wooden box on top of it. The box had a round dial on it, with several cutout sections along the face that exposed some kind of wire mesh. She had no idea what it was as she watched Karen idly fiddle with it, which somehow turned a light on inside the dial. The light revealed several notches etched along the outer edge, and a crackling song began to play. It's a radio, Kerchie thought to herself as the haunting melody filled the room. She couldn't focus on the sonata for long, however, as Karen turned around to face her. I want to know exactly what happened in there, she declared, and Kerchie nodded. Well, she began, nervously rubbing her wrist. We were exploring the mansion, trying to find supplies when we came across the marble room. As we went through it into the hunting lodge, nothing seemed out of place aside from Nigel Stansworth's poor taste in home decor. Captain Agnes and Viscount Wards found a perfectly intact shotgun mounted on the wall, but they couldn't get it off, even with magic. Kerchie briefly presented the shotgun in question as she continued. I was able to find several buttons behind the taxidermies, and when I pressed them in the right order based on a poem we found, it unlocked the shotgun and let me claim it. She paused and took a breath, then revealed, but when I took the shotgun, something behind the wall clicked. I think it was a switch. I let myself bask in my victory as the others, except for Tabitha, went ahead, only for the door to lock itself behind them. The same happened with the other door, trapping them inside. Right after that, the walls literally started closing in on them. They couldn't stop it, and when I tried shooting out the lock, we found that the entire door was reinforced by steel bars. The wall only stopped when I put the shotgun back in its place, which is when you found us. Karen didn't say anything, instead continuing to stare right into Kerchie's eyes. It felt as though the veteran battle mage was staring into her soul, and it made her shrink in on herself. She wondered what Duchess Valier must be thinking. Was she blaming her for almost getting most of their party crushed, or commending her for figuring out how the trap worked and saving them? Or perhaps both. Either way, she wasn't saying anything, which only made the tension worse. Duchess Valier eventually turned away from her and looked at Agnes to ask, "Did you come across any other traps?" "Yes," Agnes confirmed while standing up straight and firm. "I now believe that the space behind the bookshelf and the broken floor panel were not design flaws. What about you?" "We were fortunate enough to not encounter any," Karen remarked while nodding before pulling out a small, leather-bound journal. "We did, however, find this in the pantry hidden behind some crates. Julio believed it belonged to one of the servants here. However, I can't read it." "May I see it?" Agnes asked, and Karen nodded before handing it over to the musketeer. She opened it, and Kerchie couldn't help but lean over to try and get a better look as Agnes frowned. These characters, I don't recognize them at all. None of us could, Julio added with a regretful sigh. We were blessed by the gods that English and Albionese were virtually identical, but it appears even such small blessings only go so far. Agnes began to pass the journal around, first to Suero, then Colbert and Marion. One by one, the journal was shared among the rescue party members, but none of them could make heads nor tails of the mysterious writing. But when Kerchie finally managed to look at the page, her eyes widened. "Wait a minute, I know this," she whispered, then flinched as she found every single pair of eyes staring at her. She fidgeted slightly, then took a deep breath and explained, I think this is Muscovian, or whatever it's called in this world." "Muscovian?" Gabrielle asked in confusion. "A language from the far eastern regions of Germania," Agnes explained, and Kerchie nodded. "Yes, my mother was born in Muscovia, and she taught it to me," Kerchie said, and Karen furrowed her brow. "Can you read it?" she simply asked, and Kerchie looked at the methodic script written on the page in black ink. She squinted and brought her face close to study it further. After a few moments, she finally said, "The handwriting is rough, but I think I can." Karen nodded, then ordered, "Read it aloud." Kerchie nodded, then started from the beginning. "Property of Zina Vasilyevna. July 15th, 1997. The past few years have been hard for my family. The collapse of the Soviet Union, the depression right after. Both of them lost their jobs, and my father turned to vodka to cope for a while. It felt as though the whole world was crashing around us. But we're here in America now. It's funny, just a few years ago, I would have called you insane for suggesting that we'd ever leave Russia, much less set foot in our enemy's homeland. But here we are. My grandpa didn't take it well. He was always the most patriotic of us, and called us traitors for daring to leave. Not that we had much choice. There weren't any jobs for my parents, and capitalist America was always hiring. Our visas got finalized a few days ago, and we'll be moving into our apartment soon. I think college is out of the question for now, though, at least for a few years as we get back on our feet. Until then, I think I'll get a job to help support ourselves." Kerchie skimmed a few pages, then continued. "February 4th, 1998, Mr. Stansworth hired another girl from the college today. She probably won't last a week. Honestly, if it weren't for the fact that he pays so well and Russian girls like me don't exactly have many options, I would join her. The man is a creep. I keep catching him eyeing me and the other girls and trying to act all friendly. Thank God, I'm not one of the live-in servants. I can't imagine how much worse it is for them. Once my shift is over, I can just take the bus home. But, as far as I know, he hasn't actually crossed the line into doing anything illegal, so I can't report him. All I can do is keep my head down and keep looking for another, better job. Things keep going like this, though, and I don't care if I get a pay cut. At least he's giving us all next week off. Probably so he can hang out with his latest girlfriend. I wonder if she'll bring her daughter with her? The mother always struck me as a gold digger, but Sophia is sweet." Eugene grunted while crossing his thick, burly arms across his chest. "A lord abusing his power over his servants. Haven't heard that before." Some of the commoners couldn't help but involuntarily chuckle at his sarcastic remark, while most of the nobles looked, to varying degrees, somewhat offended at the insinuation. Only Kerchie herself, Tabitha, Colbert, Wards, and Karen seemed to agree with, or at least understand, Eugene's point. Even in Germania, where the noble-commoner divide wasn't nearly as stark as it was in the rest of Hakagenia, stories of nobles abusing their power over their servants were all too common. Most of the time, the mistreatment was from banal causes, such as higher than reasonable taxes. But in other cases, it was so egregious that even other nobles didn't like associating with them if they didn't have to. Regardless, it was certainly clear that Nigel Stansworth was abusing his station. Even if he wasn't literally a noble, judging by his mansion, he was one of the Raccoon City elite, so he counted. The thought of someone using their power over someone beneath them for such carnal ends twisted her stomach. Attraction certainly didn't have to be deep between two people for love to be shared. She dated most of her lovers simply because she found them attractive, and vice versa. But love needed to be mutual, never coerced. Clearly Mr. Stansworth didn't understand that, or simply didn't care. Shaking her head, she turned a few more pages and started reading again. June 22nd, 1998. Things are getting rough here. Not just because most of the servants finally had enough and quit. At least that's what I think happened. Many of them stopped showing up for work, and Mr. Stansworth refuses to elaborate beyond cheeky comments, which puts more work on my shoulders, but also the attacks in the Arkley Forest that have been happening lately. Mr. Stansworth insists everything is fine, but I watch the news and my parents are getting nervous. At least Stars is handling the investigation. They'll get to the bottom of it. They always do. Still, everything feels darker than normal. An air of unease is hanging over everyone, and the mansion is no different. In fact, it almost feels worse. Not only that, there's this stench coming from the basement that I just cannot find the source of. Like something died in there, and no matter what I try, it won't go away. It's probably a rat. Still, it's not like it's going to be my problem much longer. I think I managed to find another job. Bit of a pay cut and further out from my family's apartment, but anything to get away from this place. Something's shifted in Mr. Stansworth. He's more open with his intentions with the girls, promising them favors and raises if they stay the night. Not only that, almost every week he brings over someone new, usually from the college. He likes them young. Then there's all the clothes we keep finding. Gifts, he calls them, including Sophia's teddy bear. More like trophies of his conquests. One more week, then I'm gone. Kerchie's disgust grew, and she openly scowled at the mansion owner's predatory nature. But when she turned to one of the final pages, her eyes widened at the sudden tone shift. Her hands began to tremble, but she forced herself to read aloud. September 24th, 1998. God, I'm such an idiot. I shouldn't have come back here. When those zombies came out of nowhere and started eating people, I panicked and got separated from my parents. The mansion was nearby and it seemed safe enough. Better a creep than literally being eaten alive. Nigel actually seemed happy to see me again and let me in, gave me a bed in the servants' quarters as we waited for rescue. But when I woke up, I wasn't in the servant quarters. He must have drugged me. I don't know where I am right now. Maybe the basement, but I've never seen this room before. I'm in some kind of cage. Many of the girls are with me. They've been here for some time, and they're terrified. But they let me know the truth. The girls who quit, not all of them actually quit. They were the lucky ones. The rest went up down here to be Nigel's playthings. That bastard always liked to go on safaris and big game hunts. But I guess he got bored of hunting lions and bears, so now he's graduated to hunting people. This entire mansion is one big hunting ground, and we're the game. Sophia and her mother were apparently his first victims. They didn't move away. They were hunted like animals. Sophia lasted the longest, apparently. That poor girl. He doesn't know I have this journal on me. Even if he did, he doesn't read Russian, so he has no idea what's in here. I don't think I'm leaving this place alive. He likes to bring a few girls out at a time, dangling the possibility of escape in front of their eyes as they try to find their way out and avoid the traps he's built into the various rooms. None of them have. I'm going to die here. Everyone was quiet as they let Kerchie's revelations settle in their minds. Her hands were tightly clenched around the leather, and she was staring blankly at the page. But while there were a few more pages left in the journal, she couldn't comprehend what they were saying. She was far more focused on the fact that they were in the house of a serial killer, one who preyed on girls around her age and hunted them for sport. It was absolutely terrifying, even if the owner was nowhere to be found. Slowly, everyone turned their attention towards Karen, who simply declared, "We're leaving." That was probably the smartest thing she'd said all night, and everyone immediately agreed. But before they could begin to head out, a voice suddenly cracked over the radio and said, "I'm afraid I can't let you do that." They heard a loud series of clicks, and Kerchie involuntarily jumped as the frames underneath the beds suddenly swung down, revealing a series of trapdoors beneath each of them. Most of the soldiers sitting on the beds were able to throw themselves off of them in time. But Julio's foot got caught in the sheets, and he tripped, causing him to fall down. Agnes was right next to him, and she instinctively reached out to grab his shirt, only for his weight combined with their awkward angle to cause both of them to fall. They instinctively screamed as they fell out of sight, then were cut off as the trapdoors shut. "No, Julio, Agnes!" Kerchie screamed as she scrambled towards the bed, but Tabitha held her back. "Captain!" the musketeers shouted as well, ripping the bed out from its bolted position and throwing it to the side as Eugene and Suero pulled out their hammer and axe to try chopping away at the wooden planks, only to find a plate of steel underneath. "Damn it!" Suero cursed as Baron Valui came over. "Move out of the way," he ordered, preparing to cast a spell to cut through the trapdoor. "I wouldn't do that if I were you. Not unless you want your friends to die," the voice warned, cutting the Baron off. Slowly, everyone turned toward the radio, and the silence made the air feel heavy. Wards clutched his fist, then snarled, "Nigel Stansworth, I presume." "You presume correctly," the voice confirmed with a slight crackle. "But I must admit, I am at a loss. You know who I am, but I don't know who you are. That is none of your concern." Ward spat. "You've broken into my home, so I'm afraid it is my concern." The feigned justification for his actions made the hairs on the back of Kerchie's neck stand on end. Then Karen coldly began, "You will release." "Please don't interrupt, miss. The men are talking." Nigel cut Karen off, causing the Duchess to actually shoot her head back. All of the women in the room, for a split moment, were stunned into silence. Then their collective fury seemed to make the temperature in the room rise a few degrees. "You will not speak to me that way," Karen warned, her voice filled with venom. "You will release them at once, and I'll make sure your death is swift and painless." Rather than be threatened by her words, Nigel simply began to laugh uproariously before replying. Good luck with that, and I'm afraid simply releasing them isn't an option. What? Tabitha asked, fishing for information. Because I don't want to. I ran out of playthings some time ago, and I'm not going to let this choice selection pass me by, Nigel remarked, then began to chuckle. The sound sent a chill down Kerchie's spine, and she nervously rubbed her forearm. He then continued, your friends are alive, but even with your abilities, you can't reach them. Not directly at least, assuming you want them to stay alive. Kerchie had no idea if he was telling the truth or not. Even with their diminished willpower reserves, they likely could use their magic to tunnel their way down to Nigel's dungeon, or simply lift the earth beneath Agnes and Julio back up to their level. But with how many traps they'd already encountered in this mansion, there was no telling what others would be sprung if they did so. The room might collapse, explode, fill with poison gas, or be flooded with water. There was no telling what limits to his depravity there were, and the last thing Kerchie wanted to test was said limits. Nigel chuckled again and pronounced, good, you're beginning to understand your situation. This is my domain, and I make the rules. If you want your friends to escape with their lives, you're going to have to play my game. And if we don't, Karen growled while clenching her sword wand tightly, then you and your friends will die, and I'll wait for the next to arrive, Nigel nonchalantly declared, then began to laugh incessantly. Kerchie's fears began to bubble up once again. Then Karen snapped and cleaved the radio in two with a single swipe of her blade. The electronic device fell in pieces to the floor, cutting the madman off. I'm going to kill him, someone growled, but Kerchie couldn't tell who. She supposed it didn't matter. They all wanted the same thing. Duchess, what are we going to do? Wards asked, and Karen frowned. I'm thinking, she admitted, clearly a loss. After a few moments, she turned towards the earth mages and asked, can you lift them out? Probably, but I don't know what will happen if we do, Rosalind de Cazenave admitted. He could be bluffing, or he could be telling the truth, and freeing them directly would kill them. Baron Valui nodded, confirming the assessment. That was when Bernadette de Favre pointed out, staying here could get us all killed, too. We're not leaving them behind. Colbert immediately shut down that notion while the commoners shot glares towards the fire mage, who raised her hands defensively while shaking her head. She glanced at the other mages, clearly hoping for some support, but there was none to be found. Instead, they were looking at her like she was a fool, or perhaps even a coward. Kerchie herself leaned towards the former. Yes, staying in the mansion any longer was dangerous, but leaving Agnes and Julio behind was an option. Seeing that she was outnumbered, Rosalind shook her head then backpedaled. Wasn't saying we should, just pointing it out is all. It certainly didn't sound like the Chevalier was simply pointing it out, but Kerchie wasn't in the mood to argue. Instead, she stood silently as the others began arguing between themselves, trying to figure out what to do in order to free their comrades and escape this hellish nightmare, both of which were easier said than done. No one was paying attention to Kerchie, and her eyes drifted back down to the journal. After a few moments, she quietly mused, you were found in the pantry. How'd you get there? Slowly, Kerchie flipped through the last few pages of the journal. Most of them were blank, but the last one had words written on it. The letters were a dark, thick red, and she blanched. This last page wasn't written in ink. It was in blood. Kerchie had a pretty good idea why Xena had to do that, but she didn't want to focus on that. Instead, she read silently to herself, I got close. Closer than I thought I would. But he got me. Shot me with his rifle. I'm hiding in the pantry. He's searching for me, prowling the halls to finish the job and claim his trophy. I'm going to die here, but he still doesn't know I have this journal. I have to hide it. Maybe it'll help someone else. Find the medallions, bring them together, reveal the stairs, and put an end to this. The words ended there. It wasn't hard for Kerchie to figure out what happened next. A solemn melancholy permeated Kerchie's soul. Then her eyes widened as she realized what Xena had been talking about. She pulled out the medallion engraved with the image of a bear, and she knew what they had to do. I got it, Kerchie excitedly proclaimed as she turned around and sprinted out of the room. Follow me. Kilcia, wait. Colbert called out, but Kerchie wasn't listening. Time was of the essence. It's the medallions, like the one we found in the lodge, she declared as she ran down the hallway towards the storage room, her voice echoing through the halls. There's 3 of them, and we have to. Kerchie was cut off by the sound of shattering glass, followed by a large flash of lightning and boom of thunder. She spun on her heels frantically, almost tripping as she saw a pair of zombie dogs leaping in through the glass window at the back of the hallway. They immediately locked their attention onto her and charged, their jaws snapping and sending bloody saliva everywhere. Without even thinking, Kerchie dropped the medallion, raised her shotgun as fast as she could, then fired. The buckshot tore through the dog's neck, severing it from the torso and causing it to fall to the ground in a twitchy, spasm-y mess. But when she tried to fire the next shot at the second dog, all she got was an empty click. She forgot to reload her weapon. Letting out a terrified scream, Kerchie fell onto her back and raised her shotgun towards the leaping dog's jaws. It wrapped its teeth around the wood and metal, pressing its weight against her. She pressed her feet against its underside, trying to push it away, but all she managed to do was push it far enough so that it couldn't maim her with its claws. The dog's unnatural strength was pressing against her, and her throat began to hurt from all the screaming. That was when something struck the dog from the side. It was Tabitha, using the end of her staff like a club in an upward swing. The zombified canine was thrown off her, slamming into the wall, where it was immediately shot several times by Tabitha's revolver. It took all 5 shots straight to head, but on the last its skull popped like a melon. "Kills ya," Colbert shouted as he and the others belatedly rounded the corner, where they saw a petrified Kerchie holding onto Tabitha. Both of them were staring at the dog's corpses, which Rosalind immediately cremated, while Eugene and Baron Valui reinforced the broken window with whatever materials they could find nearby. "What were you thinking, you stupid girl?" Suero shouted as Kerchie started to collect herself. I'm sorry," she apologized. Tabitha helped her up to her feet while locking eyes with her. Her question went unsaid, but Kerchie understood it regardless. Picking the medallion back up, she held it in front of her while saying, "It's this." "The medallion?" Lorette remarked. "What about it?" "In here," Kerchie said, leading them inside the study. Walking over to the fireplace, she pointed to the palm-sized notches and explained, "See these notches? I think we're supposed to put the medallions in them." To prove her point, she inserted the bear medallion into one of the notches. Nothing happened, but it was a perfect fit. She continued while holding up Zena's journal. Zena wrote one last journal entry before she died. She said there were 3 medallions hidden in this mansion. If we bring all 3 of them together, it'll reveal some stairs. Stairs that probably lead to wherever Agnes and Julio are being held. The other's eyes widened as her words settled. They then turned their attention towards the fireplace. And after a moment, Suero asked, "The girl who wrote that journal said this?" "Yes, but she was dying when she was writing it," Kerchie clarified, shivering at the thought. "I think she was desperate to at least try to warn someone, so she couldn't put in more details." "So, that's the game he wants us to play." "It's more than we had," Karen said. "Good work." Kerchie couldn't help but smile at the praise, but stayed silent as Karen turned to face everyone and declared, "You heard her. Somewhere in this mansion there are 2 more medallions, and we cannot retrieve our lost members until we find them. We're going to split into 2 teams. I'll lead the first to search this floor. Wards, lead the second down into the basement. Search every room. Once you find the medallion, bring it here and put in the notch." "Yes, ma'am," Ward said, then added, "I must express caution. Given the location of the first medallion, it's likely that the others are protected by traps as well." Karen nodded, then ushered everyone out. Time was of the essence, and they couldn't afford to wait. So, with Kerchie and Tabitha reloading their guns as they walked, they followed Viscount Wards down into the dark, decrepit basement, hoping to find what they were looking for. Tilda. Agnes didn't know how long she and the priest fell. Only that, for a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, they were weightless, their backs sliding against a metal tube down into the dark depths below. Then it all came to a crashing halt as they landed on something hard, yet cushioned enough so that they didn't break their necks. The man and woman laid in a crumbled heap atop each other, with Agnes luckily being on the top. They groaned in pain and discomfort, and her vision swirled as an incessant ringing sounded in her ears. When her senses finally started returning to normal, she propped herself up slightly and looked around. She saw that the 2 of them were on top of an old mattress that crumpled under their combined weight, one of many that covered the dusty concrete floor. They were in a cage of some kind, the metal bars covered with dust and some cobwebs. Beyond the bars, she could see another, identical to the one she and Julio found themselves in, featureless save for several mattresses with numerous metal chutes above it. It wasn't hard for the musketeer to realize that the chutes matched up with the beds in the servant quarters. That was when she finally spotted the door, and without a second thought, she sprung to her feet and sprinted towards it, ignoring the fresh bruises on her chest. Agnes slammed her shoulder into the metal frame, disturbing the dust and making it flutter in the air. But aside from a loud rattle, the door didn't budge. She tried again anyway, letting out a grunt of exertion as she repeatedly slammed against the iron. A recovered Julio soon joined her, and together they desperately tried opening it to no avail. "Come on," Agnes shouted as she pushed her full body weight against the door frame, with Julio doing the same on the other side. "I'm trying," he insisted. "Try harder." They slammed their shoulders against the door incessantly until their arms began to ache. Seeing as that wasn't working, they then tried kicking it down, only to get the same result. Julio pulled out Derflinger from his sheath and tried cutting through the metal, but after only a few swings the sword protested about chipping his edge, so they stopped. They finally tried just pulling it apart with their bare hands like a couple of primal animals, but all they got for their trouble was a layer of dust caking their fingers. Falling back onto the nearest mattress, both Julio and Agnes breathed heavily, their arms spread wide while staring up at the ceiling, beads of sweat trickling down their brows. As they caught their breath, Derflinger remarked, "I hate to say it, but I think we're stuck down here." Agnes didn't say a word, but her breathing did recover. The benefits of a lifetime of physical activity. Sitting upright, she glared at the metal door which seemed to mock her, then glanced upward. There was a circular grate on the ceiling covering a wire mesh. It looked similar to the radio they found upstairs. Julio then sat upward as well, joining the veteran musketeer in staring at the cage door. After a few moments of heavy silence, he asked, "What are we going to do?" She didn't respond, instead continuing to glare at the metal grate. After a few moments, she harshly asked, "Can you see us, Mr. Stansworth?" Julio shot his head back, confused as to why she would be asking that. Then they both felt a chill run down their spines as a voice crackled out from the speaker and replied, "Yes, I see you. I've got you right where I want you." Slowly, Agnes rose to her feet, her hand hovering near her holstered pistol. She hissed, "When I get out of here, you are dead." Stansworth merely laughed, clearly finding the insinuation that she would kill him to be humorous, which only raised Agnes' ire even more. The sound also made the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end, and Derflinger became unusually still. "Something's not right with him," the ancient sword whispered, and Agnes had to stop herself from rolling her eyes. "Clearly," she replied, then narrowed her eyes. "Release us at once and face me, you coward." "Now, why would I do that? Not when I would much rather have some fun together." Julio was now joining Agnes in directing his hatred towards the speaker as he declared, "With the gods as my witness, you will suffer for your transgressions if you do not release us this instant." Once again, Stansworth's maniacal laughter filled the dungeon. Then he creepily declared, "Oh, there are no gods here, just me." His chuckle made Agnes and Julio sweat more, and the man's disembodied voice added, "The two of you have spunk. I like that. Makes the game more interesting. Once I'm done playing with your friends, I'll let you out to join the fun. Until then." The radio cut off, and not another word was said. Agnes and Julio continued to glare at the speaker, and it took all of her self-control not to shoot it. Instead, she aimed her pistol at the door's lock and fired a single round. "Gag!" Julio involuntarily shouted as he covered his ears and averted his eyes as the bullet struck the metal. Whatever it was made of, the material was tough, as the bullet merely dented the metal before falling to the ground as a crumpled ball of lead. Undeterred, Agnes pulled off her lever action, chamber round, and fired it into the same spot. This time it ripped straight through, and as she walked over to the door, she gently pushed it open. "Well, that's just cheating," Stansworth complained, but Agnes didn't care. "Go fuck yourself," she simply replied, ignoring the subsequent laughter from her captor. Looking around the room, she quickly saw the front door to the dungeon and fired her rifle towards the doorknob. Much to her displeasure, while the wood was punctured, the bullet was stopped by a thick steel plate, casting some sparks backward into the room. "Damn it," Agnes cursed as Julio, with Derflinger sheathed and on his back, joined her outside the cage. "Of course it wouldn't be that easy," Julio said. "The gods aren't that kind. He may be a deranged lunatic, but Stansworth is right about one thing," Agnes remarked as she walked over to inspect the door more closely. "There are no gods here. They have forsaken this place." Julio didn't say anything, likely finding that there wasn't anything he could say. This allowed Agnes to concentrate on her work, and as she inspected the door, her scowl deepened. Much like the doors to the marble room, the one going into the dungeon was reinforced with thick metal bars that ran through it. For the first time in her life, Agnes wished a mage was with her. They could at least use their magic to burn their way through the door, like wards tried to do, before Zerb saved them. Alas, the only magic they had access to was Agnes' reinforced dagger and Derflinger, neither of which would do them any good. "There must be a key somewhere," Julio suggested as he began looking around, but Agnes stopped him with a shake of her head. "Don't waste your time. He clearly isn't stupid enough to leave a key inside for a prisoner to find." Besides, she paused to look at the remains of the doorknob, then added, "It looks like this door only locks on the outside. So we're trapped in here?" Julio asked, and Agnes nodded. "For now," she confirmed while continuing to study the door, pinching her chin as she thought about their next steps. "Geez, talk about a luxury inn," Derflinger remarked as Julio sighed and moved to sit down on the nearest mattress, leaving Agnes relatively alone to focus. The priest set the sword beside him on the mattress, who asked, "What do you think the others are doing?" "The same as us, trying to find a way out of here," Agnes answered as she looked up and down the doorframe, eyeing the hinges on the outward side. She then looked at the ceiling before pulling out her radio, held it in front of her mouth as she pressed the button, and asked, "Duchess Valier, can you hear me?" She let go of the button and waited for a response, but all she got was static. She tried again. Duchess Valier? Anyone? Again, she heard nothing. Scowling, she stowed her radio away while declaring, "Damn it, they can't hear me. Walls must be too thick. I was afraid of that. Should we just wait for them? They won't leave us, right?" Julio suggested, sounding slightly unsure. Given how this entire mansion is a death trap, they might just cut their losses, Agnes admitted while lightly knocking on the door while pressing her ear against its surface. But they won't. Not without that sword. Julio paused to look at Derflinger, who spoke up and said, "Hey, don't act like they come down here just for me. I'm merely speaking fact," Agnes pointed out. "The two of us are commoners. Even if you're the Pope's familiar, Julio, our party's led by mages." "You say that as though we're different people," Julio replied, a twinge of sadness in his voice. Agnes was quiet for a moment, then flatly remarked, "We are." Her tone left no room for argument, but Julio either didn't hear that or didn't care as he countered, "Well, that's just not true at all. We're all children of Hakagenia, mage or plebeian." Agnes couldn't help but chuckle as she began to settle on an idea. Not a good one, but the only thing she could think of at the moment. As she started fishing through her satchel for supplies, she decided to humor the priest and replied, "Tell that to the nobility. Most of the time, they act as though commoners like me don't even exist." "Duchess Valier values your input," Julio pointed out, but flinched when Agnes turned around to give him a harsh, angry glare. "If she did, we wouldn't be in this mess," she argued. The air was heavy and silent, with Julio not saying a word. After a few moments, Agnes turned around and went back to working on the door. She pulled out the bag of gunpowder she brought with her, along with some rope and matches she had scavenged earlier. Using her knife, she began cutting thin strips from the rope, organizing them neatly on the floor in front of her. As she worked, she allowed her anger to simmer. Anger over everything, really. The hellscape they found themselves in, Umbrella hunting them like animals, Claudette's gruesome death. "I believe you're being too harsh on her," Julio quietly said, seemingly picking up on her thoughts. "None of us could have known what Alphonse would turn into, nor that this mansion was built by a madman." Agnes scoffed and replied, "I won't pretend to know otherwise, but I had my doubts from the beginning. Yet you saved him from that criminal regardless." Agnes shot her head around and glared at the priest, who was much more confident now. He didn't even flinch as Agnes hissed, "Are you insinuating something?" "Not at all," Julio diplomatically replied while raising his hands. "Merely pointing out that what happened to your musketeer was a tragedy, one we all share culpability in. We all saw the signs, but we refused to act until it was too late." Agnes was quiet for a moment. Deep down, she knew he had a point. She did save Alphonse's life from that bandit, despite her growing doubts. She could have hesitated for just a second longer, and the nobleman would have been riddled with holes and struck down before he could even have the chance of hurting anyone else. Sure, the T-virus might have mutated him and kept his body alive, but they wouldn't have been in the absolute worst spot in the city for a water drogger to reveal itself. But she didn't. Instead, she acted like any good, experienced soldier would and cut down the threat right in front of her, ensuring that Alphonse's infection would grow unchecked until it was too late. She shook her head before turning back to her work, then quietly admitted, "Perhaps. It's not your fault either, Agnes," Julio insisted, keeping a respectful distance from the musketeer. He couldn't see what she was doing, but he knew well enough to keep away. She didn't respond at first, then decided to move on and point out, "Regardless of Alphonse, even you must admit that coming to this place was a mistake, one that lies squarely on Karen's shoulders." Not even the ever-loyal priest could muster a defense for that statement, and Agnes pounced, "We may be searching for her daughter, and the threats assailing her are more than legitimate, but that gives her no right to put all of us in danger. Her stubbornness prevented us from finding shelter earlier, and I guarantee anything would have been better than this house of horrors." "That may be," Julio admitted, "but put yourself in her position. How would you react if your family was in a city filled with monsters being hunted down by powerful and evil men?" Agnes stopped herself. Memories from her childhood flashed before her eyes. The fires, the screaming, the scent of blood in the air. It took all of her willpower to not explode right then and there. Instead, she forced herself to take several deep breaths to calm down. Then she coldly revealed, "I lost my family a long time ago." "Oh, Julio Materth, you have my sympathies, Agnes." They remained quiet for a few moments. Then Julio foolishly decided to press ahead and ask, "May I ask how they passed?" "How do you think?" Agnes curtly replied, elaborating no further. Thankfully, Julio seemed to get the hint and stopped this foolish line of questioning. Not that it stopped Agnes from remembering more of her past. As she cut small squares of cloth out and carefully placed gunpowder in the center of them, she remembered the wail she made as she stood in the center of her burning village, charred corpses of her family and friends scattered around her. A few unlucky souls were flailing about as the flames consumed them, only to perish and drop like lifeless rocks. There were angry shouts as mages aimed their wands and staff at the homes, the fires consuming everyone taking shelter in them. She didn't know what happened after that. Everything moved too fast. 1 minute, the mages were moving on. The next, they were consumed by the same fire they were conjuring. Only this one looked like a massive snake. She was then carefully picked up by another man, one with a massive burn on his back. He didn't say a word, and she didn't see his face, but she knew who her savior was. More importantly, she knew what he had done. That day, the cruel realities of the world were laid bare for Agnes, and a singular drive filled her soul. They claimed her village of Dangleterre was burned to contain a plague, but she knew better. Her home was peaceful, and the only crime they ever committed was worshipping the same gods, just a little bit differently than what the ruling caste liked. That was how they justified the murder of hundreds, led by the same man who saved her. After that, as she grew of age and came to understand more and more of the injustice she suffered, she vowed to avenge their deaths and slaughter the corrupt men and women who ordered their execution. She had already made some headway in that field, with Princess Henrietta's surprising assistance. It was one of the many reasons why she alone was the only noble Agnes genuinely respected and followed, second only to the fact that, despite her youth and naivety, unlike all other nobles, she genuinely cared for the commoners and fought for their well-being. It was a sentiment she knew the other commoner soldiers in their party shared to varying degrees. Agnes shook her head. Now was not the time to reminisce, especially not with an agent of the Pope sitting in the room with her. He may have been trying to help ease her concerns, but if he got an inkling of her Protestant views, he would cut her down without a second thought, and it would lead to a massive scandal for Princess Henrietta. She didn't want to imagine how the young sovereign would try to justify having her bodyguard be Protestant. The dungeon fell silent again. She didn't know how long neither of them spoke. Several minutes at least. Eventually, Julio asked, "What are you working on?" "I'm making bombs," Agnes succinctly answered. Julio paused for a moment, clearly trying to comprehend the words that just came out of her mouth. He then asked, "Okay, why?" "I'm going to blow the hinges off the door," she explained, pointing at the structural weak points while testing the first bag's weight in her other hand. She had to make the explosives just right. Too small, and they wouldn't do anything. Too big, and she might injure or kill the both of them. Satisfied with the weight, she stuffed it into a glass bottle she had scavenged earlier to make firebombs out of and began working on the next. "I see," Julio remarked as he finally stood up. "In that case, I shall begin crafting us a shelter. Hopefully these mattresses will protect us." "Hopefully," Agnes remarked, pleased that he was making himself useful. She heard him dragging the mattresses to a corner and begin making the shelter while she continued, crafting more improvised explosives. Agnes had no idea whether this would work or not. For all she knew, the bombs wouldn't accomplish anything, but at least she'd be doing something. While she was no fool and knew the rest of the party was already working on finding a way to free them, she couldn't place her fate in their hand alone. So long as she was able to do something to free herself, she was going to try, even if it was ultimately pointless. After a few minutes, Julio asked, If we get out here, what do you think is going to happen?" Agnes caught his correction, but decided against pointing it out. After all, he was absolutely correct. There was no guarantee any of them would be walking out of this city alive. Hell, all of them might be infected already, and when they returned, they'd have to be put down to prevent the T-virus from spreading across Hakagenia. That was the last thing she wanted, and she'd rather put a bullet through her own head than let the zombie plague ravage her home. "Honestly, I don't know," she admitted, finishing the first bomb and beginning to work on replicating it. "I do know this. Whether the Valliers rescue their daughter or not, they're going to war over this. They're going to make Umbrella pay for what they did to her. That much is certain. Or at least try." She heard him piling the mattresses on top of each other, grunting in exertion before replying, "Yes, I do believe that is an accurate assumption. And quite warranted, I would say." That would be an understatement, in Agnes' opinion. In fact, it would probably be the most justified war in Hakagenian history. Many would probably consider it a holy war, and she would not blame them. Creating a virus that turned living people into ravenous undead was perhaps the most sacrilegious thing she could imagine. "Would you partake in such a war?" Julio asked, and Agnes immediately nodded. "If Princess Henrietta asks it of me," she confirmed, and Julio nodded as well. "Of course. Well, if the Valliers were to go to war against the Variag for this, the church would be more than happy to lend its aid to their cause." Agnes stopped, then slowly turned around to face Julio, who was busy assembling the mattresses in a makeshift fort and barricade. He didn't notice her staring at him at first, but eventually he did as he turned around to look at her with a confused expression on his face. He awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck, then asked, "Is something the matter?" "You said war against the Variag," Agnes pointed out. "I was talking about Umbrella, not the Variag." "Oh, yes. You did. Julio replied with a forced laugh. Apologies, I got mixed up. I don't see how you could, she pressed, staring hard at the priest's face. He seemed to recognize what she was getting at, and deflected. Apologies, it was a slip of the tongue. For so long, I've only known that the people of this world were the very ag, so it's difficult at times for me to remember that they're diverse like we are. Agnes narrowed her eyes suspiciously while Julio fell silent. After a few moments, she finally responded. Good, because for a moment it sounded like you were conflating Umbrella's crimes with everyone in this place, even their victims. I assure you, Agnes, that was the last thing I intended, Julio insisted. She stared at him for a few more moments, then slowly turned back towards the door while Julio himself refocused on assembling the barricade. While she hadn't known Julio for very long, she liked to think that she had a handle on understanding people, especially when they were hiding something. What Julio was hiding, Agnes didn't know. Perhaps it was just an honest slip of the tongue, or might offer a glimpse to something else, something darker. Tilda, with Wards leading his team down through the storage room into the basement, Karen continued through the hallway towards the other side of the mansion. A chilly wind rushed through the broken window, making her skin crawl. The sound of rain and thunder had gotten louder, which did nothing to lower the tension everyone felt as they carefully traversed the halls. It was almost funny how they had walked through this very hallway only a few minutes ago, but now it felt much more dangerous. Nothing had actually changed, other than their perception. It was a mistake to come here. Karen saw that now. In fact, she would honestly say this was one of the worst mistakes she's made since stepping foot in Raccoon City. Only the decision to let Alphonse live, rather than pay attention to his worsening state, surpassed it. She should have listened to her subordinates and taken shelter earlier. If she had done that rather than stubbornly insist on going through the worsening storm, they would not be stuck in this mansion whose owner had trapped two of her teammates and was trying to have them kill for his own sick pleasure. At least she could take pleasure in sending that vile monster to the darkest reaches of hell, assuming they ran into him, which was likely. But while she wanted nothing more than to drive her sword through his throat, right now her only goal was to get the others out of this mansion before anyone else was hurt or, founder forbid, killed. There had been too many close calls already. Continuing her stride, she turned around to look at her team. Chevaliers Howitt, Cazenave, and Favre were in the back and sides, holding out their wands to provide multiple overlapping lanes of fire. In between the mages were Eugene and Lorette, the former with his pistol in hand, while the latter had her assault rifle shouldered. The rest of the rescue party were already downstairs with Wards, and she trusted him to find what they needed. Trust, Karen thought to herself as she looked back ahead, leading her team into the sunroom. Even now she could feel trust beginning to fray, mostly around her handling of the situation. While none of them were saying so in front of her, she was familiar enough with soldiers to know that they were at least partially blaming her for putting them in this position. Yes, she had no reason to believe this house was owned by a madman, but that didn't matter. They were losing faith in her ability to lead them regardless, and that would get even worse if one of them got seriously injured. Or worse. That was one of the reasons why she wanted to leave this place as soon as possible, not just to prevent the loss of any of her team, but to prevent the further erosion of her team's trust in her. Any other noble commander might be well within their right to throw their weight around and force the others into compliance, but that wasn't her style. Such tactics were far more likely to ensure mutiny than prevent it, and even if she didn't think it would actually get that far, the last thing anyone needed was for her to start acting like a power-hungry lunatic. She was a noble, and she was going to act like it, and that meant proving why she was in charge rather than simply saying she was. As they entered the sunroom, they paused to make sure the room was secure. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but in this mansion, that was far from a guarantee. At least there weren't any zombies inside, although she did spot some dark, featureless shapes shambling about outside the windows. When lightning flashed, the shapes were exposed and revealed to be a small group of undead, walking through a fresh hole that had formed in the fence surrounding the estate due to a fallen tree. The storm must have blown it over, and with Zerb's near-death experience from those hounds that broke in earlier, that meant what little safety this place offered was diminishing more and more. See if you can find anything, but be careful, Karen ordered as she waved her subordinates forward, who complied. One by one, they entered the room, with the commoners aiming their weapons at the zombies outside while the mages searched through every drawer, shelf, and chair they could find. Nothing was sacred in this place, with Favre using her sword to tear through the cloth upholstery to see if anything was inside. Unfortunately, there was nothing. Looks like they're getting curious, Eugene remarked as a few of the zombies seemed to notice their presence and were now banging their upper bodies against the glass, the dull thuds echoing across the room. I can shoot it in the head right now, Lorette added, her finger hovering over her trigger. Save your ammunition. It's not a threat yet, Karen advised, and Lorette nodded but refused to shift her aim. Duchess, I'm not finding anything. how it revealed as she finished sorting through the remains of what used to be porcelain vases inside of a cupboard. Same, but I did find some herbs and bullets, Farv added, and Karen scowled. Any traps? She asked, and Kaznav shook her head. No, I don't think so. Too exposed, I think, she suggested while pointing at the window. Karen supposed that made sense. Stansworth would need to keep his crimes hidden, and half the sunroom was covered by glass windows. If someone could do a crime as horrific as murder in this room and manage not to get caught, she'd be impressed. Granted, that was assuming Stansworth had at least some sanity left in his deranged mind. He must have to get away with his crimes up until now. Still, Karen had her sword wand in hand, ready to cast as soon as anything dangerous made its presence known. Just as she was about to order them to move on, one of the window panes shattered as the head and torso of a zombie broke through. It snarled, ignoring the shards of glass cutting into its rotten flesh. A second later, a trio of bullets fired from Laurette's August punctured the skull, making it pop into a shower of blood and bone. The now headless body slumped over the side of the broken window, spasming as the weight started to crack the glass while blood pooled underneath. Fall back, Karen ordered, keeping her eyes focused on the zombies outside who were attracted by the noise. With Laurette covering them, the mages and commoners under Karen's command carefully exited the sunroom, closing the door behind them. Karen got one last glimpse inside as a pair of zombies began feasting on their fallen while others attempted to enter the building. When the door was finally shut, Kaznav immediately reinforced the door with magic. Eugene added to it by nailing wooden boards across the doorframe, anything to keep the zombies now inside the mansion from spreading even further. If they had the time or ability, Karen might have suggested burning the entire structure to the ground, but that would take too much time and willpower, so she fought that urge. Instead, she ushered her team down the hallway into the master bedroom, just outside the marble room which had nearly crushed and killed half of her party. Closing the door behind them, they immediately started searching in the master bedroom. It reminded Karen somewhat of her own back in the Valier estate. A massive bed with an overhanging canopy sat in the center pressed against the back wall, with a book nestled between the pillows that drew her attention. Two large windows offered a view into the estate's lawn, now shrouded in darkness and only briefly illuminated by flashes of lightning. Aside from the zombies outside, she paid it no heed. Several large cupboards and drawers lined the interior walls, with a few mirrors mounted above them with different colored frames. The eastern wall had a door on the innermost edge. Based on the plans, it led to the indoor swimming pool. Already, Farv was holding up the book and reading its pages silently, and she let out a groan and muttered, "It's a riddle. Perfect. Let me guess. These mirrors have something to do with it." Eugene sarcastically asked, and Laurette shrugged. "Probably," the musketeer replied. "Wonder what trap it'll spring." It was a fair question, one that Karen didn't have an answer for. That made her worries grow, not knowing whether the puzzle they were seemingly faced with would reveal their prize, or simply activate yet another death trap, or perhaps even both. It was hard to tell at this stage, same with whether they should attempt it at all. She'd rather not, if it was up to her. The less they played Stansworth's game, the less risk she and her party were put in. The rest of the team seemed to echo her thoughts as none of them attempted to solve it. Instead, they put it off, scouring the room to try and find what secrets the puzzle might reveal. Farv, Howitt, and Kaznav were liberally using their magic to scan the room far more intimately than their senses could reveal alone, while Eugene and Laurette were putting their ears to ground and knocking on wood to hear what was on the other side. Eventually, Howitt's attention was drawn to the eastern wall. She attempted to open the door, only to find that it was locked. The water mage hummed to herself in thought, then said, "I think I got it. Whatever puzzle that's in this room, it's supposed to open this door, or at least give us a key. If I were a betting woman, I'd say what we're after is in there." Sounds reasonable. Farv agreed while Kaznav, Eugene, and Laurette stowed away the medical supplies they found tucked away in a nightstand. Eugene was also holding a jewelry box with an empty indentation on its surface. He was attempting to pry it open, to no avail. At least until he dropped it on the ground and broke its hinge with his axe, revealing a key. "Found it, I think," he said, and as he handed the key over to the Duchess, she could feel something shift in the air. It lasted for only a moment, but it felt wrong, like something was watching them, and it was angry. It wasn't hard to figure out who that was. This house of horrors seemed to offer its owner ways to spy on the people inside somehow. He was likely watching them right now, and wasn't pleased they weren't playing along with his twisted designs. Karen decided to let him stew. In fact, she figured it would be best to make it even worse for him. So, after testing and confirming that the key did not unlock the door, she aimed her wand at it and casted Wind Hammer. A heavy gust of wind slammed into the wooden door, blasting it off its hinges and sending it flying across the room behind it where it crashed against the far side wall. This time she could hear Stansworth's angry growls coming from a speaker she couldn't see, but she didn't care as she and the others walked inside to the swimming pool. It was filled with water and at least 10 feet deep on the side closest to them. A flickering overhead light connected to the ceiling with a thick cable offered brief flickers of illumination, but the pool was so dark she couldn't see the bottom. "The medallion's in here. Find it," she ordered, and everyone spread out to find their prize. The faster they did, the sooner they could get out of this wretched place. The room itself was mostly barren. Some partially filled boxes of ammunition were stowed away in a box along with what appeared to be snorkeling equipment. It was funny how similar the plastic tubes and goggles looked to the reeds that sponge divers off the coast of Romalia would use. But she wasn't too focused on the similarities. Instead, she kept looking for the medallion. Based off of the first one's location, it was going to be hidden in the wall somewhere, revealed after inserting a key. After a few minutes of searching, Gabrielle de Howitt called out, "Duchess, I think I've found it." Karen turned around immediately and saw that the water mage was shining a flashlight down to the bottom of the pool. It took a moment for Karen to see what she was looking at, but soon spotted an indentation on the centermost tile in the deepest part of the pool. She held up the key, then realized where it needed to go. Slowly, the others seemed to come to the same conclusion. Then Eugene frowned and asked, "All right, which one of us can swim?" No one answered at first. Then Laurette asked, "You really want to go into that water?" "Want's got nothing to do with it," Eugene countered. "It looks clean, sure, but that water could be chock full of that virus and is probably booby-trapped." "Agreed," Caznav replied while nodding her head. "I know how to swim. Anyone else?" Unfortunately, Eugene, Favre, and Laurette all shook their heads. So did Howitt, which was surprising to Karen, as she would have thought a water mage of all people would know how to swim. Why swimming lessons weren't more common, she would never understand. But before she could say anything, Howitt surprisingly offered, "Duchess, I can get down there and retrieve it." "What? How?" "You just admitted you can't swim," Laurette pointed out, and Howitt shook her head. "No, I can't. My brother could, but not me," she admitted, shivering at the thought. Given how the T-virus spread through Raccoon City's water supply, her trepidation was warranted. She continued, "But I'm still a water mage. I can make a bubble around myself to keep the water out. Wouldn't even have to get wet." The others paused for a moment to contemplate her suggestion. Then Laurette added, "And if the water is infested, it would keep you safe." "Exactly," Howitt confirmed, and the other members of the party nodded in agreement. "That sounds good to me. Would rather not deal with another water drogger," Favre said, and Howitt nodded before looking at Karen for approval. Karen thought it over for a moment, then asked, "How long can you maintain the bubble?" Howitt mentally calculated her willpower reserves, then answered, 5, maybe 10 minutes. That sounded like more than enough time, but could very well fall short in the face of the unexpected. Once again, she cursed their predicament. Like all the mages with them, Gabrielle de Howitt had used much of her willpower fighting off the zombies and tending to their injuries. Then, of course, there was the death of her twin brother, put down by her own hand. Her magical ability had decreased significantly after that, a consequence of her turbulent emotions. Magic wasn't merely an ability a mage could consciously manipulate. Their emotional state also affected how their magic performed. Intense bursts of emotions like rage and joy could boost a mage's willpower reserves and the strength of their spells, while sadness and fear could reduce them or even make them lose control. It was partly why Karen spent so much time trying to control her emotions. Her magic was among the strongest in the entire continent, and she had to keep herself in check at all times, something she clearly failed at in this city. Mulling over their options, Karen quickly saw that they didn't have many. Either she herself or Caznav swam down through the potentially infected water to grab the medallion, exposing themselves to whatever trap inevitably awaited them, or she let Howitt walk down and avoid the water entirely, but leaving a soldier who can't swim completely defenseless if something were to go wrong, which, given everything else in this god's-forsaken city, would probably happen. She looked into Howitt's eyes, which were desperately locked onto her own, practically begging to be allowed to do this. Eventually, Karen nodded, not because Howitt wanted it, but because she was logically the best and safest choice. T-virus exposure wasn't an option, and without the means to confirm whether the pool was free of the infection or not, she wasn't going to risk it when they had a readily available workaround. Still, she wasn't one to take chances, and so they tied a rope around Howitt's waist and followed her to the shallow end of the pool. As the water mage stepped into the water, she conjured an air bubble around her that pushed the water away. The deeper she got, the more turbulent the water became, and the larger the bubble was revealed to be. It completely encased her body, giving her ample room to maneuver. Soon, the water mage was fully submerged. A moment later, her voice came through the radio, "I'm on my way down. Be careful. We don't know what'll happen when you put that key in," Favre warned. Howitt nervously chuckled as she replied, "Trust me, I'm well aware." They watched her go, following the light from her flashlight as she got deeper and deeper into the pool. Once she was at the bottom, she announced, "I'm at the tile. Putting the key in now." None of them could quite make out what Gabrielle was doing, but they could imagine it clearly. A moment later, she happily announced, "The key fit. It's here. Perfect. What does it look like?" Kaznav asked. "Just like the one that the Zerb's girl found. Only this one has a big, striped cat on it. A tiger, I think." "While that sounds super interesting, I'd rather see it with my own eyes, if you don't mind," Farv gruffly pointed out to hide her worry. Right. "Sorry, pulling it out now," Howard remarked. A moment later, the water mage managed to pull the medallion out from its pedestal. Karen knew this despite not being able to see her, because the pool was suddenly sealed, as a thick shutter unspooled from the edge and covered the top so quickly that the rope line they secured their teammate with was cut. She and the others involuntarily jumped back in surprise, and Karen scowled once she regained her bearings. "There's the trap," she thought to herself. What happened? Everything went dark. Gabriel's scared voice came through the radio, her breath shallow and rapid. Lorette pulled out her radio and answered. Pulling out that medallion must have triggered a trap. The entire top of the pool is sealed shut. The musketeer thought for a moment, then asked, "Try putting the medallion back into its slot." "Oh, okay," Howard replied, her fear unmistakable. A moment later, the seal receded as fast as it appeared. Lorette nodded, then asked the water mage to take the medallion back out again. As she and the others suspected, the seal returned, trapping the mage in the water. Karen furrowed her brow, then said, "I see what's going on. Stansworth's victims go down there to grab the medallion and trap themselves. Without magic, they'll drown if they don't put the medallion back. The medallion, they need to get out of here." "That sick fuck," Eugene growled. "Duchess, get me out of here," Howard begged, as the others began looking closely at the seal. "Working on it," Karen replied, then hummed to herself. There was possibly a way either in the pool or outside to retract the seal on their own, but Karen quickly decided against it. Instead, she snapped her fingers and ordered, "Cut a hole." "On it," Lorette replied as she pulled out her knife and stabbed it into the plastic slats, joined by Farv and Kaznav. A large rectangle was soon pried open, exposing the pool water underneath. It was more than big enough for a person to swim up through, which of course led to the second problem. Before Karen could issue an order, she saw that Kaznav was already stripping down to her undergarments, exposing the many battle scars on her body. She said, "Already on it, Duchess. I'll go down and grab her. Make sure you don't swallow any of that water," Eugene warned, and Kaznav nodded. "Don't worry. If it comes to that, I'll do it myself," Kaznav declared, and Karen nodded before pulling her radio back up to her face. "Okay, Howard. Kaznav is going to swim down to grab you. I want you to stay right where you are. When Kaznav gets down there, shrink the air bubble around your heads, then do exactly what she says," Karen ordered, only for Gabrielle to nervously start laughing. Okay," she replied, clearly scared at the prospect. Karen once again felt a migraine at the fact that a water mage couldn't swim, but they could at least work around it. Once both were ready and Karen gave her approval, Kaznav dived down into the water with a small splash to fish their teammate out. Thanks to Howard's flashlight, they were able to track Kaznav's movements as she joined the water mage at the bottom of the pool, grabbed her, then swam back upwards. Soon, the two women emerged from the pool, covered in water with Kaznav, supporting the smaller woman's entire weight. The blue-annette was terrified, holding onto the older veteran for dear life. As Kaznav pushed Howard out of the pool, Eugene and Lorette helped pull her out, leaving the drenched woman lying on the ground, gasping for breath. As they turned to help Kaznav out from the pool, they heard the crackle of a radio, followed by Stansworth's frustrated voice declaring, "You cheaters." Before they could respond, they felt a chill in the air that made Karen's skin crawl. They then heard something from above, and she just barely glimpsed what looked like a man swinging something at the cable holding the light. Was that Stansworth? Was he here the whole time? Then the entire light fixture fell away with a loud crash, collapsing into the pool and crumpling the cover. Luckily, it didn't hit Kaznav, who was halfway out of the pool when it happened. They paused for a moment as the still flickering light pulsed atop the busted slats. Then Kaznav laughed while declaring, "Ha, you missed, you BAS dash." The cratered cover suddenly gave way, dunking the broken bulb and exposed wire into the water. There was an agonized scream accompanied by an explosion of sparks that caused all of the lights around the room to brightly flash before dying immediately. It was then followed by the smell of burnt flesh and smoke. When Karen looked down in the darkness, their flashlights showed Kaznav's corpse collapsed on the pool edge with her legs still floating in the water, her eyes blank and her face warped in a rictus of pain as steam rose from the jagged black lines burned across her skin. No one said a word. They all just stared at the horrifying sight in front of them. After a moment, Stansworth's voice came out again. I warned you what would happen if you didn't play by my rules. Oh, found her, a guilt-ridden Howit whispered, and all Karen could do was stare as her worst fears once again came to pass. Chapter 25. I want to play a game. The mansion had been quiet ever since Colbert and Marion left, leaving Irukaku behind in the garage. Every so often, she could hear faint echoes of voices behind walls and the creaking of wood and stone, but otherwise it was silent. Yet, despite being left behind by the pair in their rush to get out and rejoin the others, she never felt alone. It felt as though something was with her the entire time, and it made her feel uneasy. A deep chill seemed to permeate down into her very soul, and no matter what she tried, it refused to go away. Irukaku tried to remember what the sensation reminded her of. The young dragon racked her brain, trying to figure it out. Eventually, she came to the conclusion that the sensation reminded her of when she was a hatchling. She had just barely left the nest when, out in the open, a large bird of prey spotted her and began circling. Thankfully, her parents had gotten to her before anything bad could happen, but the sensation of those predatory eyes bearing down on her was etched into her memory. Whatever sensation she was feeling in this mansion was eerily similar. At first, she thought it was just the zombies. She did hear the shattering of a window, followed by gunshots. With the storm outside increasing in intensity as it reached its crescendo, there very well might be more abominations shambling inside. But this felt different than the mindless hunger of the undead. This felt intelligent, driven by hate rather than hunger. It unnerved her more than anything else, especially as she looked at the vehicle whose door had seemingly closed on its own. Irukaku inched herself away from the vehicle as much as possible. Ever since the door was slammed shut, the air around it seemed unnaturally cold. Chills had run down her spine every time she got close, and she could have sworn she saw her breath at one point. But that could have just been the lighting. In all honesty, it was probably just her nerves playing tricks on her mind. With all that had happened, she'd be surprised if her nerves weren't on the fritz. Slinking further into herself, Irukaku resolved to wait until the others returned, then they could leave this wretched place. Even if the only actual threat were zombies getting inside, this mansion still gave her the creeps, and she wanted out as fast as possible. She tried going to sleep in the vain hope that, when she woke up, it would be time to go, but sleep eluded her. Instead, all she got was a never-ending tiredness that never quite surpassed the threshold to let her actually rest, leaving her in a state of limbo. It was in that state that, much to her surprise, she felt a new sensation. It was similar to the one she felt earlier, but it wasn't predatory. It felt softer, somehow, while still sending a chill down her spine. Raising her head and just barely avoiding the ceiling, she looked around once more to try and find it, only to see nothing new. Shrugging, she closed her eyes and started curling her neck back towards her body, only for the sensation to return, stronger this time. "Hello," she nervously called out. She didn't get a response, but the strange sensation she was feeling felt stronger somehow. Was that a response? It was hard to tell. She called out again and got the same result. Narrowing her eyes, Irukaku debated what to do next. Her big sister would probably tell her to stay put and not do anything. That was likely the smart choice, but while this sensation didn't feel dangerous, she couldn't say that for certain. Especially when she considered the earlier one. What if it was a threat? It could put her big sister and the others in danger. Perhaps she was the only one in a position to protect them, or at the very least figure out what it was. Like a knight in one of her sister's stories. Irukaku the knight decided she liked the sound of that. If nothing else, it kept her occupied and away from the creepy car dominating the garage. All she had to figure out was how to get over there. Thankfully, the sensation she was searching for didn't feel like it was very far. In fact, it felt like it was just in the other room. She reached out towards the hallway door and tried to open it with her mouth, but all she managed to achieve was ripping off the doorknob. Irritated and embarrassed, she tried using her teeth to pry the door open, but try as she might, she just couldn't wedge her teeth in enough to get any leverage. Frustrated, she abandoned the door in favor of trying something else. She looked around, but there weren't any windows to reach her neck through. After a few minutes of searching, she finally noticed that there was a small gap in between the metal garage door leading outside and the concrete floor. How had they missed that? It certainly explained the chill in the air. Turning herself around, she placed her claws underneath the door, then began to lift. It ground out with a loud squeal, the metal bending under her immense strength. Before it could get too far, however, she paused to look down and see if there was any danger lurking outside. Thankfully, while there were zombies outside, they were blocked by the metal fence that surrounded the entire estate. Some were attracted by the noise she made, but they weren't in any real danger yet. Irukaku pried the garage door open just enough to let her crawl underneath, then pried it back down to its original place. Neither her big sister nor anyone else would appreciate it if she left a big open door leading inside the mansion. With the rain pounding against her reptilian body, she followed the path towards what she assumed to be the source of the strange presence. It seemed to be coming from the bedroom, much to her simultaneous relief and worry. If it was actually nothing, that meant she wouldn't be out in the storm for very long. And if it did turn out to be something, she was in a position to immediately do something about it. Finding the nearest window into the room, she tried to look inside only to accidentally break the glass with her head. So, with her neck twisted sideways to let her head through, she inserted herself into the bedroom. Water dripped off her scales and pooled onto the wooden floor below, and she gently called out, "Hello? Is anyone there?" As before, she didn't get a response. She sighed, realizing this was nothing more than a waste of time, then started to pull away. But, just as she was about to leave, she stopped and turned her head towards a chair resting beside the large bed. There, holding a stuffed animal, she saw what appeared to be the shadowy form of a young girl. Tilda. With Viscount Wards leading from the front, Tabitha and Kerchie followed the split party of mages and commoners down the hallway towards the storage room and basement stairs. The broken glass from Kerchie's near-death encounter crunched underneath their feet, and the wind that blew through the hallway sent chills down her spine. Tabitha ignored it in favor of keeping her revolver in hand, her eyes focused on the dark shapes shambling just outside the window. Frequent flashes of lightning illuminated the undead abominations for what they were, with a few attempting to enter the building by sticking their arms through the gaps in the barricaded window. It was holding, for now, but she had no idea how long that would last. None of them did. "Everyone on me," Wards calmly ordered as he opened the door with his free hand, his sword wand tightly clutched in the other. Trestwho had his shotgun pressed to his shoulder, aiming into the darkness and ready to fire at anything on the other side. Thankfully, there didn't appear to be any danger waiting for them, so he slowly and carefully pressed forward. Behind him was Baron Louise and Professor Colbert, joined by Marion and Vivian. No one made a sound as they slowly walked down the stairs. Once inside the basement, Tabitha searched the wall with her hand to find a light switch. Upon feeling it, she flipped it upward to turn the lights on. Immediately, one of the overhead lamps popped, sending shards of broken glass and a shower of sparks onto the concrete floor. A few of the other lamps successfully turned on, but overall the basement remained dark, only partly illuminated by incandescent light. The air itself was heavy, with particles of dust hanging by invisible threads. A few of the party members coughed as the dust filled their lungs, which involuntarily made Tabitha jump and nearly aim her revolver at their heads, but she stopped herself. Not every cough was a sure sign of death, something she had to constantly remind herself of as the memory of Alphonse's transformation still weighed heavily on her mind. Wards took out a flashlight and began shining it into the dark corners of the basement. From what she could see from her vantage point, the basement layout matched what the schematics claimed. A backwards-facing L-shaped hallway. Directly in front of the storage room they exited from was a featureless brick wall. If Tabitha was a betting woman, she supposed that Agnes and Julio were on the other side of that wall. Had they been at full strength, or at least knew what was on the other side, she would have suggested just breaking it down, but that sadly wasn't an option. Further down the hall was a wine cellar, marked by a circular opening that revealed racks filled with glass bottles and wooden barrels. From here, she could smell the aged wine, almost masking the stench of death that the servant's journal had warned about. At the end of the hallway, there was another featureless brick wall, but according to the schematics, beyond that wall was the laundry room, then the incinerator and a boiler. The main storage room was to the right. Tabitha knew that the third medallion was somewhere down here. Now all they had to do was find it, then get as far away from this wretched mansion as quickly as they could. "Professor, stay with Kerchie and Tabitha," Wards ordered as he began dividing the group up. "Trestwho, take Marion and Vivian with you. Baron with me." Tabitha nodded in agreement. Then she and Kerchie dutifully followed their professor down the hallway as the other groups split off as ordered. Colbert immediately led them into the wine cellar, allowing the others to continue on into the storage room. Like the rest of the basement, the wine cellar was lined with red brick, with wooden racks lining each of the walls. Only now that they were inside was Tabitha able to properly see Nigel Stansworth's collection. There were hundreds of bottles in here, most of which remained unopened. Not just wine, but whiskey, rum, and types of liquor that Tabitha couldn't even recognize. On the wall beside the entryway was a cupboard holding glass wine bottles and crystal decanters, untouched by the decay filling the rest of the city. "Wow, this guy liked to drink," Kerchie dryly mused. "He has more than my father. This must have cost a fortune. Let's burn it when we're done, really piss him off." "Thought you would have suggested drinking it," Tabitha noted without dismissing the admittedly spiteful idea. "Getting drunk sounds like the worst thing you can possibly do in a place like this," Kerchie joked. Despite herself, Tabitha couldn't help but slightly smirk. I would concur, Colbert agreed. But while I would love nothing more than to do as you suggest, Ms. Zerbst, I advise against it. In fact, I wouldn't recommend touching these bottles at all. For all we know, any one of them could activate a trap. Yeah, I know, Kerchie said while shrugging her shoulders, then rotating her right arm to stretch it out. If this room does have a trap, what do you think it'll be? Something mundane or twisted? I'd rather not know. To be honest, Tabitha admitted, and Kerchie nodded in acceptance. Knowing most likely meant they'd sprung the trap, which was obviously something they wanted to avoid in the first place if they could help it. Together, the three scoured the room in silence, Colbert and Tabitha using their staffs to carefully poke and prod in search of their quarry or potential triggers. A few of the bottles felt stiffer than the others, which the mages avoided out of an overabundance of caution. Wherever there was space, they would carefully poke their heads in to look around, trying to find any trace of the medallion's hiding place. Unfortunately, all they found were a few potted herbs lined up on a shelf along with a box of .308 ammunition. They grabbed those useful supplies, then prepared to move on. As they walked to the entryway, however, Tabitha felt a chill running down her spine. She whipped around, hand on her revolver, and prepared to whip it out. But she saw nothing. With her eyes narrowed, she tried to pinpoint the source of the uncomfortable feeling, only to find that Kerchie and Colbert were in a similar state of alarm. At first, Tabitha thought they were just reacting to her, but Kerchie was rubbing the back of her neck as well. Something was seriously wrong about this place, and the sooner they got out, the better. Moving on, they carefully traversed the hallway and entered the main storage room. Inside were several large boxes and crates, some stacked on top of each other. The commoner soldiers were already busy tearing into them, Trestwho using his axe to hack them apart, while Vivian was using a crowbar she had recovered somewhere. Bunches of straw littered the ground, and on a nearby wooden table illuminated by a desk lamp, she saw recovered supplies being organized by Marion. Wards and the Baron are in the laundry room, Trestwho announced, answering the unasked question. Tabitha nodded in thanks, then grabbed a spare crowbar to begin breaking open other crates, while Kerchie and Professor Colbert assisted Marion with organizing what they'd already found. One of the crates might hold the medallion, or at least some useful supplies. Either way, it was worth the effort. Most were filled with useless junk. Stuffed animals, imported wine bottles the buyer never got around to putting in the cellar. Some were just empty. Eventually, however, one of the crates that Tabitha opened revealed something that immediately caught her attention. It was a bolt-action rifle with a dark brown wooden stock and a scope mounted on top. Wrapped around the back of the gun was a cloth sleeve with enough open slots to hold 10 rounds on each side. She carefully picked it up, testing the weight in her hands, and found it to be acceptable. Etched on the side of the barrel were the words, Winchester Model 70, .308 Winchester, which reminded her of the box of ammunition she found earlier. Pulling it out of her bag, she took one of the bullets and pulled back the bolt. Slotting the cartridge into the magazine, she found that it was a perfect fit, then inserted as many as she could. Unfortunately, all she could fit in was 3, and with a 4th that she allowed the bolt to carry into the barrel. That meant her new weapon had a capacity of 4 rounds, with just 16 more in reserve that she already placed into the cloth sleeve. Not much to work with, meaning she'd have to make each shot count. Nice find, Vivian complimented, and Tabitha nodded. Thank you, she curtly replied, slipping the hunting rifle strap over her shoulder before moving on. Unfortunately, while they were able to find more pistol ammunition, including some for her revolver and Kerchie's pistol, and some more food and medical supplies, they couldn't find their actual prize. Tabitha sighed, knowing that this meant it would take even longer to get out of this horrid place. But before she could say anything to that effect, the wall-mounted speakers appeared to crackle, followed by a grunt of exertion. To all guests, I have an announcement, Stansworth announced, causing Tabitha's blood pressure to immediately rise. The assertion that one may use your abilities to bypass the puzzles I had carefully laid out for tonight's game is strictly prohibited. Oh, for fuck's sake, Trestwho cursed, and Tabitha couldn't help but roll her eyes. Let me guess, Karen and her team did that and got their medallion already, and now you're throwing a fit? Am I right so far? Nigel Stansworth seemed to growl in frustration before clearing his throat and replying, that woman's team did, in fact, cheat their way to victory. But, as Ms. Kaznav can personally attest, such actions have consequences. I'm afraid she will not be joining us for the rest of her life. It took a moment for Tabitha to fully register the madman's callous and dismissive words, but when they hit, her eyes widened in shock and horror. Kerchie gasped and covered her mouth as Colbert tightened his grip on his staff. Trestwho, Vivian, and Marion merely growled in abject rage, and the combined reaction seemed to amuse their would-be captor. Oh yes, now you understand the rules, Stansworth declared, acting as though he was a god. My rules. Rules you must obey, lest you suffer the consequences. Why get my hands on you? Trestwho began to say. only for Stansworth to cut him off. "You'll what?" "Kill me." The madman laughed, then added, "If I had a nickel for every time someone told me that, well, I'd be a much richer man." Stansworth's haunting laughter at his own bad joke filled the basement. When it thankfully subsided with the speakers turning off, the mages and commoners all turned to each other. None of them said a word, but they were all asking the same question. What do they do now? Yet another member of their party was dead, this time a noble, murdered by a madman throwing a temper tantrum at things not going his way. "You said Wards and Baron Value were in the laundry room?" Tabitha quietly asked, and Swero nodded while pointing to it. Tabitha nodded back, then said, "I'll go grab them." With an extra hastiness to her step, Tabitha walked across the concrete floor to the laundry room. Opening it, she found it was empty, but the door leading to the boiler room was slightly ajar. Figuring that the pair must be in there, she walked over to it, only to involuntarily pause as she heard their hushed conversation. Or what that madman said. "Kaznav's dead," Value declared, and Wards grunted. "I know. This is bad, really bad," Wards replied, his voice hushed and concerned. He and the Baron sounded like they were pacing, their footsteps echoing off the metal boiler in the center of the room. "You and I both know this is going to reflect poorly on Karen," Value added. "Two nobles dead. And two commoners," Wards reminded as Tabitha peeked through the gap to see the Baron wave his hand dismissively. Yes, and their deaths were tragic. But let's not kid ourselves. In the grand scheme of things, they aren't important." Tabitha frowned at his nonchalant dismissal, and even Wards seemed to take umbrage with his choice of words as he said, "Baron, even if they weren't nobles, we need everyone to stay alive. If not for Louise's sake, then our own. Which, unfortunately, is what I wanted to talk to you about," the Baron began, and Tabitha's eyes widened as she realized what Baron Value was coyly referring to. Wards immediately picked up what he was beginning to suggest, and he coldly remarked, "I don't want to hear it. But not another word, Baron, or I'll begin to believe you're suggesting mutiny." "Of course not," Value countered, sounding offended at the assertion. "I would never suggest such a thing. Duchess Valier is my liege, and I have always been loyal to their family. Same as you. But you cannot deny that the Duchess' feelings have clouded her judgment. She's too close to this. She's trying to rescue her daughter. Of course her judgment is clouded. Anyone in her position would be," Wards pointed out. "And before you try to suggest that I take command, need I remind you that Louise is my fiancée? In a situation as dire as this, how can you believe I'd be any different? I certainly don't trust myself." "I was not suggesting you take command," the Baron insisted. "Attempting to do so would be mutiny and would result in anarchy. I'm not blind to that. All I wanted to ask was for you to speak with her privately. She trusts you completely, Wards. Far more than any of us. She'll listen to you. Please, just get her to see reason and make smarter choices before all of us are dead." Wards was quiet. Then he reluctantly sighed and replied, "I'll see what I can do." "Thank you. That's all I ask," the Baron said. Then he and Wards began moving towards the door. Having already cast a silencing spell around herself, Tabitha quickly moved away from the boiler room door and returned to the others. "Tabitha? Tabitha, what's wrong?" Kerchie immediately asked, reading the otherwise stoic expression on her face instantly. The others, including Colbert, were shifting their attention to Baron Value as he re-entered the room. A minute later, Wards followed him, slipping his radio back into his pocket. Otherwise, no one was paying attention to either of them. "I'll tell you later," Tabitha whispered. Kerchie immediately got the message and stayed quiet. "So, we all heard what that maniac said," Wards announced as everyone turned towards him. "I already reached out to Duchess Valier over the radio. She unfortunately confirmed his claim. Chevalier Kaznav is no longer with us. All we can do now is push forward. Have we found Medallion?" "Not yet. The only room we've yet to check is the incinerator," Swero said as he pointed to the door in question, and Wards nodded. "Which means it's probably in there, along with whatever sick trap that bastard could think up. Any ideas what it might be?" "Did Duchess Valier say what their trap was?" Colbert asked, and Wards nodded. "Apparently, their medallion was at the bottom of the pool," Wards revealed. "When removed, the surface would be covered, trapping the victim underwater where they would drown if the medallion wasn't returned. Karen's team was using wind magic to protect themselves from the water and not drown, and this circumvention is what drove Stansworth to murder." "How did she die?" Vivian asked, and Wards sadly frowned in her direction. "She was rescuing Chevalier Howitt from the bottom of the pool," Wards explained. "Howitt had bravely volunteered to fetch it despite knowing she couldn't swim and the risk of infection. When the trap revealed itself, Karen and the others cut a hole through the covering for Kaznav to swim down and grab her. As they were getting out, Stansworth cut a wire and caused a light to crash into the pool, electrocuting Kaznav. "Fuck," Swero cursed, and Tabitha closed her eyes and breathed in deeply. If it's any consolation, I'm told she died instantly. Small comfort, he countered while Kerchie shuddered involuntarily at yet another death. Tabitha couldn't begin to pretend she was particularly close to the Trestanian. She hadn't even had a conversation with the woman. But that didn't mean she couldn't feel saddened by her death, especially such a horrific one. She had seen what happened to people killed by lightning magic, and electricity was apparently quite similar to it. At least it was quick. After a few moments, Kerchie finally managed to calm herself down. She then began tapping her chin in thought as she walked over to the incinerator and opened the thick metal door to look inside. To Tabitha, Kerchie was trying to distract herself from the loss by at least trying to be useful, so she didn't move to stop her. Something tells me that the incinerator itself probably has something to do with the trap, Kerchie suggested as the others crowded behind her. It doesn't appear to be on, Marion said, then narrowed her eyes. But these walls are thick, and this metal door. If a fire were to start in here, this room would become an oven, Colbert warned, and Kerchie winced. So that's what his game is, Suero began. We go in, grab the medallion, the device ignites and the door locks behind us. Then we get cooked alive. How do you possibly get out of that? You don't, Vivian curtly concluded with a scowl on her face. But I was able to turn off the marble room trap, Kerchie pointed out, while emphasizing her shotgun. There's probably a way to do it to this one, too. Maybe, but that doesn't mean this game isn't rigged in Stansworth's favor, Marion countered. We got lucky you and Tabitha were in the other room when the door locked. I doubt fate was that kind to anyone else. Wards hummed, then mused as he rubbed his hand through his beard. So, that leaves us two options. The medallion is definitely in there, along with a trap to protect it. We either play by Stansworth's rules and find the off switch before stepping foot in there, which could take founder knows how long, or we bypass it entirely with our magic and risk incurring his wrath. I say fuck him, Suero immediately voiced. The man's a fucking lunatic. Why should I play by his rules that he's trying to kill me with, so that he doesn't try to kill me himself? It makes no sense. I agree, Marion concurred, with Tabitha nodding in agreement. The game was rigged in Nigel Stansworth's favor, and trying to play by it only increased their risk. The best move they could make was flipping the board entirely. Were this any other circumstance, I would agree wholeheartedly, Baron Valui said while crossing his arms over his chest. But we've been doing that since we got here, and it's already gotten one of us killed. This game is stacked against us, no doubt about it. But ironically, it may be keeping us safe, for lack of a better term. The dangers are unknown, but fixed. By spurning him, we invite a chaotic factor we can't account for at all. As much as I hate to admit it, the Baron has a point, Vivian muttered, but she might as well have been shouting. There's still too much about this world we don't understand, and Stansworth can exploit that. He has exploited that. Everyone was silent as they pondered the options, neither of which were good. Both carried immense uncertainty. And in Raccoon City, that meant an increased risk of death or worse. It would be so easy to say that they should just take a stand and not play by Stansworth's rules. But how could you, in doing so, could result in his direct intervention getting another of them killed? Ward certainly seemed to be considering the implications, with Kerchie looking among everyone for guidance they couldn't provide. Then Professor Colbert straightened himself and said, I believe spurning Stansworth is our best and only choice. By playing by his rules, we are counting on the mercy of a madman. He's not intending for any of us to get out of this mansion alive. He wants us to die horrifically for his own twisted amusement. For all we know, there isn't even a way to get out of whatever trap is inside the incinerator. The others took his words into consideration. Then he continued while standing in front of the incinerator, I am a square-class fire mage. There's no one else here better suited to dealing with whatever trap lies in that room. Let me go in and retrieve it. I should be able to handle whatever the trap throws at me. You know that's going to invite reprisal, Baron Valui warned, and Colbert nodded. Yes, but we know that reprisal is coming. That means we can prepare, Colbert claimed. Tabitha frowned. Although she fundamentally agreed with the point he was making, that didn't mean she wasn't ignorant of the risks. But what other choice did they have? They couldn't afford to do nothing. Slowly, the others turned towards Wards, giving him the ultimate choice. The Viscount and Professor locked eyes with each other. After a few moments, they both nodded in agreement. Form a defensive perimeter now, Wards ordered. As everyone moved to comply, Colbert took a deep breath to calm himself before stepping into the incinerator room and appraising the mechanism dominating the back wall. In seemingly no time at all, he managed to open a hidden panel and grasped for something within. On cue, the door automatically closed behind him with a heavy, metallic clang, cutting off their sight of her professor as the suspected trap sprung. A pang of fear involuntarily spiked in her heart, but she forced herself to move past it. Professor Colbert had proven to be surprisingly capable here in Raccoon City, so she had every confidence he would be all right. The air near the door began to heat up as the incinerator did something to turn the entire room into an oven. None of them could see nor hear what exactly was going on, but the temperature was rising rapidly. In fact, the edges of the steel door began to glow red hot after only a few minutes. How was anyone supposed to survive that? She asked herself while listening to Kerchie pray for their teacher's safety beside her. A normal person would have died well before it got that hot, and it would have been torturous. Eventually, the heat began to die down, and the door cooled down. When it finally unlocked, it was opened with a loud squeal, allowing steam and hot air to flow outwards. There, standing in the middle of the room, was Professor Colbert. There was a ring of black soot surrounding his feet, while he himself was completely untouched aside from a thick layer of sweat covering his skin. In his hand was a bronze medallion identical to the others, this one engraved with the image of a lion. As the professor walked out of the room and rejoined the others, Marion tossed him a water bottle, which he eagerly accepted and greedily downed its contents. Wiping the excess from his lips as he tossed aside the empty plastic bottle, he thanked the musketeer for her generosity while handing Ward's their prize. Ward smiled as he held the palm-sized metallic disc. He placed his hand on Colbert's shoulder to properly thank him. Then they heard a growl coming from somewhere inside the room. "Cheaters!" they heard Stansworth hiss. Out of the corner of Tabitha's eyes, she saw a ghostly figure move unnaturally fast towards the other wall. She immediately aimed her revolver towards the apparition, only to just barely spot the silhouette of a man driving what appeared to be a hook into the brick wall. He pulled with all his strength, causing the wall to collapse and reveal a massive hole in the earth beyond. A hole filled with giant infected rats. Without saying a word, Tabitha and the others opened fire into the hole as a swarm of rodents both big and small surged forth. Colbert shot forward a stream of flame that incinerated the smaller rodents, but the bigger ones powered through it with no sense of fear nor pain, their blood-stained teeth and rotten jaws hungry for the flesh of the living. As Tabitha's revolver clicked dry, she swapped to her newly obtained hunting rifle and aimed through its scope at the head of a large rat. Pulling the trigger, the rifle kicked hard against her shoulder and the zombie's head popped like a melon. She cycled the bolt and chambered another round as gunfire and magic filled the basement, the swarm seemingly unending. "Retreat. Move back now," Wards ordered as he fired bolts of lightning that electrocuted anything it touched. Vivian fired her Uzi submachine gun into the furry horde, with the boom of Swero's and Kerchie's shotguns blowing chunks everywhere. Baron Valui had conjured a concrete golem that was stomping the rats and batting them away with its club-like arms, but they kept scrabbling onto and around it. Soon they were out of the storage room and entering the hallway, but the rats kept coming. Tabitha was desperately loading single rounds into her rifle, firing one, then reloading another to fire again. As they got halfway down the hall, one of the larger rats managed to slip past and made a beeline towards her. She dived backwards into the wine cellar and fired her rifle towards it, but her scope made it difficult to aim at something so close, and all she managed to do was take out a leg. As the creature growled and dragged itself toward her, Kerchie shouted and tried reloading her shotgun to assist her friend. But her hands were shaking so much that she dropped the shells. Tabitha desperately crawled back, grabbing whatever she could to hurl at the creature. She inevitably began grabbing and flinging wine bottles, the glass shattering against its head and cutting it to the bone. Streams of blood mixed with the dark wine, but the rat didn't care as it leaped towards her. When Tabitha grabbed another bottle, she heard a loud click as something unlatched. She instinctively rolled to the side, just as the rat jumped to where her neck previously was. As she finished rolling, a massive axe head swung downward, cutting into and decapitating the rat. Only then did the noise die down, and all Tabitha could hear was the sound of her own labored breathing and the thundering heartbeat in her chest. "I collapsed the ceiling. We should be safe for now," she barely heard Baron Valui declare, but she wasn't paying attention. Instead, she was staring at yet another near-death experience, two for the price of one. The rat's body was involuntarily twitching and spasming despite no longer being connected to its head. As she was slowly helped up by Kerchie, only then did she realize she was still holding the wine bottle. Tabitha glanced at the label then, without saying a word, walked over to the cupboard, pulling out a wine opener, popped the cork, and chugged straight from the bottle. She downed the swig quickly, then offered the bottle to anyone else who wanted a drink. It didn't take long for the others to take up her offer, and after a single drink each, they dropped the half-empty bottle on the ground and left it behind as they made their way back up. Tilda, Kerchie, and the others didn't say a word as they climbed up the stairs to the main floor. As they approached, they heard what sounded like breaking glass coming from seemingly every direction. It made the hairs on the back of her neck crawl, and without even seeing what was causing the noise, she had a sinking feeling as to what it was. Sure enough, as they entered the main hallway, they were greeted by an intense, heavy wind barreling through the broken windows and barricades. Zombies were already crawling through, their moans adding to the cacophony. Moments later, gunshots rang out on both ends of the house. Kerchie fired one shell from her double barrel into the chest of a zombified woman, blowing it apart and exposing the ribcage. As the undead fell to the ground, she fired another shot into another zombie's head, popping it and spraying viscera into the painted drywall behind it. As she reloaded her weapon, Suero noted, "Crazy bastard, he's letting those things in just to kill us. Doesn't he know they're just as dangerous to him?" Vivian asked as she slid a fresh magazine into her submachine gun. "I don't think he cares," Tabitha dry noted, which Kerchie found to be equally valid and grim. Clearly the others did, as well as they picked up the pace and made their way to the study. Behind them was Karen's group, with Eugene cradling Kaznav's dead body. Even in the dim lighting, Kerchie could see the wounds on her leg and the scars trailing up across her burnt skin before disappearing underneath the remains of her clothes. She already knew Kaznav was dead, but that didn't mean seeing it made it hit any more gently. She sighed before entering the room, with Suero staying behind to hold the door open. He, too, was giving Kaznav a sad look, but when he glanced at Karen, a flash of frustration and disappointment could be seen. It was a look the others shared to varying extents, even the other nobles. It was an ominous sign, one that Kerchie tried to ignore for the time being. She instead made her way to the fireplace, passing by Colbert, who handed her the lion medallion. As she placed it into its slot, Karen came over and placed her tiger medallion into the final slot, joining the bear and lion. When all three medallions were fully set, a loud click was heard as something was unlocked. Moments later, hidden panels embedded into the walls unfurled, revealing an array of documents, stones, and artifacts protected by glass windows. At the same time, a similarly hidden compartment revealed itself in the middle of the central table, revealing a strange and complex-looking statue comprised of what looked like pale white antlers. Or were they bones? Kerchie couldn't tell, and she frankly didn't want to know. "Congratulations." Nigel Stansworth's irritating voice came out over the speakers once again. "You have officially made it farther than anyone else in my little game. Or at least that's what I would have said if you weren't all filthy cheaters." "Go fuck yourself, you insane lunatic," Marion spat, gripping her rifle more tightly. Rather than act with his characteristic amusement, it was clear that Stansworth's patience had run out as he declared, "If you want to see your friend survive and in one piece find your way down, we'll be waiting." What went unsaid was the threat he was making to Agnes and Julio, but it was no less understood. Once again, Kerchie and the others were at a crossroads. They could either play by Stansworth's mad rules, putting themselves at risk for whatever traps he laid out for them, or once again subvert them and risk his direct ire. She instinctively drifted towards the second option, but stopped herself. It was one thing to put themselves in harm's way. They were in a position to defend themselves in one way or another. She sighed, then started looking around the room for clues while saying to herself, "Okay, let's see what we got here." "Look around, see what you can find," Karen ordered, and the others complied. Suero and Vivian went to guard the door while the others inspected their surroundings. Behind the walls, they could hear the moans of the undead, and Kerchie shivered. Her thoughts briefly drifted towards Sylphid, and she hoped the dragon was safe. Granted, while she was young, she was still a dragon, so she was more than capable of defending herself. She started by inspecting each of the revealed panels, which to her confusion appeared to be a series of newspaper articles carefully cut out and arranged. Upon reading the headlines, however, her confusion was replaced by disgust. Each of the articles were about a separate missing persons case. There were at least a dozen, and only the gods knew how many there actually were. The oldest dated back to February, just as Xena's journal revealed. "Gods, this man is sick," Kerchie muttered under her breath, then moved on. She joined Wards, who was inspecting a different display case. This one housed a large slab of stone instead of newspaper clippings. Kerchie wasn't an expert in rocks. That was always Guiche's interest, much to Montmorency's annoyance, who never understood why her fiancé was so enamored with them. All she could see was that the stone was a dark gray, but beyond the rough exterior, she could see something embedded into the stone. It reminded her of the rocks Guiche had once shown off to her that had seashell-like patterns in them. Only this one didn't look like a seashell. Instead, it reminded her of a large insect with a long, barbed tail coming out of a round body, and 4 legs with tendrils coming out of what appeared to be its mouth. She didn't know what that thing was supposed to be, but it looked twisted and wrong. She briefly glanced underneath the display case to read a bronze plaque, which said, "Fossilized remains of unknown species. Unearthed near Valdelobos, Spain." What's a fossil? She couldn't help but ask herself. According to my mother, fossils are the remains of ancient plants and animals whose remains turned to stone over the course of ages. Wards immediately answered, catching Kerchie off guard. He chuckled at her surprise, then continued. My apologies, didn't mean to frighten you. It's just that you asked a question, and well, I was in a position to answer. Huh, thank you, Viscount, Kerchie said as she glanced up at the older, handsome man. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Tabitha glance worriedly in their direction, but Kerchie didn't quite understand why. Out of all the people in the rescue party trying to find Louise, Ward was by far the most agreeable. He was a gentleman through and through. What had she heard in the boiler room that freaked her out so much? She shook her head and decided that Tabitha would tell her when they had time, then said, I didn't know your mother is a researcher. Ward's face fell, and he said she was one of Tristane's best. Kerchie picked up immediately on the use of the past tense, and she stammered, I'm so sorry. I didn't. It's okay, you didn't know. Ward's cut her off while waving his hand. If anything, it's a relief. She didn't exactly have the best reputation during her final years. Her mind sadly failed her. Ward shook his head, then declared, regardless of how her final days went, my mother was still one of the smartest people I've ever known, and I've dedicated my life to her memory. Of course, Kerchie said as she smiled at the noble goal. She certainly could understand the desire to honor one's family. He might not have specified exactly what happened, but a noble going insane would certainly sour people's opinions on them. At least he could remember her at her prime, and that was a memory anyone can and should cherish. Leaving the knight to continue inspecting the fossil, Kerchie moved on to investigate the rest of the panels. Trestwho and Vivian had briefly stepped out of the room, their muffled gunshots telling Kerchie exactly what they were doing. So long as the zombies were safely dealt with outside and her party members were safe, she tried to ignore it. At the same time, she could see that the others were losing patience. Soon, they'd probably start trying to brute force their way through, and Kerchie didn't want to think about what risks that may pose. It was then that behind the oldest newspaper clipping, Kerchie felt what appeared to be a button. She pressed it, and a spotlight shone onto the small statue on the table. It cast a twisted shadow onto the nearby wall. Realizing that she had, once again, found a clue, Kerchie felt excitement rising as she made her way over to it. Whatever this puzzle was, the statue had something to do with it. She fiddled with the dried antlers or bones, and found that the mounts they were attached to were actually mobile. One could move and reorient the statue as they saw fit. Kerchie glanced towards the shadow cast on the wall, and an idea began to form in her head. She began moving the pieces one by one, and, as she suspected, the shadow began making a different shape. Kerchie snapped her fingers and called out, Help me find out what shape I need to make. It's somewhere in this room. With added haste, the others began scouring the room for the clue they needed. It could be anything. A picture, a model, text on a page. Whatever it was, they needed to make the shadow look exactly like it, or at least a close approximation. Trestwho and Vivian had rejoined them by this point, the house clear of the undead for now, and once informed, they joined the others. Eugene had suggested a deer's head, but that pattern didn't work. Baron Valui had brought forth a toy figurine of a hunter, but that didn't work either. She lost count of how many options and variations they tried. Cars, animals, people, even a hand. None of it worked. Finally, Ward suggested the fossil he was inspecting, and after Kerchie manipulated the statue's arms into the correct twisted pattern, they heard a loud click. A moment later, the wood panel the shadow was cast upon slid out and to the side, revealing a dark staircase. There an overhead lamp with a pull string was hanging from its ceiling, and with bated breath Kerchie watched as Karen walked forward, her revolver already out. The Duchess pulled the string, turning on the light and illuminating the staircase leading down into the basement. The section of the basement they couldn't get to earlier. She looked back at them and, without a word, ordered them to follow. Each party member pulled out their weapons and made sure they were loaded, eager to put them to use against the madman who had trapped them there for what felt like hours. As they walked down the steps, the wood beneath their feet creaked and moaned. Dust filled the air, making a few of them cough. Judging by the layer of dust lining the walls and railing, it seemed like this stairwell hadn't been used in some time. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, they were briefly stopped by a door. Karen gripped the doorknob tightly, then slowly opened it while pointing her revolver's barrel through the crack. As the door widened, they were able to see more of what lied on the other side. They saw nothing, but heard the sound of bones being gnawed. Bursting through the doorway, Karen and the others found they were in a long, narrow room. In the center of the room was a metal, blood-stained table with a strange boxy device mounted nearby and pointing a lens towards it. Next to the slab was a metal tray filled with scalpels, knives, and other macabre instruments. Kerchie, however, didn't focus on that. Instead, she focused her undivided attention on a zombified woman wearing a pale white dress gnawing a long dead man's leg. The zombie looked up at them and dropped the stripped leg, her lips stained a dark red. She snarled and got up, eager to consume fresh meat, but was immediately struck down by a hail of gunfire. As she fell back, her broken body twitched and spasmed, then was put out of her misery by one final gunshot from Karen's revolver. "Find them now," Karen ordered as the party began fanning out. For a moment, she wondered where, exactly, Agnes and Julio were, only to hear a faint, muffled explosion coming from another room down in the basement. Immediately, Farv and a few of the others went towards the explosion. Kerchie followed and watched as the fire mage used her sword wand to cut through a thick iron door. Sparks flew everywhere, but eventually the door was cut out and fell away, allowing them entry. Sure enough, both Agnes and Julio were safely inside, hiding behind a makeshift barricade formed from stacked mattresses on the far wall. "My lady, thank you." Julio immediately thanked the Chevalier, while Agnes simply brushed past, her pistol in hand and with a cold fury on her face. Without saying a word, Agnes strode into the main room, past another that Suero had opened to reveal a wall of monitors that showed different rooms of the manor. Had this been how Stansworth was able to keep track of them? "Where is he?" Agnes demanded, her pistol pointed at the ground. "Where is that son of a bitch?" Baron Valui coughed to catch their attention, and the others in the room turned to look at him kneeling over the dead man's body. He had turned the body over, exposing the face. A slowly decomposing but familiar-looking face that made Kerchie's eyes widen. "I think someone got to him first," Baron Valui revealed as they all crowded around what could only be the corpse of Nigel Stansworth. No one said a word, instead staring at the body. A storm of emotions filled Kerchie's heart, a mixture of satisfaction, fury, and confusion. After the hell that man put them and others through, the fact that he was dead was justice in her eyes. Justice for all the victims he had claimed. But the fact that they weren't the ones to send him to hell burned her. More than that, however, she questioned how long his body was lying there. His body was stained by blood, his face warped into a visage of pain, and his skin having long since turned a deathly gray. Agnes then shot the body in the forehead, causing Kerchie to involuntarily jump. Then, as no blood poured from the wound, Agnes declared, "That body's been dead for hours. Possibly days." "Days?" Wards asked as Kerchie, driven by her curiosity, made her way to a door on the backside of the room. "Then how the hell was he speaking to us? Could have been someone pretending to be him?" Julio suggested, then asked, "Duchess Valier, we heard that Cazenave fell. Was that?" "It's the truth," Karen revealed, and Julio sighed. "I'll prepare her rights as we depart," Julio said. But before he could continue, Kerchie opened the metal door and was greeted by a blast of cold air and the sight of hanging, limbless corpses mounted on hooks attached to the ceiling. The young Germanian let out a blood-curdling scream as she fell back and crawled away from the horrid scene. Tabitha and Colbert were on her immediately, while Agnes, Karen, and the others looked inside. A few of the soldiers gagged and covered their mouths at the sight, while the more battle-hardened veterans merely scowled. "Professor, Farv, Zerbst," Karen began, her voice cold as ice. "When we leave, I want you to burn this place to ash." "Yes, ma'am," Farv answered, and a stone-faced Colbert nodded. Kerchie threw up what little she could to the side, but no one seemed to judge as she wiped the excess from her lips and was helped up by her friend. "Are you too hurt?" Karen asked Agnes and Julio now that they had a chance, and both shook their heads. Karen nodded, then started to say, "Good. We're leaving. Don't both." She was cut off by the sound of frantic footsteps coming from the stairs, and everyone immediately pointed their weapons in its direction. A moment later, a strangely familiar girl with blue hair and no clothes sprang into view, holding a stuffed bear against her chest. "Big sister," the girl gleefully shouted as she turned towards them. "Look who I—" She only stopped when she noticed the wall of guns pointed at her and froze in her tracks. It took Kerchie a moment for her to remember where she recognized the girl from, only for an exasperated Tabitha to reflexively chastise. "Sylphid, what have I told you about, Dash?" Tabitha paused as the situation caught up to her, not just for her but for everyone. Kerchie remembered now. This girl was what Sylphid, or Irukikwu, looked like when she transformed into a human. But that transformation required a spirit for the Rhine dragon to contract with. As far as they knew, Earth didn't have any spirits, and the one spirit who came with them fled as soon as they got to the city. "How in the hell?" Kerchie mumbled as she lowered her weapon, with everyone else doing the same, save for Karen and Agnes. "Dragon, is that you?" Karen asked, and Irukikwu nodded rapidly. Yes. Irukikwu is Irukikwu," she said, clutching the bear closer to her chest. Karen glanced at Tabitha, then holstered her weapon and demanded, "Explain yourself now." Irukikwu regained her composure, then held out the bear. Irukikwu made a friend. "You made a friend?" Tabitha asked, raising an eyebrow. "Who?" "Sophia," Irukikwu announced with a smile on her face. "This is her teddy bear." "Sophia? Who's Sophia?" Baron Valui asked, and Irukaku pointed behind him. "Er," she answered, causing everyone to turn around. "But there's no one," Kerchi began, then stopped when she saw it. A pale shadow standing over Stansworth's body. She couldn't make out any features, but it was clearly there. At first, she thought she was seeing things, or perhaps it was a trick of the light. But when Vivian cautiously swiped her hand through the shadowy mass, it reacted and stared at her while the musketeer clutched her suddenly very cold hand. "She doesn't like it when you do that," Irukaku warned. "But don't worry, Sophia's nice." Is she?" Tabitha asked, suddenly trembling more than Kerchi had ever seen her friend do before. "She's a spirit, yes," Irukaku said while holding out the teddy bear. "Sophia and Irukaku are friends, and she's helping me be useful." Tabitha shivered and clutched Kerchi's arm tightly, causing her to realize that her friend was genuinely scared. No, she was terrified. Was Tabitha afraid of ghosts? It was an odd realization, but Kerchi didn't focus on that for now. Instead, she decided they needed answers. "How is this possible?" Julio asked. "I thought Earth didn't have spirits." "Sophia doesn't know either," Irukaku truthfully answered, "but Sophia is here." "Okay, why do you have that bear?" Wards asked as well. "It's a teddy bear, and it's Sophia's," Irukaku childishly stated. Sophia told Irukaku that she can't leave her teddy bear. "Can't or won't?" "Won't." Sophia was very insistent. None of this made sense to Kerchi, and clearly not to the others, either. But that confusion only lasted a moment, as the name finally jogged her memories back to the journal. The journal that not only revealed the truth of the mansion's owner, but likely his first victims, Nigel's then girlfriend and her daughter. A daughter named Sophia. "Oh, gods," Kerchi muttered in horrified recognition as the implications began to settle. She turned to face the ghostly specter, a million questions swirling in her mind. She cleared her throat and was about to ask her something, when Sophia's featureless head turned toward Kerchi. "He's here," Sophia's voice called out, so quiet she barely heard it. "What?" Kerchi asked. "Run," Sophia warned. Then a smoke cloud trailed into the teddy bear. Before anyone could ask what was going on, the overhead lights flickered on and off. The temperature suddenly dropped, and Kerchi could see her breath fog before her eyes. A dark, ethereal, and malevolent presence could be felt by everyone, and her instincts were screaming at her to run. Slowly, she turned her head back towards the stairway door, only to see another, darker shadow standing before it. A shadow of a man, holding a hook.